Relax? You're asking me to relax? I shrieked. Excuse me, sir, could you please hail me a cab? I asked in the direction of the doorman, who immediately looked to Philip for permission. Bet, just chill the fuck out. You don't need a cab. The party's here. Now come inside, and let's get you a little drinky, okay? Drinky? Did I just hear that? This guy has shagged every attractive female in Manhattan between the ages of 16 and 45, and he says, drinky? I couldn't dwell on this disturbing development, though, as I had less than 10 minutes to get to Soho House. He continued, Eliza called, and I told her I couldn't possibly go. I'm expected at Caleb's party. She asked if she could bring the Blackberry people here, and said that they'd think it was cool to see a real downtown party or some bullshit like that. So they'll be here any minute. This is where we're supposed to be, okay? I looked at him dubiously, wondering how this had all unfolded. Was Eliza diverting me deliberately? I considered that for a moment, but then realized there was no way she could sabotage this party without Kelly knowing. And besides, why would she want to? Granted, she might have wanted Philip at one point, and maybe she seemed less friendly lately, but I figured it was just because we were all really busy at work, planning individual events in addition to laying all the groundwork for the Playboy party. All I wanted to do was call Penelope, explain that I hadn't lied to get out of her dinner so I could run off into the night with this sad excuse for a boyfriend. Philip had already strolled past the doorman and was waiting impatiently for me to join him, and as soon as we stepped into the elevator, true to form, he attacked me. Bet, I simply cannot wait to take you home later and shag you all night, he crooned into my hair, his hands running all over my body and sliding under my shirt. Even in that silly get-up, you're hot. I pushed his grabby hands away and sighed. Let's just get through this, okay? Why do you get your knickers in such a twist, love? Oh, I see now. You'd like it if I tried to touch harder. I am most willing to accommodate. And with that, he thrusted his entire lower half into mine with minimal skill and his characteristic tongue-lashing. Had Gwyneth really endured such treatment? Was it actually possible he'd slept with so many girls only once that none had bothered to tell him he had no idea what he was doing? It was sickening, as was the sudden realization that Philip only pursued me with this passion when he knew we couldn't go through with it. Tonight was no different. There was no risk of me tearing off my clothes and pleading for sex when the elevator doors would swing open at any moment, which they did, directly into Caleb's penthouse apartment. A quick and subtle backhanded wipe across my face and neck removed most of the saliva, and I was ready as I'd ever be. Philip, baby, come on over, a lanky guy with long hair called from the couch, where he was hunched over a mirror, rolled up bill in hand. What appeared to be a naked girl was draped across his lap. She stared up at him with a look that surpassed admiration and approached worship. He snorted quickly, effortlessly, handed the girl the bill, and then pulled his mask back over his face. Calman, this is Bet, Caleb, the thrower of this most fabulous party, and as of today, a gentleman no longer in his 20s. Hi, Caleb, nice to meet you, I said to the mask. Thanks for inviting me. All three of them looked at each other, and then at me, and started laughing. Bet, why don't you come join us here for a little taste? Then we'll head upstairs. Everyone's on the roof. I'm good, thanks, I said, unable to take my eyes off the girl. She finished the 2 small lines Caleb had left for her and rolled onto her back. Technically, she wasn't completely naked, if you counted the swatch of fuchsia silk that hung low on her hips and covered only the front of her pelvis, leaving her entire backside bare. The thong I'd thought she'd been wearing when I first saw her turned out to be nothing more than a tan line, and her breasts had long since broken free from their own silk constraints, a contraption shaped something like a bra but with no actual hooks, straps, or shape. She curled up in a ball with a happy smile and sipped her champagne, announcing that she was just going to party downstairs a little longer before joining everyone else. "Suit yourself, babe," Caleb said, motioning for us to follow him. We stepped back in the elevator, where he used a special key that allowed us to select the terrace button. I almost passed out when the doors opened again. I don't know what exactly I'd been expecting, but this sure wasn't it. Perhaps I'd thought it was going to be like Michael's Halloween party, when a bunch of his friends from UBS in college had gathered in his fourth-floor walk-up. The kitchen table had held bottles of cheap booze and mixers and a few cereal bowls of candy corn, pretzels, and salsa. Some guy in drag announced that pizza was on the way to the assorted costumed revelers, who sat around talking about college, who had gotten engaged or promoted, and how badly President Bush was fucking up in Iraq. This scene was very, very different. The rooftop itself looked like an exact replica of Sky Bar in L.A., all sleek and chic and streamlined, with low-rider lounging beds and heat lamps and geometrical candelabras casting a soft glow over everything. A frosted glass bar peeked out from behind some sort of intimidating vegetation, and a DJ booth had been installed in another corner, mostly out of sight, so as not to block 1 inch of the incredible city views that spanned below us. Nobody seemed much interested in the Hudson right then, though, and I immediately understood why. The flesh on display was far more compelling than some river, and far more expansive. There are parties, and there are costume parties, and then there's what was unfolding on Caleb's rooftop. Something that, by definition, would technically qualify as a costume party, but what in reality looked more like a revival of hair, plus La Perla lingerie, minus tacky 60s updos. I felt an immediate desire to strip off my shoes and suit and roam around in nothing but my bra and underwear, if for no other reason than an intense desire to remain as inconspicuous as possible. Even then, I'd surely be wearing more clothing than any other woman here, but at least I wouldn't stand out quite so much. Caleb had disappeared briefly and returned with a glass of champagne for me and a tumbler of something amber-colored for Philip. I downed it in one long gulp and gaped openly at the girl he'd brought over to meet us. The introduction was preceded by a long and very visual kiss, during which both Caleb and the girl opened their mouths so wide and with such tongue enthusiasm that I almost felt like an equal participant. He murmured, playfully biting her neck after reclaiming his tongue from the depths of her face. "Guys, this is the most gorgeous girl at the party. How hot is she? Seriously, have you seen anything so stunning in your lives?" "Gorgeous," I concurred, as though she weren't there. "You're absolutely right." The girl apparently wasn't bothered that Caleb appeared to have forgotten, or never discovered, her name. Not so weird, I figured. It seemed like lots of people hung out together but didn't really know one another's names. The music was always too loud and everyone was usually wasted, but mostly it was because no one cared. "I'll remember her name when I read it on page 6, I'd heard Eliza announce on the subject. This girl didn't seem to mind too much, perhaps because she didn't appear to comprehend a single word we were exchanging. She just giggled and occasionally adjusted her outfit and concentrated very hard on touching Caleb as often and as suggestively as possible. Yet another guy in drag, this one sporting a full-body mask with bare breasts, shimmery eyeliner, and a black and white checked headdress a la Yasser Arafat, came over to announce that the cars would arrive in just a few minutes to take us to Bungalow 8 for Caleb's real party. "It will hopefully be an improvement over my rubbish birthday party last year," Philip replied. "Why rubbish?" I asked, not caring but trying to appear involved so my staring wouldn't be quite so obvious. "Fuckwits at the door let everyone in, and within an hour it was overrun with B&T. Bad times." "Was," agreed the she-male Arafat. "Bad times all around. Tonight will be better. That big one, what's his name? Sammy's at the door. He's no genius, but he's not a complete fucking idiot either." Sammy. I wanted to sing out his name, hug the guy who'd just uttered it, dance in little circles at the thought of seeing him. But first I had to get through this. "So, what are you?" the turbaned guy asked me. "She's going as an uptight businesswoman," Philip kindly answered on my behalf. And as I looked around, I wondered what it was about costume parties that always made guys dress like girls and girls dress like sluts. Regardless of the coolness of the party or the price of the alcohol served, it happened each and every time without fail. I looked around for the scantily clad kittens, nurses, princesses, singers, French maids, cheerleaders, Catholic schoolgirls, devils, angels, or dancers. But these girls didn't bother with such repressive titles. None of their outfits were technically costumes, just an amalgamation of shiny fabrics and sparkly accessories designed to showcase some of the best bodies God had ever created. A brunette, reclining on one of the beds, was wearing a pair of flowing magenta gypsy pants that billowed out from a low-slung belt and were gathered together at her ankles, the transparent material allowing us to view her diamond-studded thong, which was tucked between perfectly firm butt cheeks. On top, she wore a diamond-studded bra that created cleavage in that flawless way that said, "Look at me," but not, "I'm an aspiring Pamela Anderson." Her friend, looking all of 16 and lying next to her playing with her hair, wore a pair of silver fishnets that stretched so far across her infinite legs that they looked partially shredded. She had pulled on a pair of red leather boy shorts over them, which dipped so low at the hips and so high at the thigh that she definitely needed to make a special request at the waxer's. The only accompaniment to the costume were the silver fringed tassels hanging from the nipples of her apple-sized breasts, and a giant tiara of multicolored feathers and fur that cascaded down her back. I've never had a single sexual impulse toward another woman in all my 27 years, and yet I thought I would sleep with either one of them right then. "They look like lingerie models, for Christ's sake," I muttered under my breath to no one in particular. "They are," Philip responded, staring with what can only be described as lust. "Don't you recognize Raquel and Maria Teresa here? They're Victoria's biggest girls this year, the youngest Brazilian crop ever." I was devastated to see that they don't airbrush nearly as much as I'd always convinced myself they did. We roamed around the glass-enclosed roof, only the ceiling was open to the sky, as Philip handed out high fives to Jimmy Fallon and Derek Jeter in quick succession, and cheek kisses, always just missing the lips, to a long line of fashion magazine editors, sitcom actresses, and Hollywood starlets. I was checking my cell to see if Eliza or Kelly had called, when I spotted Philip massaging the back of the titty-tasseled girl, who I now recognized as the one who'd modeled the cotton bikini panties I'd recently ordered from the VS catalog, and who I'd mentally blamed for misrepresentation when I'd put them on and looked in the mirror. The Hotel Coast soundtrack thumped out of some flattened plasma-like unit that hung from one of the outdoor walls, while people alternately danced, smoked, did drugs, munched sushi, and ogled each other. I kept checking the door for Eliza, worried they wouldn't find us on the terrace, and eventually sent her a text message with elevator instructions. At some point, I accepted a drink from a gorgeous, shirtless waiter wearing a loincloth and heels, but I remained rooted near the door, making sure I could see everyone who arrived and left. There was a brief break in the fun when Caleb announced that a fleet of cars was waiting downstairs to transport everyone to the club. But then the partying continued straight through the elevators and into 24 town cars that lined the block as far as I could see. "Philip, we can't leave this party," I hiss-whispered as he tried to hustle me into the elevator. "We're waiting for the Blackberry people." "Stop fretting, love. Eliza rang to tell me that your boss rang to tell her that the meeting is cancelled for tonight." I couldn't have heard that correctly. It was impossible. "What? You can't be serious." I couldn't even consider the possibility that I'd been forcefully removed from Penelope's dinner to tend to clients who didn't need tending. He shrugged. That's what she said. Come on, love. You can call from the car. I wedged myself between Caleb and Philip and tried not to touch any of the exposed body parts of the girl who was lying across all our laps. I dialed Eliza and nearly screamed with frustration when it went to voicemail. Kelly answered on the third ring, sounding vaguely surprised to hear from me. Bet? I can barely hear you. Anyway, the meeting's off for the night. We had a lovely dinner at Soho House and then had drinks by the pool, but I don't think they're quite used to New York partying. They went back to the hotel already, so you're off the hook. But they're very excited about this week. She was screaming above music somewhere and didn't realize that even though she couldn't hear herself, I could hear her perfectly. Oh, well, okay, that's fine. As long as you're sure. Are you with Philip? She shouted. At the sound of his name coming through the phone, he squeezed my knee and started moving his hand upward. I am. He's right here. Do you want to talk to him? No. I want you to talk to him. I hope you guys are at Bungalow. It's going to be a huge night. Everyone will be there for Caleb's birthday. Huh? Lots of photogs, lots of opportunity. Despite the weirdness of Kelly's obvious pimping tactics, I liked my job. And Kelly, at that point. I knew I didn't ever want to go back to mutual funds. I wanted this BlackBerry party to be the best event of the year, and I supposed it wouldn't hurt to take a few pictures with Philip before sneaking out and meeting Penelope and Michael at the black door. Besides, we were already heading there anyway, right? Despite my outrage at being yanked from Penelope's dinner, I tried to tell myself it wasn't that bad. Sure thing, I hear you, I said with faux cheeriness, while removing Philip's hand from where it currently resided, my inner thigh, and tapping it the way a grandmother might. Thanks, Kel. See you Monday. The cars pulled up single file along 27th Street, and I saw that the line was almost 100 people, all of whom stared slack-jawed as we exited the fleet of cars in our outrageous costumes. Sammy was standing off to one side, while a man from the party, wearing a long blonde wig and very high heels, yelled at him. I tried to get his attention as we cut in front of the entire line, but another bouncer approached first. How many are you? He asked Philip pleasantly, giving no indication that he knew who anyone was. Oh, I don't know, man. 40, 60? Who bloody knows? Sorry, dude, not tonight, the doorman replied, turning his back. Private party. My man, I don't think you understand. Philip clapped him on the back, and the bouncer looked like he might deck him. But then he noticed the credit card Philip was brandishing, the one and only black card. The negotiations began. I only have 3 tables right now. I'll let in 6 per table and an additional 10 people, but that's the best I can do, he said. Any other night, no problem, but tonight it's really out of my hands. This guy was clearly new and had no idea who he was dealing with, and Philip looked like he was ready to let him know. His voice tight and controlled, he got within 3 inches of the bouncer's face and said, Look, man, I don't give a toss what your problem is. Caleb is one of my closest mates, and it's his party. 3 tables is bullshit. I want 6 tables, starting with 2 bottles apiece, and everyone admitted, now. I noticed Sammy finishing his conversation, and tried to slink away from the front as quietly as possible, so I could lose myself in the crowd. I was desperate not to let him see me with Philip. All around me, guys were working their cell phones, calling anyone and everyone they knew who might get the bouncer to release the velvet rope. Girls approached the doormen with puppy eyes, stroking their arms and quietly making their pleas for admittance. Sammy walked toward Philip and caught my eye as I moved closer again to hear what was happening. I fervently hoped he would tell them all to fuck off, to take their money and party elsewhere. But he just looked quickly at me again and addressed the other bouncer. Anthony, let them in. Anthony, who'd already been surprisingly accommodating and non-confrontational, appeared dismayed at this development and began to argue. Dude, they have like 80 fucking people. I don't care how much cash they got. It's my ass on the line if... I said, let them in. Clear out whatever tables you need to and give them whatever they want. Do it now. And with that, Sammy glanced at me one last time and stepped inside the door, leaving Anthony to handle us. See there, mate? Philip gloated, unable to help himself, assuming it was his fate that had secured our entrance. Do what the good man said. Take this card here and get us our goddamn tables. You can handle that, can't you? Anthony took the black card, his hands shaking with rage, and held the door open for the 40 or so of us who had already arrived. The line quieted as we filed inside, and everyone tried to see the famous among us. There's Johnny Depp, I heard one girl stage whisper. Oh my God, is that Philip Weston? Asked another. He dated Gwyneth, didn't he? One of the guys said. Philip swelled with noticeable pride and directed me to the table that the maitre d' had just emptied for us. The evicted party stood a few feet away, holding their drinks, their faces flushed with shame, as we took our seats around the banquette. Philip pulled me onto his lap and rubbed my leg, kneading it in that way that tickles uncomfortably and hurts at the same time. He mixed me a vodka tonic using the $400 bottle of Grey Goose that was immediately deposited at our table, and greeted every single person who walked past by name, occasionally burying his face in my neck. During one of these burrowings, he rested his chin on my shoulder and gazed at the model sitting next to me, legs crossed seductively, face in her hands, elbows on her knees, nipple tassels slipping slightly off-center. Just look at her, he whispered, his voice husky, his eyes fixed on the youngest-looking girl of all. Look how she imitates the older models, watching how they move their hips, their eyes, their mouths, and doing exactly that because she knows it's sexy. She's just growing into that body of hers, doesn't quite realize what she possesses, and she's learning like a newly hatched chick. Isn't it smashing to watch? Absolutely smashing. Downright gripping, actually, I thought. But I just shook him off and announced I'd be right back. He nearly fell on her as I untangled myself from him, and I heard him complimenting her directly as I walked toward the front of the club. Eliza was draped across an attractive man at a banquette near the door, her head and shoulders leaning against his chest, while her bare feet, still red with sandal strap lines, rested in David's lap. She didn't appear to be too concerned, or even aware, of the BlackBerry situation. I wasn't sure she was conscious or even alive until I got close enough to see her concave stomach rise and fall with the slightest motion. Bet, honey, there you are. She mustered enough energy to make herself heard over the music, even though she probably hadn't consumed enough calories that day to remain in a standing position. I decided to address the BlackBerry debacle another time. Hey, I mumbled, displaying my lack of enthusiasm. Come here. I want you to meet the most talented skincare therapist in Manhattan. Marco, this is Bet. Bet Marco. Esthetician, he immediately corrected. I'd been on my way to thank Sammy, but there was no avoiding putting in at least a few minutes at their table. I sat down and immediately poured myself a vodka tonic. Hi, Marco. Nice to meet you. How do you know Eliza? How do I know Eliza? Why, I like to think that I can claim responsibility for that flawless, glowing skin. He held her head between his manicured fingers and thrust it toward me, as though it were an inanimate object. Here, look. Do you see this evenness? Do you see the complete and utter lack of blemishes or discoloration? This is achievement. He spoke with a slight Spanish accent and much flourish. She does look great. Maybe you could help me out sometime, I said, because I couldn't think of anything else to say. He said back, examining my face. I'm not so sure about that. I took that as my cue to excuse myself, but Eliza hoisted herself into a sitting position and said, "Darlings, amuse yourself for a few minutes while David and I say hello to a few friends." I looked up to see David lean forward so the table would obscure his hands. He deftly opened Eliza's white and gold Dior bag on the floor, removed a key from its ring, poured white powder from a tiny packet into the key's longest groove, and held it quickly up to his nose. His hand covered the entire key, and if you weren't watching very closely, it wouldn't have looked like anything more than a casual nose itch, perhaps a little allergy sniffle. He refilled it within a second or two and passed it invisibly to Eliza, who also worked so quickly that I wasn't even sure what had passed under her nose or when. Another few seconds, and the key ring was back in her purse, and the two were jumping out of their seats, ready to work the room. "They could at least have offered us some, don't you think?" Marco asked. "Yeah, I guess so," I said, not quite sure whether to announce that I'd never tried it, and while I was immensely curious, I was more scared. Marco sighed meaningfully and took a long pull from his drink. "Rough day?" I asked, again unsure of both how to proceed or escape. "You can say that again. Eliza fucked up my schedule again. She knows how much I hate it when she passes out in my chair." Another sigh. "She passed out? Is she okay?" His huge eye roll was followed by a long, exhausted exhalation. "Look at her. Does she look okay to you? Hey, I'm all about starving yourself. I've certainly had to do it myself a few times. But you've got to take responsibility for your actions. You know when you're about to pass out. There are little flashes of light before your eyes, and you get really dizzy. Your body does this to let you know that it's time to take a bite of that power bar you should be toting around for occasions like this. You gotta heed the warnings, you know? And get the hell out of my chair, or else you're going to screw up my entire schedule." I wasn't quite sure how to respond to this, so I just sat and listened. These girls think they can come in after a long week of nose drugs and no food and just conk out in my chair, and I'll take care of them. Well, that used to be okay, but I've got better things to do now. The way I see it, it's the same as some heroin junkie. I couldn't care less if you're using, man. Just don't overdose in my home, because then it becomes my problem, you know? I nodded. The world is lucky to have a guy as sensitive as Marco, I thought. "People have it worse than I do, though," he continued earnestly. "Friend of mine's a makeup artist. He brings one case of makeup with him and another of power bars and fruit juice boxes because the girls are always conking out on him. At least when mine faint in the chair, I don't have to start all over. He also usually sees them right before big events, at their hungriest, since they've been on super starvation to fit in their dresses. It's tough, man. They leave us to pick up the pieces." "Yeah, I hear that. Listen, it was really nice to meet you, but I've got to run and say hi to a friend. Will you be here for a few minutes?" I asked, realizing that if I didn't escape soon, it might never happen. "Sure, whatever. Great to meet you. Catch you later." He nodded in my direction before leaning over to mix another drink. I wanted to find Sammy and thank him for what he'd done, maybe explain that I was not there as Philip's date or his girlfriend, or even by choice. But by the time I fought past the door crowd, which seemed to have expanded exponentially in the last hour, Sammy was nowhere in sight. "Hey, have you seen Sammy?" I asked Anthony, trying to sound casual. He appeared to have calmed down since our last interaction and shook his head while glancing over his clipboard. "Nah. He headed out early to meet his girl. Left me here alone for one of the biggest parties of the year. Wouldn't usually do that, so it must have been important. Why, you got a problem? I'll try and help you in a few when I get rid of some of these people." No problem. I just wanted to say hi." "Yeah, well, he'll be back tomorrow." I bummed a cigarette from a guy in an emerald green prom dress and willed myself to go back inside. I didn't have to, though. The party had come to me. "Bat, I was hoping I'd see you here," Abby screeched as her behemoth breasts threatened to overtake her entire face. You should be inside keeping an eye on that boy of yours, don't you think? Hey, Abby, I'd love to chat, but I was just leaving. It's Abigail now, actually. Come inside and have one cigarette with me, okay? For old time's sake. I wanted to tell her that there had been no old times, but I was already feeling defeated by the mental image of Sammy curled up with Isabel, the Botox beauty. Sure, I said listlessly. Whatever. So tell me, how is everything with Philip? It's just so amazing that you two ended up together, she said, leaning in conspiratorially. Amazing? Not really. I tried to think of something, anything, to end the conversation. Bet? Of course it is. Now, I hope you don't mind if I ask you a personal question, but I've always been dying to know. How is he in bed? Because, as I'm sure you're aware, there are rumors that... Abby, I don't want to be rude, okay? But I really need to leave. I cannot have this conversation now. She appeared completely unfazed. Sure, no problem. I know how tired you must be from the new job. Anyway, we'll be sure to catch up soon, right? Oh, and I just love what you did with that suit. Only you could make something so average look so good. I backed away, as though she were a rabid dog, and began to stumble back to Eliza's table to collect myself. Instead, I headed to the bar and drank down a martini, mixed just the way Will liked them. It wasn't half bad, actually, sitting and getting drunk solo, when an entire horde of gorgeous and mostly naked girls commandeered my personal space. The temptation to leave was just too great to resist. No matter Kelly's photo ops, I just couldn't endure more of Philip's fascinating musings on the growth cycle of South American models, or Marco's suggestions for the most efficient starvation techniques. So I texted both Philip and Eliza one line, claiming sudden illness, and collapsed into the backseat of a cab. I looked at my watch. 1:30 in the morning. Would they still be at the black door? I got my answer when Michael slurred hello on the 5th ring. Sorry, I said. Just got home, he replied. You missed a good night, but the black door with Penn and Avery is a lot different from the black door with Penn and Bet. I began calling Penelope as soon as the meter began running, and continued calling until I finally fell asleep, a little after 3 in the morning. It went to voicemail every time. Chapter 16. I resumed my calling 7 hours later, desperate to explain to Penelope that it wasn't how it appeared. But no one was answering. Avery finally picked up the phone a little after noon, sounding groggy and slightly hungover. Hey, Bet, what's up? Hi, Avery. Is Penelope there, please? I had zero interest in exchanging any words with him past the required minimum. There was a rustle and something that sounded suspiciously like a whisper before Avery said, Actually, she's at her parents' for brunch today. Can I leave her a message? Avery, please put her on. I know she's there, and I know she's upset with me, and I want to explain everything. It's not really how it looked, I was pleading. His voice got lower and more conspiratorial. He was trying to talk so Penelope couldn't hear. Hey, Bet, don't worry about it. I would have rather been at Caleb's party last night, too, trust me. If there was any way I could have gotten out of that miserable dinner last night, I would have been right there with you. Penn's just overreacting. Of course, Avery would know about the party. I felt ill. It wasn't like that, Avery. I wouldn't have rather been... I realized I was justifying my actions to the wrong person. Can you just put her on? There was some more rustling and a muffled call, and then Penelope was saying hello as though she didn't know I was the one on the other end. Hey, Pen, it's me. How are you? Oh, Bet. Hello, I'm fine. How are you? The conversation felt distinctly like dozens I'd had with my overly polite but slightly senile great-grandmother. Clearly, Penelope was every bit as furious with me as I'd feared. Pen, I know you don't want to talk to me right now. I'm sorry if Avery tricked you into picking up the phone, but I really want to apologize. It didn't go down last night the way it appeared. Silence. I got a call from work saying that some people from the BlackBerry account were in town unexpectedly, and I had to go meet them. I'm in charge of their event this week, and there's just no way I could have refused to stop in and say hello. Yes, that's what you said. Her voice was ice cold. Well, that's exactly what happened. I was planning to run over there for an hour and do my thing, and then hopefully make it back before dessert. I was waiting for the car Eliza said she'd sent when Philip showed up. Apparently, Eliza sent him to get me instead of the car, since the BlackBerry people wanted to meet him too. I had no idea, Pen, seriously. There was a pause, and then she said very quietly, Avery said everyone saw you at some guy's birthday party downtown. That doesn't sound like work to me. I was more than a little creeped out by the everyone saw you comment, but rushed on to explain what had actually transpired. I know, Pen, I know. Philip told me that Eliza had told him that we were going to meet Kelly there. Oh, did the meeting go well? She sounded like she was thawing a bit, but this next part wasn't going to do much to help it along. No, I didn't even get to meet them. Apparently, they got tired and headed back to their hotel after having a drink with Kelly. At that point, it was 1 a.m. I couldn't get back to you. I'm so sorry, Pen. I left your going-away dinner because I thought I had no choice, and it all ended up being for no reason whatsoever. It sucked, but at least it was true. Why didn't you come to the Black Door? She asked. But then her voice softened. I knew you wouldn't have left just to go to some party, she said. Avery kept insisting that you'd invented that whole work story because this was going to be the most amazing birthday party ever. But I didn't really think you'd do that. It just got harder to believe when I saw you ride off with Philip. I wanted to strangle Avery with the phone cord, but I was finally making progress with Penelope and had to concentrate on that. You know I'd never do that, Pen. There was nowhere else I wanted to be last night, and if it's any comfort, it was a horror of an evening, absolutely, positively, undeniably not fun. Well, I'm sure I'll read about it online this week. She said it lightly and laughed, but I could tell she was still upset. Speaking of which, did you see this morning's edition? My heart skipped a very small beat. This morning? It's Sunday? What are you talking about? Oh, it wasn't nearly as bad as some of the others. Don't worry, she rushed to say. I knew she intended to make me feel better, but her statement had the opposite effect. Avery showed me a few minutes ago. It just has some snarky comment about how you were wearing a business suit to a costume party. It was incredible. Relatively speaking, the installment was totally innocuous, but for some reason, it was even more upsetting than all the lies and misrepresentations about my nighttime activities. If I couldn't even make clothing choices without inviting public commentary, there was not a shred of privacy left. Great, that's just great, was about all I could manage to say. Well, as evidenced by the fact that I did indeed wear a suit to a costume party last night, you can see that I wasn't planning on leaving your dinner. I know, Bet. We're past that, okay? We were about to hang up when I remembered that I hadn't invited Penelope to the BlackBerry party. Hey, Pen, why don't you come on Tuesday? Bring Avery if you want, or just come by yourself. It should be fun. Really? She asked, sounding pleased. Sure, that sounds great. You and I can finally sit down and catch up. It feels like it's been a while, doesn't it? I'd love to, Pen. All I want to do is sneak off to some corner and make fun of everyone we see. But I should tell you now that I'm not going to have a free second. I'm in charge of the whole thing, and I just know I'll be racing around dealing with 100 things. I'd love for you to come by, but it won't be the best night for catching up. Oh, right. Of course, I knew that, she said. What about right after Thanksgiving? I asked. We could have dinner alone, just the two of us, before you go? Sure. Why don't we play it by ear? I'd lost her again. She sounded desperate to hang up. Okay, well, I'm sorry again about last night. I'm looking forward to next week. Have a good day, Bet. Bye. Bye, Pen. Talk to you soon. Chapter 17. When you're 27 and the phone rings in the middle of the night, you're apt to think it's some guy drunk dialing an invitation to come over and hang out, rather than a work-related disaster that will surely change your life forever. Not so the night before the BlackBerry party. When my cell phone blared at 3:30 in the morning, I was certain I would have to deal. "Is this Betty?" an older woman asked as soon as I'd flipped open the phone. "Hello? Who is this? This is Bet," I said, still groggy, even though I'd already bolted upright and had a pen in hand. "Betty, this is Mrs. Carter," the woman's voice said. "I'm sorry, could you say your name again, please?" "Mrs. Carter." Silence. "Jay-Z's mama." "Aha. Hi, Mrs. Carter." I thought about the way I'd separated the invites on the party list, and how Mrs. Carter was the only person who was cross-referenced as celeb mother. "We are just so excited to be hosting your son and his whole his friends tomorrow. Everyone is just really looking forward to it," I said, silently congratulating myself on the feigned sincerity I heard in my own voice. "Yes, dear. Well, that's why I'm calling. Is this too late? I figured a big party planner like yourself would definitely still be awake at midnight. I wasn't wrong, was I, sweetheart?" No, not at all. Of course, I am in New York, so it's 3 in the morning here. But please, don't worry about a thing. You could call me any time. Is something wrong?" "Please no, please no, please no," I chanted silently, wondering what else I could add to the $150,000 paycheck, penthouse suites at the Hotel Gansevoort, and business-class plane tickets we'd thrown in for the man, his mom, his superstar girlfriend, and his 9 closest friends. When I'd asked why they needed hotel rooms at all, even I knew Jay-Z had a palatial New York pad, his mom had laughed and said, "Just book it." "Well, dear, my son just called and said he really doesn't see the need to take a flight that early tomorrow. He was hoping you could book us all on something later." "Something later?" "Yes, you know, a flight that gets in later than the one already—" "I understand what you mean," I said, a little too sharply. "It's just that the event starts at 7, and as of now you're all scheduled to land at 2. If we make it any later, there's a chance you won't arrive in time." "Well, I'm sure you'll figure that all out, dear. I've really got to be getting some rest for our big travel day tomorrow. That LA to New York leg always tuckers me out. But just fax me the confirmation when it's all fixed. Ta-ta now." And she hung up before I could say another word. Ta-ta? Ta-fucking-ta? I threw my cell phone against the wall and felt absolutely no satisfaction when it made a weak bleeding sound right before the battery cover popped off and the screen went blank. Millington had buried her face under my pillow, hoping to escape my wrath. I wondered if it wasn't too late in life to develop a severe and all-consuming addiction to tranquilizers, or painkillers, or both. Blessedly, the airlines were open all night, and I was dialing American from my landline before I could damage any more of my belongings. The operator who answered sounded just as tired and hassled as I felt, and I braced myself for what would surely be an unpleasant interaction. "Hi, I have an annoying question. I made reservations for a party of 12 to fly from LAX to JFK on your 8 a.m. flight, and I was hoping I could change them all to something just slightly later." "Name?" she barked, sounding not just disinterested, which I'd expected, but downright hostile. I wondered if she was going to accidentally disconnect me just because she didn't feel like dealing. I could almost understand. The reservation is actually under Gloria Carter. They're all flying business class." There was a moment of heavy silence before she said, "Gloria Carter? As in the Gloria Carter? As in the mother of Jay-Z?" How on earth people knew these things was a mystery to me, but I sensed a momentary advantage and went for it. "That's the one. He's flying to New York to perform, along with a few friends and his mother. Of course, if you're based in New York and you could work this out, you'd be more than welcome to come by and hear him sing his set." She exhaled audibly and said, "No way. Really? I'm actually working out of our call center in Tampa right now, but my brother lives in Queens, and I just know he'd love to go." "Well, let's see what we can do about changing that flight. I don't want them coming in too late. Maybe just an hour or two later max. Is that flight usually on time?" "Honey, LAX to JFK is never on time." I cringed. "But it's usually not too bad. Let's see. I've got a flight leaving Los Angeles at 10 a.m., arriving Newark at 4. Would that work?" Yes, that would work just fine." "And you have 12 open seats?" I asked hopefully, thinking that this woman might be the best thing that ever happened to me. She laughed, or rather cackled, a bad sign. "Sure, I've got 12 seats open, but they're not all business. The best I can do is 4 in business, 6 in first class, and 2 in coach. You'll, of course, need to pay the difference for the first-class seats, which comes to, let me see here, a total of $17,000. Does that work?" It was my turn to laugh. Not that anything was actually funny, of course, but the only alternative was weeping. "Do I have a choice?" I asked meekly. "You sure don't," she said, sounding suspiciously like she was enjoying this. "And you should probably make up your mind soon because another business class seat just disappeared." "Book it!" I practically screamed. "Book it right now." I gave her my corporate card number, rationalizing that it was better than telling Mrs. Carter there were no later flights and having them cancel altogether, and fell back under the covers. When the alarm blared static a couple hours later, I felt like I'd spent the night curled up on a hard cement floor. Blessedly, I'd already packed my outfit for the night's party in a separate bag, so the only real task was to remain standing and fully conscious in the shower. Figuring if there was ever a time to splurge for a cab, it was now, I chased one halfway down my block and dove into it head first. Not being stuck underground in the signal-free subway also allowed me to check a few of the morning's websites from my brand-new BlackBerry, a gift from the company's corporate department so I could familiarize myself with their product. I pulled clips of the Shrek 3 premiere, the Grey Goose relaunch, and, of course, the New York Scoop column, featuring Philip, me, and my pantsuit. Naturally, the cab got stuck in gridlock less than 3 blocks from my apartment. And naturally, I decided, against the cabbie's advice, to remain in the temperature-controlled vehicle at all costs, regardless of how high the meter ran or how many minutes it took to cover 1/8 of a mile. I needed to complete the checklist for the BlackBerry event. With Red Hots and an early morning cigarette in hand, the cabbie had given me his blessing, I checked my cell phone to ensure that Mrs. Carter hadn't left a message in the 4 hours since I'd last spoken to her. To my great relief, she hadn't called. But neither had Penelope, and that was disconcerting. My attempts to explain that it wasn't what it appeared, that Philip had just shown up, and I hadn't lied to get out of her dinner, had sounded flat and pathetic even to my own ears, and I imagined to Penelope they sounded even less believable. The worst part of it all was that she and Avery had switched their tickets and were flying out tonight. I didn't understand what the big rush was, especially since Avery wouldn't be starting school for over a month, but I imagined it had something to do with Avery's eagerness to embark upon a brand new West Coast party circuit. That and the fact that Penelope would do anything to avoid spending Thanksgiving with either her or Avery's parents. Penelope's mother had dispatched her own domestic staff to collect their boxes and suitcases and ship them ahead, and Avery and Penn were set to fly out of JFK, with their carry-ons and each other. Michael was planning to see them off, but it wasn't even an option for me. The only message was from Kelly, a text reminding me to have my checklist filled out and on her desk first thing that morning so we could go over the last-minute stuff together. I unfolded its now crumpled pages and pulled the pen cap off with my teeth. I stared at them for the few remaining minutes in the cab, processing nothing. I'd have plenty of time before she got in, and the most important thing right now was to make sure Jay-Z and his entourage knew about the flight change and got on that plane with absolutely no problems. A quick scan of the dirt alert revealed good news for once. Page 6 had upheld their end of the bargain and written about my party in a way that made it sound exclusive, exciting, and really, really cool. We hear that Jay-Z will be making a surprise appearance at tonight's party at Bungalow 8 to celebrate the launch of BlackBerry's redesigned handhelds. While Bet Robinson of Kelly & Company declined to confirm, watchers insist that boyfriend Philip Weston's friendship with the rapper ensures he's the mystery guest. In a related tidbit, Mr. Weston and friends were spotted at a Saturday night birthday party canoodling with Brazilian models, the youngest of whom was a mere 14 years old. I couldn't have been happier if they'd provided a web address for ordering the new BlackBerry. Everything was exactly as I'd directed, and I knew Kelly would be deliriously excited when she saw it. I patted myself on the back, pleased with this mention, and thought back to one of Eliza's mini lessons to me. Remember, there's a big difference between scoop and favor, she'd said, spreading printouts of gossip columns all over the table at work. I stared at them. What? What do you mean? Well, look here. She pointed to a couple of sentences from an on-set stylist who'd first noticed that Julia Roberts needed to have her costumes let out because, the girl assumed, Julia was newly pregnant. Page 6 had been the first to talk to the stylist, who'd been the first to notice this shift. What is that, scoop or favor? You're asking me? Bet. You need to know these things. How else are you going to get our clients the coverage they pay us for? I don't know. It's scoop, I said, choosing one of the words at random. Right. Why? Eliza, I appreciate that there's something important here, but I don't know what it is. But if you'd tell me rather than quizzing me, it'd probably save us both a lot of time. She rolled her eyes dramatically and said, If you look carefully, there's a difference between scoop and favor. Something juicy and revealing, and slightly scandalous, is scoop. A celebrity spotting at a party or in public, or a mention of somewhere they've been, is a favor. You can't ask the columnists for all favors without giving them scoop. Information is currency, and the more you have of it, the more favors you get. So you're saying that some publicist out there wanted her client's name mentioned in the column and provided this bit about Julia Roberts in exchange. It sounded so sordid, but it certainly made sense. Exactly. The publicist hand-delivered that stylist to Page 6, and then made demands for coverage of her own. Well, that didn't seem too hard. Perhaps Page 6 might be interested in knowing that quite a few of the city's most eligible bachelors had been keeping company with certain Brazilian girls who were not just underage, but who were years away from attending an R-rated movie without parental accompaniment. In fact, they had been interested. And when I followed up with the usual tip sheet we prepared for all the press, the blast fax that went out with all the information about the party should anyone want to write about it, a researcher had expressed enthusiasm in possibly mentioning the BlackBerry party. That wasn't hard now, was it? Morally abject and devoid of all integrity, absolutely. But difficult it was not. By the time Kelly had descended upon the office at 9, I'd completed the checklist and triple-checked that the plane change fax had gone through to Jay-Z's compound and his mother's compound, as well as to his publicist, agent, manager, and half a dozen other handlers. I marched into her office at 10 after 9 with an entire folder of schedules, contact information, and confirmation numbers, and planted myself in the zebra print love seat directly underneath the window. "Are we all set for tonight, Bet?" she asked, scrolling rapidly through her inbox while slugging back a liter of Diet Coke. "Tell me we're good." "We're good," I sang, thrusting the Post under her nose. "And even better, considering this." She scanned the piece hungrily, her smile growing ever larger with each word she read. "Oh, my God," she murmured, barely swallowing a mouthful of soda. "Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God, was this you?" It was all I could do not to do a little jig right there on the zebra print shag carpet. "It was," I said quietly, confidently, although my insides were flipping with excitement. "How? They never cover events before they happen." Let's just say I listened very carefully to Eliza's valuable lesson on the concepts of scoop and favor. I think the Blackberry people will be happy, don't you? "Fan-fucking-tastic, Bet! This is amazing!" She began reading it for a third time and picked up the phone. "Fax this to Mr. Kroner at Blackberry immediately. Tell him I'll call him shortly." She hung up and looked up at me. "Okay, we're off to a perfect start. Give me an update on where everything stands." "Sure thing. Tip sheets went out 10 days ago to all the usual dailies and weeklies." I handed over a copy and continued while she surveyed it. "We have confirmed attendance for writers or editors from New York Magazine, Gotham, The Observer, E!, Entertainment Weekly, the New York Post, Variety, and the Styles section. I approved a few people from the monthlies as a gesture of goodwill, even though they'll never cover it." "What about the Daily News?" she asked. They were one of the papers that had just dropped Will's column, and I'd felt like a traitor for even contacting them. "So far, no one's RSVP'd, but I'd be shocked if someone wasn't there, so all the doormen have been instructed to allow admittance to anyone in possession of a business card from a legitimate media outlet." She nodded. "Speaking of which, we are controlling the door, correct? I will not have any of the Grey Goose people trying to bring randoms, will I?" This was a slightly sticky point. Grey Goose had offered to sponsor the event and put up thousands of dollars worth of free booze in exchange for a logo on the invite and the press we'd promised would be there. They claimed they understood they wouldn't be permitted to allow guests who weren't pre-screened by us and placed on the list in advance, but sponsors were notorious for dragging in dozens of their friends and associates because they thought it was their party, too. I'd discussed it with Sammy, unnecessarily, because he'd done hundreds of these and knew the drill, and he'd assured me that it wouldn't be a problem. "Everyone will be trying their best to ensure that doesn't happen. Sammy is the best and most senior bouncer at Bungalow, and he'll be in charge of the door tonight. I've spoken with him," and simultaneously dreamed of draining the collagen right out of his girlfriend's lips, I thought, but that was a different story. Unlike Eliza, Kelly connected the name to the person immediately. "Excellent! I've always thought he was bright, at least as far as bouncers go. What VIPs do we have confirmed?" "Well, obviously Jay-Z and crew. He requested that a whole contingent from his record label be invited, but most didn't respond to invitations, so I don't think many will show. Otherwise, we've got Chloe Sevigny, Betsy Johnson, Drew Barrymore, Carson Daly, Andy Roddick, Mary-Kate and Ashley, and Jon Stewart as definites. Also, a handful of top-tier socialites. There might be more. When you've got an artist that big doing a private performance at a small venue, I'd be shocked if we didn't get unannounced visits from Gwen or Nellie or anyone else who might be in town and around. The door has been informed." "And who did the final vetting of the list?" "I went over it with both Philip and Eliza, with Mr. Kroner at Blackberry having final approval over everything. He seemed very happy with the projected attendees." Kelly finished off her bottle of Diet Coke and reached into the fridge underneath her desk to pull out another one. "What else? Give me the quick rundown on decorations, gift bags, interviews, chain of command." I could tell we were nearing the end, and I was thrilled. Not just because I desperately needed another coffee and perhaps a second egg and cheese, but because I knew I was nailing this party and Kelly was impressed. I'd been working on it all day, every day, since it had been thrown in my lap, and even though I could recognize the ridiculousness of what we were doing, I liked it. I'd almost forgotten what it felt like to work hard and do well, but it was damn nice. Samantha Ronson is DJing and knows to keep things upbeat. Bungalow is taking care of the decorations with instructions to keep it minimal, chic, and very, very simple. I'll head over there this afternoon to check it out, but I'm really only expecting a few clusters of well-placed votives and, of course, the underlit palm trees. I think all the models we've got coming will be the primary attraction. At the word model, Kelly perked up even more. How many, and who are they? She asked with the efficiency of a drill sergeant. Well, I invited all the supermodels as guests, as always, and then we went with that new company. What's it called? Beautiful Bartenders? They hire out actors and models to tend bar and serve drinks. I saw a bunch of them working a Calvin Klein event 2 weeks ago and reserved a fleet of the guys, requesting that they all have long hair and wear head-to-toe white. They're magnificent and really make a statement. Did I just say that? I thought. As for everything else, the interns are putting together the gift bags now. They've got airplane bottles of Grey Goose, MAC lipstick and eyeshadow, a copy of the current issue of Us Weekly, a gift certificate for 30% off at Barney's Co-op, and a pair of Kate Spade sunglasses. I wasn't aware Kate Spade even made sunglasses, Kelly said, now nearly finished with the second liter of Diet Coke. Neither was I. I guess that's why she wants them in the gift bag. When she kept gulping, I figured I'd better wrap things up. So that's really it. I've touched base with Mr. Kroner, and he understands exactly what he's to highlight and avoid when talking to the press, and I'll be there the entire night to oversee glitches. All in all, I expect everything should go very smoothly. Oh, and I've spoken with Philip, and I think he understands that as host of this event, he shouldn't be drinking entire bottles of vodka, ogling preteens, or doing drugs openly or with reckless abandon. I can't guarantee he'll actually play by the rules, but I assure you that he's at least been informed as to what they are. Well, we're all there to have a good time now, aren't we? So I'm sure if Philip wants to have a little fun too, we won't be too uptight about that. Just keep it away from the press. Understood? Of course. I nodded solemnly, wondering how on earth I was supposed to keep the columnists and photographers away from the very person they'd been invited to see. I decided I'd deal with that later. And, Kelly, I can't apologize enough about all that stuff in New York Scoop. I feel like I have a target on my back just because I'm supposedly dating Philip Weston. If I were paranoid, I'd think this Ellie girl was out to get me. She looked at me strangely, with an expression resembling pity, and I wondered if all the mentions were bothering her more than she let on. Kelly had brushed off every one of my apologies about the online column, swearing that any association with Philip Weston was a good one, and that it had only succeeded in raising the profile of the company. But maybe she was tiring of the attacks, which would make two of us. Bet, I have something to tell you, Kelly said slowly. She pulled a new plastic liter bottle of Diet Coke from her under-desk fridge. I could tell by the tone of her voice that this wasn't good. Here it comes, I thought to myself. Here's where I get fired for something that's completely beyond my control. She looks so pained to have to do this. After all, she's got such loyalty to Will. But I've obviously left her no choice. In an industry that revolves around the press, I've failed miserably. It's actually her duty, her obligation to fire me. She built this firm, and I walk in here and degrade it. How will I tell Will? Or my parents? I had already begun calculating how long it would take me to rework my resume and begin applying for other jobs when Kelly took a swig and cleared her throat. Bet, promise me that what I'm about to tell you will never leave this room. I audibly exhaled in relief. That didn't sound like the beginning of a firing speech. Of course, I said, the words tumbling out in rushed eagerness. If you tell me never to mention it, then of course I won't. I had lunch the other day with a woman from Ralph Lauren. I'm hoping very much to sign them. They'd be our biggest and most impressive account yet. I nodded as she continued. Which is why it's so crucial that you keep this under wraps. If the information gets out, if you tell anyone, she'll know it's me, and we'll never get this account. I understand, I said, solemnly. It concerns New York Scoop. You mean Ellie Insider? Kelly looked at me. Yes. As you know, that's merely a pen name. She's gone to great lengths to keep her identity secret, so she can move around freely and talk to people without their knowing. I'm not sure if this name means anything to you, but the column is actually being written by a girl named Abigail Abrams. I'm not sure how, but I knew a split second before she uttered the name that it was going to be Abby's. I'd never considered that the columnist was someone I'd known before, or even someone I'd met, but somehow, in that momentary flash, I was certain she'd utter Abby's name. The realization hadn't done anything to prepare me, however, and I couldn't do anything but stare at Kelly, my hands tucked under my legs, and that same breathless, suffocating feeling I'd had in 5th grade gym class when the red rubber kickball struck my stomach and knocked the wind right out of me. How could I have been so clueless? How could I not have known? I struggled to breathe and make sense of what Kelly was saying. All the awful things that had been written, all the exaggerations and embellishments and the inferences and outright lies, had come from none other than Abby, the self-proclaimed vortex of the media world. Why on earth does she hate me so much? I kept thinking with irrational repetition. Why? 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 Of course, we'd never liked each other, that much was obvious. But what could inspire her to try to ruin my life? What had I done? Apparently, Kelly had interpreted my shock as cluelessness, because she said, "Yeah, I didn't recognize the name either. Some nobody, I guess, which is actually very smart on their part. No one can be suspicious of someone they don't know. The woman from Ralph Lauren is married to Abigail's brother, and she swore me to secrecy. I got the feeling she just wanted to tell someone, or maybe she's testing my discretion. It doesn't really matter. Don't breathe a word of it to anyone. But just in case you run across that girl, you can make sure she gets the right pictures or information." I initially thought Kelly was telling me the columnist's identity so I could avoid her at all costs. But this was clearly not her intention. She continued. "Now you can feed her all sorts of stuff. Be cool and casual, and make it sound like Scoop, and we'll have an even better shot at getting the clients covered." "Sounds good," I croaked. I couldn't wait to get out of that office and reread every word Abby had written. How did she have any access at all? I thought bitterly about how she must have felt when she stumbled into a gold mine that first night at Bungalow 8, the night I'd met Philip. It was all starting to fall into place. She had been everywhere lately, always appearing out of the woodwork like a papa weasel, ready with a nasty comment or a sneering look. Okay, enough of that. Don't worry about it too much right now. Just focus on making sure everything works for tonight. It's going to be great, don't you think? I murmured great a few times and shuffled out of her office. I had already begun fantasizing about confronting Abby. There were a million possibilities, and each sounded delicious. It wasn't until I was back at the circular table staring at my laptop that I realized I couldn't do one damn thing about it. I couldn't tell anyone I knew, least of all Abby. I tried to focus. After cutting out the page 6 clipping and taping it to the center of the office's circular desk, I logged on to see if the plane that would be bringing Jay-Z from L.A. to New York had actually left New York on time, which would highly increase the odds of its arriving in L.A. and then coming back again on schedule. So far, so good. I assigned 2 interns to take cars to Newark and stake out his arrival. This was not particularly necessary, since the Hotel Gansevoort was sending 2 stretch limos for them. But I wanted someone there to visually confirm that he'd arrived and gotten in his car without getting distracted by anything along the way. A quick call to Sammy, be still my heart, confirmed that the setup was going smoothly. My to-do list complete, I tried to block out the thoughts of Abby's viciousness. It was late afternoon, and the only thing left to do was, well, absolutely nothing. Chapter 18. Not only was Jay-Z's plane on time, it was a few minutes early. He was polite and attentive. Nearly every single person who'd RSVP'd to the event showed up, and miraculously, the people who materialized at the door with no invite were all actually people we would have wanted to come. Mr. Kroner spent the evening tucked away at a table with his associates, and we made sure the little reserved sign was displayed prominently for them, and that a steady stream of pretty girls stopped by to say hello. Most surprising was Philip. I'd been terrified he'd do something in a drunken state to embarrass me or the firm, but he'd kept his nose clean in every respect, and even managed not to bury it in anyone's cleavage, at least not in front of any photographers, which is all that really mattered. I tried to warn him in 100 different ways that, as host, he would need to be friendly to everyone, but my fear had been totally unfounded. From the moment he'd stepped inside the front door, he'd performed brilliantly. He'd rotated among all the groups assembled, shaking hands and nodding sagely with the corporate types, ordering rounds of shots for the bankers and mini champagnes for the models, and backslapping the celebrities with Clintonian charm. He strolled and smiled and carried conversations effortlessly, and I watched as men and women alike fell in love with him. It was instantly clear why gossip columns tracked him and why women everywhere swooned when he turned his attention to them. His ability to chat and joke and listen came so naturally that when he was near, people were left feeling like the volume had been turned down on everyone and everything except Philip Weston. They warmed to his touch, to his presence, and I found myself buzzing right along with everyone else. I couldn't deny that I was bizarrely drawn to him. The only almost disaster came when Samantha Ronson's flight from London was cancelled, and we were left with no DJ. At the exact same time, I'd received a call from Jake Gyllenhaal's publicist, asking if he could be placed on the VIP list for the evening. Having just read an article on do-it-yourself DJing, I asked Jake and the other confirmed celebs to bring their personal iPods and DJ for an hour each after Jay-Z did his 20-minute set. It had been a huge success. Each of the famous names had arrived with an iPod full of personal favorites, and soon everyone in attendance knew Jerry Seinfeld's all-time favorite dance song. Everything else had gone perfectly. There'd been no catfights over the gift bags, no brawls at the door, pretty much no uninvited drama to distract from the conveyance of the message. Everyone young, hip, urban, and remotely cool is partying to celebrate BlackBerry, which must mean that BlackBerry itself is young, hip, urban, and cool. Therefore, you, whoever you are and wherever you're reading about this fabulous event, must own one so that you too may be young, hip, urban, and cool. All in all, the event was a complete success. Kelly was happy, the client was thrilled, if slightly scandalized and extremely hungover. Apparently, Mr. Kroner was unaccustomed to the sort of enthusiastic and committed drinking that had encompassed the entire evening. And the photogs had snapped. Just about every celebrity that our rotating staff of interns and coordinators physically threw in front of them. And then there was the effect the evening had on my love life. Taking a break, I slinked outside under my usual pretense of wanting a cigarette. I found Sammy reading from another tattered paperback, Richard Russo's Empire Falls. "Having fun?" he asked, lighting my cigarette. I'd cupped my hands around his lighter to protect the flame from the wind, and felt a flutter in my chest when our skin touched. Was it lust, love, or just early-onset lung cancer? At that moment, it didn't seem to matter. "Shockingly, yes," I laughed, suddenly feeling that all was right and good. If you'd told me a few months ago that I'd be planning a party at Bungalow 8 with Jay-Z as the entertainment, I would have thought you were crazy. I hated banking. I'd sort of forgotten what it was like to want to do something well. He smiled. You obviously do this well. Everyone's talking about you. Talking about me? I'm not sure I like the sound of that. He turned to check a few girls' names against the list and let them enter. No, all good stuff. Just that you've got this whole thing figured out, and that you know how to put it all together. I can't remember the last time we had a party here that went this smoothly. Really? Part of me knew that this whole conversation was utterly ridiculous. We were, after all, talking about event planning. But it was still really nice to hear. Sure. The question is, do you like it? Well, like is a strong word for just about anything, don't you think? He laughed, and I had to physically bury my hands in my coat pockets to keep from grabbing his face. It's a far cry from the Peace Corps, for sure, but it's okay for now. His face clouded over almost immediately. Yeah, was about all he could manage. So, what are you doing for Thanksgiving? I blurted out, not realizing that it might sound like I was asking him out when all I really wanted to do was change the subject. Going anywhere with your girlfriend? I added casually, to show him I knew the situation. He gave me another uncomfortable look, followed by some obvious squirming, sending the message loud and clear. I had overstepped my bounds. I didn't mean anything by... No worries, he cut in, leaning backward against the door, as though he felt dizzy. It's just that... Well, it's kind of complicated. Long story. Anyway, I'm actually going home this weekend. My old man's not doing so well, and it's been a couple months since I made it up there. Where's home? He looked at me curiously, as though he were trying to read my face, and then he said quietly, Poughkeepsie. Had he said that he was born and raised in Laos, he could not have shocked me more. Was he toying with me? Kidding? Had he found out that I was from Poughkeepsie and going home this weekend and thought this was funny somehow? A quick check of his face, smiling sweetly as he watched me process this, indicated no. Poughkeepsie, New York, was about all I could manage. The one and only. That's crazy. I'm from there. Yeah, I know. I just didn't ever know if you knew. I remember you, he said softly, looking out across 27th Street at, as far as I could tell, absolutely nothing. And, of course, it all came back then. Not that there were so many clues, but that there had always been the sense that he was familiar. The time we'd stood right here, and he'd joked that one of the girls who'd just gone inside needed a lesson in hippie chic since her flowing caftan was all wrong, and that she should head upstate to be schooled by the pros. That day in Starbucks, when he'd brushed his hand up the back of his head, and I'd sworn I'd seen that before. The very first night, at Penelope's engagement party, when he wouldn't let me in, and I couldn't shake the feeling that he was staring at me, almost waiting for me to say something. It was all so obvious now. Samuel Stevens, the guy in high school who was too gorgeous for his own good. The guy everyone assumed was gay because he was big and beautiful and didn't play a sport, but who instead kept mostly to himself while working at a few well-known local restaurants. The guy who came across as conceited and arrogant when we were teenagers and too young to realize that he was intensely shy, a loner, someone who didn't feel quite right with any one group of kids. The guy who'd sat at the table diagonally across from me in shop class, always focused on the wooden serving trays or gumball machines we were learning to make, never flirting or spacing or sleeping or whispering with his table mates. The guy every girl should have loved but actually hated because he was somehow beyond her, already looking ahead, past the idiocy of high school and social hierarchies, and seemingly unaware that anyone else existed. I did a quick calculation and realized that I hadn't seen him in nearly 12 years. I was a freshman, and he a senior when we had that one shop class together before he graduated and vanished altogether. Mr. Mertz's shop class, 1991, right? He nodded. Oh, my God! Why didn't you say anything before now? I asked, pulling out another cigarette. I offered him one, and he took it, lighting first mine, then his own. I don't know. I probably should have. I just figured you had no idea. I felt kind of weird not saying something at first, and then too much time went by. But I remember, when everyone else was sanding and chiseling, you'd always be writing. Letters, it looked like, line after line, page after page, and I always wondered how anyone could have so much to say. Who was the lucky guy? I'd mostly forgotten about the letter writing. I hadn't written one of those in years. It was easier now that I no longer heard my parents asking me what I'd done for the world that day. They'd taught me how to write letters when I was old enough to put sentences on paper, and I'd instantly loved it. I wrote to congressmen, senators, CEOs, lobbyists, environmental organizations, and, occasionally, the president. Each night at dinner, we'd discuss some great injustice, and the following day, I'd write my letter. Letting someone know my outrage about capital punishment, or deforestation, or foreign oil dependence, or contraception for teenagers, or prohibitive immigration laws. They were always chock full of self-importance, and read like the obnoxious, self-righteous missives they were. But my parents were so lavish with their approval that I couldn't stop. They tapered off at the end of high school. But it wasn't until some guy I was hooking up with freshman year in college picked one off my desk and made some offhand comment about how adorable it was that I was trying to save the world that I stopped entirely. It wasn't what he said so much as the timing. My parents' lifestyle was already less appealing. I had traded the alternative peace on earth persona for a significantly more mainstream college social life pretty damn fast. Sometimes I wondered if I'd been just a little too thorough in my rejection. There was probably a happy medium somewhere, but banking and, let's be honest, party planning hadn't exactly put me back on the track to selflessness. I realized that Sammy was watching me intently as I recalled that time, and said, Guy? Oh, they weren't to a boyfriend or anything like that. Guys didn't exactly dig the dreadlock espadrille thing I had going back then. They were just, letters to... I don't know, nothing special. Well, I always thought you were pretty cute. I immediately felt myself blush. For some reason, this made me happier than if he'd announced his undying love for me. But there was no time to savor it, because my cell phone bleated with a 911 text message. Doll, where are you? Need Cristal ASAP. Why Philip couldn't just ask one of the 36 male model waiters wandering around for that very reason was beyond me, but I knew I should check on things. Listen, I've got to get back in there and make sure everyone is drunk enough to have fun, but not so trashed that they'll do anything stupid. But I was wondering, do you need a ride home tomorrow? Home? To Poughkeepsie? You're going? I couldn't possibly miss the annual Harvest Festival. Harvest Festival? He once again paused to open the velvet rope, this time to let in a couple who weren't coordinated enough to walk, but still seemed in possession of enough faculties to grope each other. Don't ask. It's something my parents do every year on Thanksgiving Day, and my presence is required. I'm pretty positive my uncle will bail. He always comes up with some pressing obligation at the last minute. But he'll lend me his car. I'd be happy to give you a ride, I said, fervently praying that he'd accept and not want to invite his aging significant other. Sure. I mean, if you don't mind, that'd be great. I was just planning on taking the bus up Thursday morning. Well, I was planning to go tomorrow after work, so if you could go Wednesday instead of Thursday, I'd love to have the company. I always want to drive the car off the road right around Peekskill. I cheered myself silently for finally managing to maintain a normal exchange with this boy. Yeah, I'd really like that, he said, looking pleased. Of course, I'd be pleased, too, if I didn't have to endure a 4-hour Greyhound ride for a trip that normally takes 2 hours. I assured myself it was my companionship that had convinced him, and not just the chance to escape the gross stickiness and claustrophobia of the bus. Great. Why don't you meet me at my uncle's apartment at, let's see, maybe around 6? He's on Central Park West, northwest corner of 68th Street. Is that okay? He had just enough time to say that he was really looking forward to it before Philip materialized outside and literally dragged me back inside by the arm. I didn't much mind, though, considering what I had to look forward to the next day. I floated happily around the room, accepting compliments from everyone on staff and listening as guests talked about what a great scene we had going on that night. When the party began to wind down around 2, I pleaded yet another headache to Philip, who seemed happy to remain behind with Leo and a bottle of Cristal. At home, I curled up in bed with a Slim Jim and a brand new Harlequin. It was the most perfect evening I could remember. Chapter 19. I could barely contain my excitement as I waited for Sammy in the lobby of Will's building. That day had dragged on interminably. Never mind that Kelly had bought the entire office breakfast in celebration of the previous night's success, or that she had brought me into her jungle lair to tell me that she was so impressed with the evening that she was officially making me second in command of the Playboy party, reporting directly to her. Eliza's face tightened when the announcement was made. She'd been there a year and a half longer than me and clearly had expected to oversee the company's biggest event. But after a few remarks about how she was happy to give someone else a chance at overseeing what would surely be total chaos, she plastered on a happy face and proposed celebratory drinks. Newspapers and websites that weren't even at the party had covered it, breathlessly writing how the slew of celebs and socialites had come out to fet the hottest new urban accessory. It almost didn't register when a box arrived directly from Mr. Kroner's office with enough BlackBerries to stock an entire wireless store. The note sounding so effusive, I was almost embarrassed. I barely even noticed the few lines in New York Scoop that had announced I'd been spotted sobbing in a corner as Philip made out with a Nigerian-born soap star. And I didn't get the least bit upset when Eliza confided to me that she'd accidentally gotten a ride with Philip on his Vespa because she was so drunk and she and David had gotten in a fight, but that nothing, I swear on your life and mine, had happened. No, none of that had even really registered, because none of it made the minutes any shorter or got me in the same car with Sammy any faster. When he walked through my uncle's lobby's door, wearing a pair of broken-in jeans and a very snuggly sweater, a duffel bag slung over his shoulder, I didn't know if I'd be able to keep my eyes on the road long enough to get us out of the city. "Hey," he said when he saw me sitting on the bench, pretending to examine the paper. "I can't tell you how much I appreciate this." "Don't be ridiculous," I said, standing on tiptoe to kiss him hello on the cheek. "You're the one doing me the favor. Hold on a sec. I'll have my uncle come down with the keys." Will had agreed to lend me his Lexus for the weekend only after I'd sworn to uphold the story he'd fabricated to explain his absence. Even though I was just giving Sammy a lift to his parents' house, he insisted that Sammy be fully apprised of the cover story as well. "You promise you've got the details down, darling?" he'd asked nervously upon relinquishing the keys as the three of us stood in his underground garage. "Will, stop stressing. I promise I won't give you up. I shall endure the suffering alone, as always." "Humor me. Let's go through it one more time. When she asks you where I am, what do you say?" "I simply explained that you and Simon couldn't bear the idea of spending an entire weekend in a solar-powered house where there's never enough hot water and the all-natural undyed sheets are itchy, and nothing's really ever clean since chemicals aren't used. So, instead, you decided you'd rather admire the harvest from your comped beachfront suite in Key West. Oh, yeah, and that you find it quite dull when the dinner table conversation consists solely of eco-politics. Is that about right?" I smiled sweetly. He looked helplessly at Sammy and coughed a few times. "Don't worry, sir. Bet's got the story down," he assured him, climbing into the passenger seat. "Simon had a last-minute request to fill in for one of the missing musicians, and you felt it wouldn't be right to leave him alone on the holiday, as much as you'd like to see everyone. You would have called them yourself, but you're on a tight deadline for your bastard of an editor, and will call next week. I'll get her up to speed on the ride." Will released the keys into my open palm. "Sammy, thank you. Bet, I want you to pay close attention to the empowerment lectures. Women can do anything, you know, and try not to feel too bad for little old me kicking back poolside with a daiquiri and a paperback." I wanted to hate him, but he looked so happy with his alibi and his sneaky plans that I didn't do anything but hug him and turn on the car. "You owe me for this, as usual." I tucked Millington's Sherpa bag in the back seat and tossed a greenie inside so she wouldn't cry or whine while we drove. "You know it, darling. I'll bring you back one of those kitschy fringed t-shirts, or maybe a coconut candle or two. Deal? Drive safely, or don't. Just don't call me if anything happens. At least not for the next 3 days. Have fun," he called, blowing kisses in the rearview mirror. "He's great," Sammy said, as we worked our way slowly through traffic up the West Side Highway. "Like a little kid who got out of school by pretending to be sick." I stuck Monster Ballads, ordered from an 800 number in an insomniac 3 a.m. fit, in the 6-disc changer and skipped through until I found Mr. Biggs' To Be With You. He's really great, isn't he? I honestly don't know what I would do without him. He's the only reason I'm normal today. "What about your parents?" "They're 60s throwbacks," I said, "and they take it very seriously. My mother cried the first time I shaved my legs, when I was 13, because she was afraid I'd subjugated myself to the male-dictated cultural expectations of female beauty." He laughed and started to settle in, stretching out his legs and putting his hands behind his head. "Please tell me she didn't talk you out of that particular practice." "No, she didn't. At least not now. Although it took me until college to shave again. They once insisted that I alone was responsible for disrupting an entire ecosystem because I bought a snakeskin keychain. Oh, and then there was the time I wasn't allowed to go to the biggest slumber party in 4th grade because they noticed that the parents of the girl hosting it refused to recycle their newspapers. They thought it was a potentially evil environment for a child to spend 12 hours in." "You're joking." "I'm not. It's not to say they're not really great people, because they are. They're just really committed. Sometimes I wish I were more like them." "I sure didn't know you well in high school, but I remember you being more like that than this New York thing." I didn't quite know what to say. "No, I didn't mean it like that," he hastened to say. "You know, you just always gave the impression of being really involved in so many causes. I remember you wrote that editorial on a woman's right to choose in the school paper. I overheard some of the teachers talking about it in study hall one day. They couldn't believe you were only a freshman. I read it after I listened to them, and I couldn't believe it either." I felt a little frisson at the thought that he'd read and remembered my article, as though we all of a sudden had an intimate connection. "Yeah, well, it's hard to maintain, especially when it's something chosen for you and not something you've come upon yourself." "Fair enough." I could see him nod out of the corner of my eye. "They sound interesting." "Oh, you have no idea." Luckily, even though they were hippies, they were still Jewish hippies, and didn't much love the deprivation lifestyle. As my father still constantly points out, one is no more convincing coming from a place of poverty than coming from a place of comfort. It's the argument that matters, not the material trappings or lack thereof. He stopped sipping his coffee and turned to look at me. I could feel his eyes on my face and knew that he was listening intently. "Oh, yes, it's true. I was born on a commune in New Mexico, a place I wasn't totally convinced was an actual state until I saw the 2000 electoral map on CNN. My mother loves recounting how she gave birth to me in their marriage bed before all the commune's children who'd been brought in to watch the miracle of life unfold before their little eyes. No doctors, no drugs, no sterile sheets. Just a husband with a degree in plant science, a touchy-feely midwife who coached with yogic breathing, the commune's chanting guru, and 24 children under the age of 12 who most likely went on to remain virgins well into their 30s after witnessing that particular miracle. I don't know what it was that kept me talking. It had been years and years since I'd told that story to anyone. Probably not since Penelope and I met during orientation week at Emory, smoked pot in the bushes by the tennis courts, and she admitted that her father knew his office staff better than his family, and that she'd thought her black nanny was her mother until she was 5 years old. I figured there was no better way to cheer her up than to show her just how normal her own parents were. We'd laughed for hours that night, stretched out in the grass, stoned and happy. Though my boyfriends had met my parents, I'd never talked to anyone about them like this. Sammy made me want to tell him everything. That's absolutely incredible. How long were you there? Do you remember it? They only lived there until I was 2 or so. And then they moved to Poughkeepsie because they got jobs at Vassar. But that's where my name came from. First, they wanted to name me Soledad in honor of the California prison that housed Berkeley protesters. But then their shaman or someone proposed Bettina, after Bettina Aptaker, the only female member of the steering committee of Berkeley's free speech movement. I refused to answer to anything but Bet when I was 12, and The Wind Beneath My Wings was a hit, and Bette Midler was actually cool. By the time I realized I'd renamed myself after the red-headed singer of a sappy top 40 inspirational, it was too late. Everyone calls me that now, except my parents, of course. Wow, they sound so interesting. I'd love to meet them sometime. I didn't quite know how to respond to that. It might be a bit unnerving for him if I were to announce that they were his future in-laws, so I asked him about his parents. Nothing came to mind when I tried to recall Sammy from high school, and it occurred to me that I had no clue about his home life. What about you? Anything juicy about your family, or are they actually normal? Well, calling them normal seems like a bit of a stretch. My mom died when I was 6, breast cancer. I opened my mouth to apologize, to murmur something ineffectual and cliched, but he cut me off. It sounds really shitty, but I was honestly too young to really remember. It was weird not having a mom growing up, but it was definitely harder for my older sister. And besides, my dad was pretty great. Is he okay now? You mentioned something about him not being well. No, he's okay. Just lonely, I think. He was dating a woman for years, and I'm not totally clear on what happened, but she moved to South Carolina a couple months ago, and my dad's not taking it well. I just thought a visit would be good for him. And your sister? What's her story? She's 33, married with 5 kids. 5 kids. 4 boys and a girl. Do you believe it? Started right out of high school. She lives in Fishkill, so she could see my father all the time, but her husband's kind of a prick. She's busy now that she's going back to school for nursing, so... Are you guys close? It was strange to see this all shaping up, a whole world that I never knew existed for him, that I could never have imagined existing when I saw him slapping backs with the various moguls and moguls in training at Bungalow 8 every night. He seemed to think about this for a second as he popped open the can of Coke he pulled from his backpack, offering me a sip before he took one. Close? I don't know if I'd say that exactly. I think she resents that I left home to go to college when she already had 1 kid and another on the way. She makes a lot of comments about how I'm Dad's reason for living, and at least one of us has a chance of making him proud. You know, that sort of stuff. But she's a good girl. Christ, I just got heavy there. Sorry about that. Before I could say anything, let him know that it was okay, that I loved hearing him talk about absolutely anything, a Whitesnake track came on, and Sammy laughed again. "Are you serious with this music? How do you listen to this shit?" The conversation continued easily after that, just chit-chat about music and movies and the ridiculous people we both dealt with all day long. He was careful not to mention Philip, and I returned the favor by steering clear of Isabel. Otherwise, we talked as though we'd known each other forever. When I realized we were only half an hour outside of town, I called to let my parents know I was dropping someone off and would be there shortly. "But Tina, don't be ridiculous. Of course you'll bring him by for dinner," my mother all but shrieked into the phone. "Mom, I'm sure he wants to get home. He's here to see his family, not mine." "Well, be sure to extend the invitation. We never get to meet any of your friends, and it would make your father very happy. And of course, he's more than welcome at the party tomorrow. Everything's all set and ready to go." I promised her I'd relay the information and hung up. "What was that all about?" he asked. "Oh, my mother wants you to come over for a late dinner, but I told her you'd probably want to get home to your dad. Besides, the stuff they pass off as food is atrocious." He was quiet for a second, and then said, "Actually, if you don't mind, that'd be really nice. My old man isn't expecting me until tomorrow anyway. Besides, maybe I could help out in the kitchen, make that tofu a little more palatable." He said this tentatively, trying to sound indifferent, but I sensed, prayed, hoped, willed, that there was something more. Okay," I said, trying to come across as cool, but instead sounding mortally opposed to the idea. "I mean, if you want. It'd be great." "Are you sure?" "Positive. I'll give you a ride home afterward, and I promise not to keep you trapped any longer than absolutely necessary, which will still be long enough for them to try to convert you to a meat-free lifestyle, but hopefully it'll be bearable." The awkwardness was over. I was ecstatic and slightly terrified. "Okay, that sounds good. After the stories you've told me, I feel like I have to see them now." My mother was sitting on the porch swing, wrapped in multiple layers of wool, when we pulled into the driveway, which bisected the nearly 6 acres of land they'd lived on for a quarter-century. The hybrid Toyota Prius they kept for emergencies. I often wondered what they'd think if they knew that Hollywood's entire A-list drove them too. Sat in the driveway, covered by a tarp, since they rode bicycles 99% of the time. She threw down the book she was cradling in her mittened hands, Batik Technique, and ran to meet the car before I even put it in park. "Bettina!" she called, yanking open the driver's side door and clasping her hands together excitedly. She grabbed my arm and pulled me out into an immediate hug, and I wondered if anyone besides my mother or my dog would ever be so happy to see me. We stood there for a moment longer than was necessary, and I immediately forgot how much I dreaded this visit. "Hi, Mom. You look great." And she did. We had the same long, unmanageably thick hair, but hers had turned a beautiful shade of gray, and it literally shimmered as it hung down her back, parted straight down the middle as it had been since she was a teenager. She was tall and delicately thin, the type of woman whose determined expression is the only clue that she's not quite as fragile as she appears. As usual, she wore no makeup, only a turquoise sun pendant on a whispery silver chain. "This is my friend Sammy. Sammy, my mother." "Hello, Mrs. Robinson." He paused. "Wow, that sounds weird, doesn't it? Although I suppose you're used to it." "I sure am. Jesus loves me more than you will know. Either way, please just call me Anne." "It's really nice of you to invite me over, Anne. I hope I'm not intruding." "Nonsense, Sammy. You both made our whole night. Now come inside before you freeze." We followed her through the simple pine doorway, after pulling a sneezing Millington from her Sherpa bag, and walked back to the small greenhouse they'd installed a few years earlier, for contemplating nature when the weather wasn't cooperating. It was the only modern feature of the whole rustic house, and I loved it. Totally out of place with the rest of the log cabin theme, the greenhouse had a minimalist Zen feel, like something you'd discover tucked away in the spa of the latest Schrager hotel. It was all sharp-angled glass, with leafy red maple around the perimeter, and every imaginable species of plant, shrub, flower, or bush that could conceivably thrive in such an atmosphere. There was a pond slightly larger than a golf course sand trap, with a smattering of floating lily pads and a few teak chaise longues off to the side for relaxing. It opened out into a huge, treed-in backyard. My father was correcting papers at a low wooden table lit by a hanging Chinese paper lantern, looking reasonably well put together in a pair of jeans and Naut sandals with fuzzy socks. No need to buy those German Birkenstocks when Israelis made them just as well, he liked to say. His hair had grayed a bit, but he jumped up as spryly as ever and enveloped me in a bear hug. "Bettina, Bettina, you return to the nest," he sang, pulling me into a little jig. I stepped aside, embarrassed, and kissed him quickly on the cheek. "Hi, Dad. I want you to meet my friend Sammy. Sammy, this is my dad." I prayed my dad would be normal. You could never tell exactly what he'd say or do, especially for a private laugh from me. The first time my parents came to the city after I'd graduated from college, I brought Penelope out to dinner with us. She'd met them at graduation and once before. She probably barely remembered a thing about them, but my dad didn't forget much. He'd kissed her hand gallantly after I reintroduced them and said, "Penelope, dear, of course I remember. We all went out to dinner, and you brought that sweet boy, what was his name? Andrew? I remember him being very bright and very articulate." He deadpanned, without a hint of discernible sarcasm. This was my father's subtle way of inside joking with just me. Avery had been so stoned at dinner that he'd had trouble responding to simple questions about his major or hometown. Even though he hadn't seen Avery or Penelope in years, my father would still occasionally call me and pretend to be Avery's fictional dealer, asking me in a faux baritone voice if I'd like to purchase a pound of some really good shit. We thought it was hysterical, and he clearly couldn't resist taking a quick shot now and then. Penelope, being accustomed to clueless and absentee parents, had not detected a thing and simply smiled nicely. My dad knew nothing of Sammy, so I figured we were safe. "Pleasure, Sammy. Come, sit and keep an old man company. You from around here?" We all sat. My father poured the yogi Egyptian licorice tea that my mother brewed by the bucket as Sammy carefully arranged his large frame on one of the oversized beaded floor cushions scattered around the table. I flopped between him and my mother, who folded her legs Indian style so gracefully that she appeared to be 20 years younger. "So, what's the plan for the weekend?" I asked cheerily. "Well, no one will be coming until late tomorrow afternoon, so you're free until then. Why don't you guys see what's going on at the university? I'm sure there's a good program or two," my mother said. "The campus ballet troupe is performing an early Thanksgiving matinee tomorrow. I could arrange for tickets if you're interested," Dad offered. He had taught ecology at Vassar for so long and was such a beloved professor on campus that he could arrange just about anything. My mother worked for the campus health clinic's emotional health department, dividing her time equally between hotline work, rape crisis, suicide, general depression, and rallying the university to adopt a more holistic approach to students' problems: acupuncture, herbs, yoga. They were the pet couple of Vassar, just as I knew they'd been the pet couple at Berkeley for so many years in the 60s. "Maybe I'll check it out, but you're forgetting that Sammy is here to visit his family," I said, giving them both what I hoped were warning looks to lay off. I spooned some of the unprocessed brown sugar and passed the dish to Sammy. "Speaking of which, what was Will's excuse again for not being able to make it?" my mother asked nonchalantly. Sammy stepped up before I could intervene, not realizing that my parents had long been on to Will's pitiful stories and lies, that it had become a favorite family pastime to tell and retell the new and creative fibs he had crafted. He and my mother were close, despite the small detail that she was an annoying hippie liberal who refused to affiliate with a political party, and he was an annoying conservative Republican who defined himself by one. Somehow, they talked weekly and even managed to be affectionate when together, although each loved viciously mocking the other one to me. Sammy spoke up. "Wasn't it something about Simon's work?" he said to me. "The Philharmonic called Simon at the very last minute to fill in for an ill musician. They gave him no choice, really. He just couldn't say no," he blurted out before I could screw it up. He was loyal. I had to give him that. My mother smiled, first at me, and then at my father. "Is that so? I thought he said something about an emergency meeting with his entertainment lawyer at their offices in New Jersey." Sammy flushed, immediately convinced he'd somehow gotten the story confused. Time to intervene. "They know Simon's not filling in for anybody, Sammy, and they know you know it too. Don't worry. You didn't give anything away." "That was sweet of you, Sammy, but I simply know my dear brother too well to believe the stories anymore. Where are they off to? Miami? The Bahamas." "Key West," I said, topping off everyone's mugs. "You win," my father conceded. "Your mother bet me he'd cancel at the last minute and blame it on Simon. Frankly, I'm delighted he finally moved past that tired old deadline excuse." They both cracked up. "Well, I'd better get dinner going," my mother announced. "I went to the farmer's market today and got all their winter specials." "May I help you?" Sammy asked. "It's the least I can do after lying to you. Besides, it's been a while since I've been in a home kitchen. I'd really appreciate it." My parents peered at him curiously. "Sammy's a chef," I said. "He studied at the Culinary Institute of America and is planning to open his own restaurant someday." "Really? How interesting. Do you currently cook anywhere in the city?" my father asked. Sammy smiled shyly, looked down, and said, "Actually, I started doing Sunday brunch at Gramercy Tavern a few months ago. It's a serious crowd. It's been a really good experience." I felt a jolt go through me. Who was this guy? "Well, in that case, come with me. Can you do anything interesting with zucchini?" my mother asked, linking her arm with his once he hoisted himself up from the floor cushions. Within minutes, Sammy was at the stove, while my mother sat quietly at the table, staring at him in wonderment, unable to disguise her delight. "What are you making?" I asked, as he drained a pot of noodles before adding a splash of olive oil. He wiped his hands on the apron my mother had provided, which read, "In acceptance there is peace," and surveyed his progress. "Well, I thought we'd start with a pasta salad with roasted carrots, cucumbers, and pine nuts, and maybe some zucchini antipasto. Your mom said she wanted something casual for the entree, so I was thinking of trying curried chickpea sandwiches on focaccia and a side of stuffed red peppers, with rice and escarole. How does everyone feel about baked apples with freshly whipped cream and this sorbet here for dessert? I have to say, Mrs. Robinson, you picked some fantastic ingredients." "Gee, Mom, what were you planning on making?" I asked, loving the expressions on both their faces. "Casserole," she said, never taking her eyes off Sammy. "Just throw it all together and bake it for a few minutes, I guess." "Well, that sounds great, too," Sammy was quick to say. "I'll be happy to do that if you prefer." "No," my father and I shouted simultaneously. "Please continue, Sammy. This is going to be a real treat for us," Dad said, slapping him on the back and taking a taste of the chickpea mixture with his fingers. Dinner was amazing, of course. So good, I didn't make a single nasty comment about the lack of meat or the abundance of organic food. But that was mostly because I didn't even notice. All my concerns about the potential awkwardness of Sammy sharing the table with my parents had evaporated by the time we finished our pasta salad. Sammy glowed from the constant praise everyone lavished on him, and he became chatty and happy in a way I'd never seen. Before I knew what had happened, I was clearing the table alone, and my parents had sequestered Sammy back in the greenhouse and were showing him the much-dreaded naked in the bathtub baby pictures and all the things I'd supposedly accomplished in my life that no one besides the people who'd given birth to you could conceivably care about. It was almost midnight when my parents finally announced they were going to bed. "You two are more than welcome to stay and visit, but your father and I need to get to sleep," my mother announced, while stamping out the last stub of her clove cigarette, a treat they shared when they were in a festive mood. "Big day tomorrow." She extended her hand to my father, which he took with a smile. "So nice to meet you, Sammy. We just love meeting Bet's friends." Sammy leapt to his feet. "Nice to meet you both as well. Thanks for having me, and good luck with the party tomorrow. It sounds great." "Yes, well, it's a tradition, and we hope to see you there. Nighty-night," my father said cheerily, following my mother into the house. But not before he leaned in and whispered a fervent thank you to Sammy for allowing him one edible meal. "They're great," Sammy said quietly when the door had closed. "After the way you described them, I was honestly expecting circus freaks. But they couldn't be more normal." "Yeah, well, it depends on your definition of normal, I guess. You ready?" Sure, if you are." He sounded hesitant. "Well, I figured you'd want to get home, but I'm totally up for hanging out if you are," I said, holding my breath the entire time. He appeared to think about this for a minute, and then said, "How do you feel about hitting the Starlight?" It was official. He was perfect. I exhaled. "Great call. It's only the best diner on earth. Do you love it as much as I do?" "More. I used to go there by myself in high school, if you can believe how humiliating that is. I'd just sit there with a book or a magazine and a cup of coffee. It broke my heart when the original Wart lady left." The Starlight had been the epicenter of our high school social life, the place I'd spent the better part of my teenage years, hanging out with my friends who, like me, weren't quite pretty or cool enough to be considered popular, but who could still confidently claim superiority over dorks and losers. Mostly the horrifyingly antisocial math and computer types, who unwillingly occupied the rungs beneath us. The social hierarchy was strictly maintained. The cool kids monopolized the smoking section. The severely socially challenged played video games at the two booths all the way in the back. And my crowd, assorted hippies, alternative punk kids, and the socially striving who hadn't quite made the big leagues yet, held the half-dozen tables and the entire counter space in between. The guys would sit in one booth, smoking and discussing, quite suavely and with the strong suggestion of expertise, whether they'd sacrifice blowjobs or sex if forced to decide at gunpoint, as we, their loyal girlfriends, who weren't doing much more than kissing any of them, gulped coffee and analyzed in great detail which of the girls at school had the best clothes, chest, and boyfriend. Starlight was the Poughkeepsie version of Central Perk, only slightly stickier, and with fluorescent lights, brown vinyl booths, and a waitstaff where each employee, incredibly, possessed either a sprouting facial wart or a missing finger. I loved the way some people remained devoted to their childhood bedrooms or summer vacation spots, and I returned like a homing pigeon every time I went back to town. The idea of Sammy there alone made me sad and nostalgic. We settled into the least sticky booth we could find and pretended to examine the plastic menus, which hadn't changed in decades. Even though I was stuffed, I debated between cinnamon toast and fries, and then decided that carb loading was acceptable outside the Manhattan city limits, and got both. Sammy ordered a cup of regular coffee. One of my favorite waitresses, the woman with the longest hair of all growing from her wart near her lip, had snorted when he'd asked for skim milk instead of cream. And the two were now involved in some sort of glaring contest across the room. We sipped coffee and chatted and picked up the food. "You never mentioned you were doing brunch at Gramercy Tavern. I'd love to come by." "Yeah, well, you never mentioned that you were salutatorian of your class, or that you won the Martin Luther King Award for cross-cultural community service." I laughed. "Boy, they didn't miss a thing, did they? I thought it was lucky you graduated 3 years before me, so you wouldn't remember any of that stuff. But I should have known better." The waitress refilled Sammy's mug, and let a little of the coffee splash for good measure. "They're proud of you, Bet. I think that's so nice." They were proud of me. It's different now. I don't think my newfound ability to draw celebs to Bungalow 8 and get written about in gossip columns was exactly what they had in mind for me. He smiled sadly. "Everyone makes compromises, you know. Doesn't mean you're any different from the person you were back then." The way he said it made me want to believe it. "Can we get out of here?" I asked, motioning for the check, which, regardless of how many people were in the party or what was ordered, always amounted to exactly $3 per person. "I think I need to conserve my energy for tomorrow's festivities, which I'm hoping to convince you to attend." He left a $20 bill on the table, to make up for all the nights I left really shitty tips after sitting here for hours, and put his hand on my back to direct me out. We detoured long enough for him to win me a small stuffed pig from the claw game in the foyer, the one that sat just past the rotating pie display. I hugged it to me, and he told me it was the best $2 in quarters he'd ever spent. The 10-mile drive to his house was quiet, and I realized that in all the years I lived in Poughkeepsie, I'd never been to this part of town. We were both contemplative, with none of the chit-chat or joking or confiding that we'd shared during the past 9 hours we'd spent together. 9 hours that felt like 5 minutes. I pulled into the short, unpaved driveway of a small, tidy, colonial-style home and put the car in park. "I had a great time tonight. Tonight, the whole thing. Thanks for the ride and for dinner, all of it." He didn't look like he was in any rush to get out of the car, and I finally allowed myself to entertain the idea that he might just kiss me. Any Harlequin novel would have surely pointed out how the electricity crackled between us. "Are you serious? I should be thanking you. You're the one who kept us from enduring an entire night of vicious food poisoning, you know," I blurted out. Then I tucked my hands underneath my knees to keep them from shaking. And then he was climbing out, just like that. He simply opened the door and grabbed his duffel from the back seat and waved, mumbling something about calling me tomorrow. The disappointment stung like a slap to the face, and I put the car in reverse as quickly as possible, needing to leave before I started crying. "Why on earth would you think that he's even remotely interested in you?" I asked myself, going back over the night in my head. "He needed a ride, and you offered him one, and he was nothing except perfectly friendly. It's your own delusion, and you need to get over it immediately, before you make a complete ass of yourself." As I turned to back out of the gravelly driveway, I saw a figure approaching the car. He was talking, but I couldn't hear him through the closed window. I rolled it down and hit the brakes. "Did you forget something?" I asked, trying to keep my voice from quivering. "Yes." "Well, hold on a sec. There, the back door's open, so—" I didn't get to finish. He reached in through the driver's side window and across my lap, and I was briefly frightened until he grabbed the gear shift and put the car in park. Then he unbuckled my seatbelt, yanked open the door, and pulled me from the car. "What? I don't know—" But he silenced me by taking my face in his hands in exactly the way that every girl wants and no guy ever does, just like on the cover of Lustfully Yours, if I was recalling it correctly, the picture that had symbolized for me the ultimate in romantic makeouts. His hands were cool and strong, and I was convinced he could feel my face burning, but there was no time to worry about it. He leaned in and kissed me with such softness that I could barely respond. Had no choice but to stand there and let it happen. Too shocked to even kiss him back. "I promise I won't forget that next time," he said, with what I swear was the kind of gruffness you'd only ever hear in a movie. He gallantly held my door open for me and motioned that I was to sit down again. Happy I needn't rely on my own legs for support anymore, I collapsed clumsily into the seat and grinned as he shut the door and walked off toward the house. Chapter 20. I had just finished stringing the last succotash-shaped paper lantern when my mother finally caved and asked me about Sammy. "Bettina, honey, Sammy seems like a lovely boy. Your father and I enjoyed meeting him last night." "Yeah, he does seem nice." I was going to make her work for this one and enjoy every second of it. "Will he be joining us for the party?" She placed a hummus platter next to a tray of mixed olives and stood back to admire her work before turning her attention to me. "I don't think so. I know he'd like to, but we're both only here for the weekend, and I think he needs to spend some time with his dad. He mentioned they might go out for steaks or something." Is that so?" she asked in a tight voice, visibly trying not to comment on what she was surely envisioning to be a frenzied orgy of meat eating. Sammy had only said that they'd go out for Thanksgiving dinner, but it was too easy and too much fun to drive her crazy. "Maybe he'd like to stop by afterward and sample some of our finest local produce." "Yes, well, I'll definitely pass along that sexy invitation." I was upset when Sammy had called to say he couldn't make the party, and even more so when he mentioned that he wouldn't be riding back to the city with me. After thanking me quite politely for the ride the day before, he explained that he had to work Saturday night and would be taking the bus back. I thought about leaving early too, but knew my parents would be upset, so I just wished him good night and hung up. "Hey, Bettina, come and help me with this, will you?" My father was lovingly arranging a pile of sticks and firewood in a complicated woven pattern. The pièce de résistance of every harvest festival was the ceremonial bonfire, around which everyone would gather to dance, drink wine, and serenade the harvest, whatever that meant. I bounded over, feeling especially unfettered in a pair of worn-out cords from high school, a zip-up wool sweater, and a thickly piled fleece pullover. It felt weird and wonderful, a relief from the flimsy little tank tops and the skin-tight, ass-lifting, thigh-binding must-have jeans I now wore religiously. My feet were swathed in fuzzy Angora socks and tucked into a pair of mushy-soft Minnetonka moccasins, rubber-soled, beaded, with fringe. They'd been a horrifying fashion abomination in high school, but I'd worn them nonetheless. It felt slightly impure to wear them again now that they were splashed all over the pages of Lucky, but they were too comfortable to reject on principle. I took a deep breath of the late November air and felt something strangely akin to happiness. "Hey, Dad, what can I do?" "Grab that pile by the greenhouse and drag it over here, if you can," he grunted, while heaving a particularly huge log over his shoulder. He tossed me a pair of oversized work gloves, the kind that had long ago turned black from so much dirt, and waved in the general direction of the wood. I pulled on the gloves and relocated the firewood from one area to another, one log at a time. My mother announced that she was going to shower, but had left a pot of Yogi Egyptian licorice tea in the kitchen. We sat and poured and drank. "So tell me, Bettina, what is your relationship with that fine young fellow from last night?" Dad asked, trying to sound casual. "Fine young fellow?" I said, more to buy time than to poke fun. I knew they both desperately wanted to hear that Sammy and I were dating, and God knows, no one wanted that to be true more than me, but I couldn't bring myself to explain the entire situation. "Well, of course, you know your mother and I dream of you ending up with someone like Penelope's fellow. What's his name? Avery?" "Right, Avery. I mean, it would be delightful to have a never-ending supply of really good grass, but barring a dreamboat like him, this Sammy fellow seems all right." He grinned at his own joke. "Yeah, well, nothing too exciting to report. I just sort of gave him a ride up here, you know?" I didn't want to get into it. It felt like I was a little too old to be telling my parents about something that currently qualified as little more than a crush. He sipped his tea and peered at me over the top of his Veterans for Peace mug. Neither of my parents was a veteran of anything as far as I knew, but I didn't say anything. "Okay. Well, then, how's the new job going?" I managed not to think about work for a full 24 hours, but I suddenly felt a frantic need to check my messages. Luckily, there was no cell reception at my parents' house, and I didn't bother to call my number from their landline. "It's actually pretty good," I said quickly. "Much better than I expected. I like my coworkers for the most part. The parties are still fun, although I can see how that can get old really fast. I'm meeting a ton of new people. Overall, it seems like a good plan for right now." He nodded once, as though processing, but I could tell he wanted to say something. "What?" I asked. "No, nothing. It's all just very interesting." "What's so interesting about it?" "It's just events PR. It's not what I'd call fascinating." "Well, of course, that's precisely what I mean. Don't take this the wrong way, Bettina, but your mother and I, that is, are just somewhat surprised that you'd choose this route." "Well, it's not UBS. I almost gave Mom a heart attack when she found out that one of their clients was Dow Chemical. She wrote me letters every day for 3 weeks accusing me of supporting deforestation, lung cancer in children, and somehow, although I'm still not clear how, the war in Iraq. Don't you remember? She was so panicked, I finally had to get excused from that account. How can you be upset that I have a new job?" "It's not that we're upset, Bettina. It's just that we'd thought you were ready to do something meaningful. Maybe grant writing. You've always been a wonderful writer. Weren't you talking about Planned Parenthood there for a while? What happened with that?" "I mentioned a lot of things, Dad, but this came along, and I'm enjoying it. Is that so bad?" I knew I sounded defensive, but I hated this conversation. He smiled and placed his hand over mine on the table. "Of course it's not so bad. We know you'll find your way eventually." "Find my way?" How condescending is that? There's nothing wrong with what I'm doing. "Bettina? Robert? Where are you? The girls from the food co-op just called, and they're on their way. Is the bonfire all set?" My mother's voice reverberated through the wooden house, and we looked at each other and then stood. "Coming, honey," my father called. I placed both our mugs in the sink and brushed past my father as I ran upstairs to exchange one pair of baggy pants for another. By the time I'd run a brush through my hair and rubbed some Vaseline on my lips, the very same lips that Sammy had kissed a mere 20 hours earlier, I could hear voices in the backyard. Within the hour, the house was packed with people I didn't know. Aside from a handful of neighbors and university people whom I'd known for years, there were large groups of strangers milling about, sipping hot cider and sampling the baba ganoush. "Hey, Mom, who are these people?" I asked, sidling up to her in the kitchen as she mixed more lemonade. The sun had just set, or rather the sky had darkened, since there hadn't really been any sun that day. And some sort of klezmer band had begun to play. A man wearing sandals similar to my father's whooped happily and began hopping in a way that could just as easily have indicated a ruptured hernia as the desire to dance. Not your typical Thanksgiving dinner. "Well, let's see. Lots of new people this year. We've had more time to socialize since your father's only teaching one class this semester. The group sitting at the table is from our food co-op. Did you know we switched to a new one a couple of months ago? Ours was getting so fascist. Oh, and those two lovely couples we know from the Saturday Green Market over on Euclid Street. Let's see. There are some folks we met during the week-long silent vigil to abolish the death penalty last month, and a few from our committee on building sustainable eco-villages." She continued chatting as she filled the ice trays and stacked them neatly in the freezer. I leaned against the counter and wondered when exactly I'd lost touch with my parents' lives. "Come, I want to introduce you to Eileen. She works at the crisis hotline with me and has been a savior this year. She knows all about you, and I'm dying for you two to meet." We didn't have to search for long, because Eileen appeared in the kitchen before we could balance the pitchers on trays to carry them out back. "Oh my, this must be Bettina," she breathed, rushing toward me, her fleshy arms jiggling. She was pleasantly fat, her overall roundness and huge smile giving her a trustworthy appearance. Before I could even think about moving, she had gathered me up like an infant. "Oh, I'm so glad we finally met. Your mother's told me so much about you. I've even read some of the fantastic letters you wrote in high school." At this point, I shot my mother a death look, but she just shrugged. "Really? Well, that was a while ago. Of course, I've heard such good things about you, too," I lied. I'd only first learned the woman's name 30 seconds ago, but my mom seemed pleased. "Is that so? Well, come here. Sit right down next to Auntie Eileen and tell me what it's like to be so famous." The Auntie Eileen bit was a tad much, considering she looked to be a mere decade older than me, but I played along and planted myself at the kitchen table. Famous? Not me. I sort of work with famous people. I'm in public relations, but I certainly wouldn't describe myself that way, I said slowly, now convinced that Eileen had me confused with someone else's daughter. "Girlfriend. I may live in Poughkeepsie, but no one reads more tabs than me. Now don't you hold back for a single second. What's it like to go out with that god, Philip Weston?" Here she took a sharp intake of breath and feigned fainting. "Come now, don't leave out a single detail. He's the most gorgeous man on the planet." I laughed uncomfortably, running escape routes through my head, but I didn't get really upset until I saw my mother's face. "Pardon?" she asked. "Philip who?" Eileen turned to her in disbelief and said, "Anne, just try and tell me you don't know that your flesh and blood is dating the world's most desirable man. Just try," she screeched. "The only reason I didn't ask you about it directly was because I knew I'd be meeting Bettina tonight, and I wanted to relish every juicy detail directly from the horse's mouth." My mother couldn't have looked more surprised if I'd hit her, and I gathered in those short few seconds that my parents, thankfully, hadn't read the latest installments by Abby. I wasn't aware you had a boyfriend," she stammered, most likely feeling doubly betrayed. Not only had her daughter omitted some crucial information, but this lapse in the mother-daughter relationship was now on display for her coworker. I wanted to hug my mom and pull her away and try to explain everything, but Eileen kept hammering me with questions. "Does he have an explanation for why he and Gwenny broke up? That's what I've always really wondered. Oh, and has he ever personally met the Queen of England? I imagine so, what with his family being royalty and all. But I wonder what that must be like." "Royalty?" my mother whispered, holding on to the counter for support. She looked like she wanted to ask a million questions, but all she managed was, "What about the boy from last night?" "He was here?" Eileen instantly demanded. "Philip Weston was here? In Poughkeepsie? Last night? Oh, my God!" "No, Philip Weston was not here. I gave a friend a ride home, and he stopped in to meet Mom and Dad. I'm not technically dating Philip. We've just gone out a couple of times. He's friendly with everyone I work with." "Oh," Eileen breathed. This was clearly a good enough explanation. My mother didn't look quite as thrilled. "You've gone out a few times with whom?" "Weston something or other." "You mean as in the famous English Westons?" I was a little bit proud that even my mother had heard of him. "The one and only," I said, glad that things were finally smoothing over. "Bettina, you are aware that the Westons are notorious anti-Semites. Do you not remember that situation with the Swiss bank accounts from the Holocaust? And as if that isn't bad enough, they're reputed to employ South American sweatshops in a couple of their business ventures. And you're dating one of them?" Eileen quickly noticed that the conversation had begun to nosedive and quietly slipped out. "I'm not dating him," I insisted, although the denial sounded ludicrous in light of the fact that I'd just admitted to going out with him. She peered at me as though seeing my face for the first time in months, and shook her head slowly. "I never expected this from you, Bettina. I really didn't." "Expected what?" "I never thought that a daughter of mine would associate with these types of people. We want you to be everything you are, smart and ambitious and successful. But we also tried to instill in you some level of social and civil consciousness. Where did it go, Bettina? Tell me, where did it go?" Before I could answer, a man I'd never seen before rushed into the kitchen to announce that my mother was needed outside to take a picture for the local paper. For the last 5 years, my parents had been using their annual party as a fundraiser for battered women's shelters in the area, and it had become such a Poughkeepsie institution that both the local and school newspapers covered it. I watched as the photographer posed my parents, first in the greenhouse and then by the bonfire, and I spent the rest of the night getting to know as many of their friends and coworkers as I could. Neither my mom nor my dad mentioned my job or Philip Weston again, but the weird feeling lingered. Suddenly, I couldn't wait to get back to the city. Chapter 21. The week after Thanksgiving was brutal. My parents' concerns were weighing on me. Philip was calling non-stop, and although I told myself there was no reason to worry, I hadn't yet heard from Sammy. I'd passed a couple of days dreamily reliving the kiss, remembering the way Sammy had pulled me from the car, and wondering when he'd finally get in touch. But this was starting to lose its charm. To make matters worse, Abby hadn't stopped writing about me even though I hadn't been in town for a full 5 days. The whole thing had been a blur, but I knew for a fact that Abby had not been present at my parents' harvest festival, which is why it was so distressing to see my name jump out from the headline of New York Scoop. Trouble in Paradise? Robinson recoups in hometown. Abby had gone on to comment on how my sudden absence was noteworthy because Philip and I had been inseparable, and the fact that I'd fled to my parents' house upstate obviously indicated some major relationship trouble. There was even an extra special line implying that my weekend away from the party circuit might have something to do with the need to detox, or perhaps lick rejection wounds. She ended the piece by encouraging everyone to stay tuned for more details on the Weston Robinson saga. I had torn the first sheet from the stapled packet, balled it up, and thrown it as hard as I could manage across the room. Relationship trouble? Detox? Rejection? Even more offensive than the implication that Philip and I were dating was the suggestion that we weren't. And detox? It was bad enough being portrayed as an out-of-control party girl, but it was almost more embarrassing to be the person who couldn't handle it. The whole thing was becoming too ridiculous to comprehend. It took 3 straight days to reassure Kelly and Eliza, who seemed particularly concerned, that Philip and I were not fighting, that I was not in Poughkeepsie scouting potential rehab clinics, and that I had no intention of dumping Philip for any reason anytime soon. I'd now spent most of December attending as many events as possible, mugging with Philip, and generally inviting nasty commentary from Abby, who was only too happy to oblige, and everything had returned to some twisted version of normal. Kelly had placed us on a rotating holiday schedule. Since we all couldn't take off at the same time, I'd agreed to work a cocktail party for Jewish professionals on Christmas Eve in exchange for having New Year's Eve off. I was looking forward to spending New Year's with Penelope in Los Angeles, finally taking her up on her offer to visit and buying my ticket the moment I learned my work schedule. Christmas was 2 weeks away, and our Monday morning staff meeting was more frantic than ever. I was daydreaming about how Penn and I would soon be catching up over Bloody Marys in shorts and flip-flops, beachside, in the middle of winter, when Kelly's voice broke into my thoughts. "We've accepted a new client I'm really excited about," Kelly announced with a huge smile. "As of today, we officially represent the Association of Istanbul Nightclub Owners." "There's nightlife in Istanbul?" Leo asked, examining what appeared to be a flawless cuticle. "I didn't know they allowed clubs in Syria," Eliza exclaimed, looking shocked. "I mean, Muslims don't even drink, right?" "Istanbul's in Turkey, Eliza," Leo said, looking pleased with himself. "And even though it's a Muslim country, it's really, really westernized, and there's, like, total separation of church and state. Or mosque and state, I guess I should say." Kelly grinned. "Exactly, Leo. That's exactly right. As you all know, we're ready to expand to international clients, and I think this will be a perfect start. The association is made up of nearly 30 club owners in Greater Istanbul, and they're looking for someone to promote the city's active night scene, and they've chosen us." "I didn't know people went to Turkey to party," Eliza sniffed. "I mean, it's not exactly Ibiza, is it?" "Well, that's precisely why they need our assistance," Kelly said. "It's my understanding that Istanbul is a cosmopolitan city, really very chic, and they have no problem drawing all sorts of fabulous Europeans who love the beaches and clubs and cheap shopping. But tourism has suffered since 9/11, and they want to reach out to Americans, especially young ones, and show them that partying in Istanbul is just as acceptable as going to Europe, more affordable and exotic. It's our job to make them the destination." "And how exactly are we going to do that?" Leo asked, studying the buckle on his Gucci belt and looking supremely bored. "Well, for starters, you'll have to get acquainted with what we're trying to promote, which is why you'll all be spending New Year's in Istanbul. Sky will stay behind with me to keep things running here. You leave December 28th. "What?" I almost shouted. "We're going to Turkey in 2 weeks?" I felt a combination of horror at telling Penelope I wouldn't be coming to L.A. and excitement at the prospect of going somewhere so amazing. "Kelly, I agree with Bet. I'm not sure that it's such a good idea. Don't make it a habit to visit war-torn countries," Eliza said. "I wasn't saying that I didn't want to go," I whispered meekly. "War-torn? Are you stupid?" Sky asked. "I don't mind war-torn. I just don't think it sounds all that appealing to go to some third-world country where the food's dangerous, the water's unsafe, and you can't get decent room service. For New Year's? Really?" Leo said, looking at Kelly. "See? This is part of the problem," Kelly said, keeping her cool far better than I would have in her position. "Turkey is a Western democracy. They're trying to join the EU. There's a Four Seasons, and a Ritz, and a Kempinski right in town. There's a Versace boutique, for Christ's sake. I have the utmost confidence that you'll all be perfectly comfortable. Your only requirement while you're there is to check out as many clubs and lounges and restaurants as humanly possible. Take cute clothes, drink the champagne they'll give you, shop, lay out, party as often and as much as you can manage. Ring in the new year together, and of course, entertain your guests." "Guests? The nightclub owners, you mean? I'm not fucking whoring myself out to some Turkish club owners, Kelly. Not even for you," Eliza said, folding her arms across her chest in a show of moral fortitude. Kelly grinned. "That's funny." She paused for emphasis. "But fear not, young Eliza. The guests to which I am referring are a carefully selected group of tastemakers from right here in Manhattan." Eliza's head snapped to attention. "Who? Who's coming? What do you mean?" We'll have fabulous people with us? She asked. David and Leo perked up too. We all sat, leaning slightly forward, waiting for Kelly to give us the full scoop. Well, we haven't gotten the final confirmations from everyone yet, but so far, we have commitments from Marlena Bergeron, Emmanuel de Silva, Monica Templeton, Oliver Montrachamp, Alessandra Uribe Sandoval, and Camilla von Alberg. It helps that there's nothing really major planned here for New Year's Eve. Everyone's looking for something to do. You'll all fly via private jet and stay at the Four Seasons. The client will take care of everything. Cars, drinks, dinners, whatever you'll need to show them and the photographers a good time. Private jet? I murmured. Photographers? Please tell me you're not sending us over there with the plane load of paparazzi, Eliza whined. Just the usual. There won't be more than 3, and all are freelance, so they won't be tied down to any one publication. Throw in 3, maybe 4 writers, and we should get some fantastic coverage. I considered this information. In less than 2 weeks, I'd be en route to Istanbul, Turkey, charged with drinking, dancing, and lounging by the pool of one of the world's nicest hotels. My only real assignment having to keep a carefully selected handful of socialites and scenesters plied with enough alcohol and drugs to ensure that they were drunk enough to look happy in pictures, but still coherent enough to say something remotely intelligible to the reporters. The party pictures would be splashed across all the weekly tabloids and papers when we got home, and the captions would all describe how everyone who was anyone partied in Istanbul, and no one would even realize that we'd been paid to bring the party there, complete with hand-picked photogs to shoot it and writers to describe it. It was brilliant, and personified our industry's motto, stage it, then page it, to perfection. But then, an image of Penelope flashed in my mind, and I almost choked. How could I do this to her again? Bet I took the liberty of asking the association to book you and Philip into the honeymoon suite. It's the least I could do for my favorite darling couple, Kelly announced with obvious pride. Philip's going? I croaked. Ever since Sammy's kiss, my faux relationship with Philip had felt even weirder. Well, of course he's going. Most of this was his idea. I was telling him about our new client at the Blackberry event, and he offered his services, said he'd be happy to take a group of his friends over to party if it would be helpful. He even volunteered his father's jet, but the association had already planned to use their own. Bet, you must be so happy. I opened my mouth to say something, anything, but Kelly had already moved to the conference room door. Okay, kids, we've got a lot of work to do over the next couple weeks. Eliza, I'm putting you in charge of liaising with the client and the guests to confirm and reconfirm all the travel details. Make sure everyone knows where and when they'll be going and what they'll need. Leo, you're to focus on keeping in touch with writers and photogs and their editors. Put together a quickie press release and a tip sheet and get them whatever stock photos of our guests you can scrounge up. David, start putting together folders on the group you'll be hosting. They're all in the database, of course, so pull their profiles and get the team their social histories, likes, and dislikes as quickly as possible, and then follow up with the Four Seasons so we can ensure they have the right waters and wines and snacks personalized in each room. I don't think there are any major romantic conflicts, but make sure. Aside from the fact that Camilla used to fuck Oliver, and Oliver is supposedly sleeping with Monica now, I think it's a fairly non-incestuous group of people, which should make it easier. Everyone was furiously taking notes, and the list girls, who'd been permitted to sit in the back of the room to watch the meeting, were staring at us in wonderment. Kelly, what should I do? I called as she turned to leave. You? Why, Bet, the only thing you need to worry about is Philip. He's the key to all of this, so you just concentrate on keeping him as happy as possible. Anything he wants, get it for him. Anything he needs, provide it. If Philip's happy, his friends are too, and this whole project will be a walk in the park. She winked, just in case any of us weren't exactly certain what she meant, and then skipped back to her desk. Leo and Sky and Eliza chattered happily and decided to lunch at Pastis to continue their planning, but I begged off. I couldn't get a waking nightmare image out of my head. Philip, outstretched on the balcony of a lavish honeymoon suite, wearing only silk boxers and performing all sorts of yogic contortions, while a photographer snapped pictures from our shared bed, and Penelope looked on from afar. Chapter 22. I finally got through to Penelope on Tuesday night. She seemed far away, both in the physical sense of the distance and in the time difference. But it went beyond that. She swore that she'd forgiven me for leaving the night of her going-away party, but it didn't feel like she'd gotten over it. I still hadn't told her about the Sammy kiss, or the situation with my parents at the Harvest Festival, or even how Abby was behind the horrible New York Scoop articles. 3 months ago, that would have all been incomprehensible. And now, here I was, about to make it much, much worse, possibly irreconcilable. I'd been working up the nerve to call Penelope for the past 3 hours, while simultaneously thinking about Sammy, wondering if he was home, preparing to break up with his girlfriend so he and I could be together. He always seemed so happy to see me at Bungalow that I knew he'd do the right thing, which was, of course, to end things with Isabel and embark on what would surely be a long and happy love affair with me. Finally, my fingers followed my brain's command to dial, and before I could hang up for the 1000th time, Penelope answered. "Hi, how are you?" I asked, much too enthusiastically. I still didn't have my exact wording down and was trying to buy as much time as possible. "Bet, hi, what's up?" She sounded equally enthusiastic. "Not much, the usual, you know." I decided then to pull the Band-Aid off quickly, one rip instead of long, slow torture. "I've got something to tell you, Pen." She cut me off just as I was formulating my first words. "Bet, before you say anything, I have something awful to tell you." She took a deep breath and then said, "I can't spend New Year's Eve with you." What? How was this happening? Did she somehow already know about the turkey situation? Was she so upset that she'd decided to cancel on me first? She must have interpreted my confused silence as anger, because she rushed on. "Are you there, Bet? I'm so sorry. I can't even begin to explain to you how sorry I am. My parents just called to tell us that they've rented a villa at Las Ventanas for the week between Christmas and New Year's. I told them I already had plans for New Year's, but then they said that they'd invited Avery's parents and brother, too, so we all have to go. And I have no choice, as usual." This was too good to be true. "Really? You're going to Mexico instead?" I was asking just to make sure I had the story straight, but to Penelope I must have sounded very, very angry. "Oh, Bet, I'm so sorry. Of course, I'll reimburse you for the ticket you can't use, and I'll buy you another to come back as soon as you can. Just please forgive me. If it's any comfort, my New Year's is going to be an absolute nightmare." She sounded so distraught that I wanted to hug her. "Pen, don't worry about it. Really? You're not mad?" If we're all being honest here, I was calling to tell you that I couldn't come out there over New Year's. Kelly wants to send us all to Turkey." "Turkey?" She sounded confused. "Why Turkey?" "Work, if you can believe it. We've got a new client, some nightclub owners association, and they want us to promote the nightlife in Istanbul. We're basically exporting the party to them and making sure it gets covered here. They figured New Year's was the perfect time to start." She started laughing and said, "So you just made me go through that whole sob story when you were calling to cancel on me anyway? You're such a bitch." Excuse me? You just straight up told me not to come visit you, so I don't see where you get off calling me a bitch." We were both laughing, and I felt like a huge weight had been lifted. In all seriousness, though, that sounds so cool, she said. Are you going to have time to sightsee while you're there? I've heard people describe the Hagia Sophia as a transcendent experience. And the Blue Mosque, the Grand Bazaar, a sightseeing boat ride down the Bosphorus. My God, Bet, it sounds incredible. I didn't want to tell her that the only daytime activities I'd seen on the itinerary so far were hot stone massages, or that the only boat ride scheduled was a booze cruise. So I just murmured along with her and tried to change the subject. I know, it should be great. What's going on with you? Oh, not much, she said. This and that, you know. Penelope, you recently moved across the country, if I recall. How is it out there? What's going on? Tell me everything. I lit a cigarette and pulled Millington onto my lap, all set to hear how fabulous sun-drenched L.A. was. But Penelope's tone was clearly not thrilled. Well, so far it's okay, she said carefully. You sound miserable. What's going on? I don't know, she sighed. California's fine. Nice, actually. Really nice. When you get past the whole wheatgrass smoothie garbage. It's really not a bad place to live. We've got a great apartment in Santa Monica, a couple blocks from the beach. And it's fantastic being so far away from our parents. I don't know. It's just what? Well, I thought Avery would calm down a little when we got out here, but he immediately hooked up with a whole crew of Horace Mann kids who moved out here after college. I hardly see him anymore. Since he doesn't start classes until mid-January, he's got another whole month of nothing but time to go out all night. Every night. I didn't say what I was thinking. Typical. Oh, honey, I'm sure he's just getting used to a new place. Things will slow down once he starts school. I guess. You're right, I'm sure. It's just that, well, She paused. Never mind. Penelope, what were you going to say? You're going to think I'm the most evil person ever. Let me remind you, my friend, that you are talking to someone who's quote-unquote dating a guy for strictly professional reasons. I don't think I'm exactly in a position to judge anyone right now. She sighed. Well, I checked Avery's Yahoo account the other night when he was at the Viceroy, and I found a few emails that are rather unsettling. You guys have access to each other's email accounts? I asked, horrified. Of course not, but his password was hardly difficult to figure out. I typed in the name of his bong and voila, instant access. His bong? What did you find? I certainly didn't think she was evil for hacking into his account. I tried for months to watch as Cameron typed in his password, but he was always too fast. I know I'm probably overreacting, but there are some very cute emails to a girl he used to work with in New York. Define cute. He went on and on about how she could hold her liquor better than any other girl he's ever met. Wow, he's a real Don Juan, P. The guy could write a book on seduction. Right? I know it sounds ridiculous, but they actually sounded flirty. He signed them XOXO. Oh, God. Is he gay? He's definitely not gay, is he? What straight guy on earth does that? Well, he sure hasn't ever done that with me. It just creeped me out. I casually asked him last night when he got home at 3 a.m. if he still keeps in touch with anyone from work, and he said no, just before he passed out. Am I overreacting? This morning, he was so sweet and offered to take me shopping, spend the day together. I didn't quite know what to say. The wedding was still more than 8 months away, and it sounded like Penelope might, just might, realize before it was too late that Avery was a supreme jackass and not worth her entire married future. I'd happily fan the fire whenever possible, but she'd have to come to that conclusion herself. Well, I said slowly, picking my words with the utmost care. It's normal for every relationship to have its ups and downs, right? That's why people get engaged first. It's just that, an engagement. If you discover something about him that you don't think you can live with forever, well, you're not married, and... Bet, that's not what I'm saying, she said sharply. Oops. I love Avery, and of course I'm marrying him. I was just talking to my best friend about what I'm sure is a ridiculous, unfounded paranoid suspicion. It's clearly my own issue, not Avery's. I just need to be more confident in his feelings for me, that's all. Sure, Pen. I totally understand. I didn't mean to imply otherwise. And of course, I'm always here for you, just to listen. I'm sorry I said that. Whatever. I'm just emotional right now. A little homesick. Look, thanks for listening. I'm sorry about all this stuff. How's everything with you? Philip, is he good? How had things gotten so out of control that my best friend not only asked about Philip, but also had no idea that Sammy even existed? It was unfathomable to think I could kiss someone like Sammy and not have Penelope know about it within 30 seconds when we were working together all day and hanging out at the Black Door at night. But it had been forever since we'd done that. Or at least it felt like forever. It's complicated. Everyone thinks we're dating, even him probably. But we're really not, I said, knowing full well that I was making no sense, but not having the energy to explain everything. Well, it's probably not my place, but I'm not sure he's right for you, Bet. I wondered what she'd say if she knew what my mom had told me about the Westons. I sighed. I know that, Pen. I'm just overwhelmed right now, you know? Not really, she said. You haven't exactly explained it. It's just that this job has sort of infiltrated the rest of my life. My boss isn't so great at making distinctions between what happens in the office and what goes on everywhere else, so there's a lot of overlap. Does that make sense? No. What does your boss have to do with your personal life? It's not just that. Will got me this job and expects me to do well. He called in a huge favor for it. And I am doing well, I think, whatever that means. But the whole Philip thing is sort of tied in. I knew I was being positively nonsensical, that I could be speaking an African clicking language for all the clarity I was providing Penelope or myself. But I just didn't have the energy. All right, she said hesitantly. I have no idea what you're saying, but I'm always around, you know? I'm only a phone call away. I know, honey, and I appreciate that. Again, I'm so sorry about New Year's, but I'm glad you'll be doing something so much more fabulous. I'll read about it in all the papers. That reminds me. I haven't told you. How could I have forgotten this? You know how New York Scoop has been writing all those nasty things about me? Yeah, they've been hard to miss lately. Well, any idea who's writing them? Of course. It's some stupid pseudonym, right? Ellie something? Yeah. And you know who that is? No, should I? That, my dear Pen, is Abby. Vortex. That whore has been following me around and printing all that stuff under a fake name. I heard a sharp intake of breath. Abby is behind all that? Are you sure? What are you going to do about it? You need to shut her down. I snorted. You're telling me. Kelly told me weeks ago, but I was sworn to secrecy. I've been obsessing over it. But we're always so rushed, and I forgot to tell you. Isn't it crazy? I never thought she hated me that much. It is weird. I know she's not your biggest fan, or mine for that matter, but this seems excessively mean, even for her. All I want to do is confront her, and I can't. It's incredibly aggravating. I glanced at the clock on the cable box and jumped off the couch. Oh my God, Pen, it's already 8. I hate to run. I'm hosting the holiday book club tonight, and I have to get everything set up. I don't know why, but I love that you still read that stuff. You are such a romantic, Bet. I thought of Sammy and almost said something, but decided to skip it at the last second. Yeah, you know me. Always hopeful, I said lightly. I felt slightly better when we hung up. I should have spent the evening Googling and reading about the people we'd be taking with us to Turkey, but I couldn't bear to cancel book club if it wasn't absolutely necessary. It took me a full hour to arrange the apartment for the girls, but when the intercom buzzer first rang, I knew it would be worth it. "I've decided to honor tonight's Latin theme," I announced after everyone had settled in. We were reading Bought by Her Latin Lover, and the cover featured a tall man in black tie, presumably the Latin lover, embracing an elegant woman in an evening dress on the deck of what looked like a yacht. "We have here one pitcher of sangria and another of margaritas." They clapped and cheered and poured. "In addition, I have chicken quesadillas, mini burritos, and some killer chips and guac dip. And for dessert, magnolia cupcakes." "What do pink frosted cupcakes have to do with our Latin theme?" Courtney asked, plucking one off the serving tray. That was, admittedly, random. "I can't think of a Spanish dessert I'd prefer to a magnolia cupcake," I said. Just then, Millington gave a little bark from her hiding spot in the corner. "Baby, come here." "Come here, good girl," I called. She obliged and strolled over, giving everyone a view of the tiny sombrero she wore for the occasion. "You didn't," Jill laughed, scooping Millington up and admiring her hat. "Oh, I did. Got it at that baby costume store in Midtown. See, it comes with a chin strap so it stays on. How great is that?" Janie helped herself to another quesadilla and absently scratched Millington. "Bet. To think you went from a hesitant early member who refused to host to the Martha Stewart of the club. Well, I just have to say it's very impressive." I laughed. "I guess my job is seeping into other areas of my life, huh? I can pull together an event in my sleep at this point." We ate and drank first, working up a decent sangria buzz so we'd be able to discuss with complete frankness how much we'd loved the night's selection. By the time Vika pulled her well-worn copy from her messenger bag, we were fairly far gone. "I'll read the summary from the website," she announced, unfolding a printout. "Everyone ready?" We all nodded. "Okay, here goes. Spanish millionaire Cesar Montares wants Rosalind the moment he sees her. This electrifying attraction is like nothing he's ever felt before. But Cesar has little respect for money-hungry women, mistresses or trophy wives. Rosalind is determined she'll never be either, until Cesar discovers that she has secret debts. Now he can buy her as his mistress, and Rosalind has little choice but to pay his price." Wow, certainly sounds hot. Thoughts? "It's just so romantic when he spots her at that seaside restaurant. He just knows she's the one. Why aren't normal guys like that?" Courtney asked. "I'm sure Sammy is like that," I thought, my mind drifting. We all weighed in on our favorite characters, plot twists, and sex scenes, which inevitably led to conversation about our own lives, work stories, and a few family complaints, but mostly men. It was almost midnight when the buzzer rang from the lobby. "Yes?" I asked, pressing the button on the intercom. "I have a Philip Weston here to see you, Bet. Should I send him up?" "Philip? He's here? Right now?" I didn't realize I said that out loud until Seamus sang back, "Sure is, Bet." "I have company," I said, panicked. "Can you ask Philip to call when he gets home?" "Bet, love, ring me up. My mate here, what's your name?" "Seamus, good bloke. We're sharing a pint and talking about what a good girl you are. Now be a good girl and ring me up." I glanced down at my ripped jeans and tattered t-shirt and wondered what on earth Philip could want at midnight. It would be obvious with a normal guy. But Philip had never drunk dialed, never mind drunk visited, and I actually felt queasy. "What the hell?" I sighed. "Come on up." "Oh my God. Philip Weston is here right now?" Janey asked, sounding breathless. But we all look like hell. You look like hell. She was right, of course, but there wasn't time to do anything about it. Bet, don't think you're getting off this easy. We'll leave, but you better be prepared to explain yourself at the next meeting, Vika warned. Courtney nodded. You've been denying that the New York scoop columns are true, but now Philip Weston shows up at your apartment in the middle of the night? We deserve every juicy detail. There was a knock, followed by a dull thud in the hallway. I opened the door, and Philip reeled inside. Bet, love, I'm a tad pissed, he slurred, slumping against the wall. Yes, I can see that. Come on in, I said, half dragging, half supporting him, as he shuffled in and the girls parted down the middle to clear a path. Philip Weston, Janey breathed. The one and only. He grinned and scanned the room before flopping backward onto the couch. Dollface, where did all these smashing girls come from? Courtney stared at him for a full 10 seconds before turning to me and saying, quite pointedly, Bet, we're going to clear out for now. Everyone, let's go and leave Bet and Philip to themselves. I'm sure she'll tell us all about it at the next meeting. Speaking of which, what's on deck? Alex held up a copy of The Taming of the Dark Lord, tilted, so only we could see it, and said, I nominate this. Done, I said. We'll read that for next time. Thanks for coming, guys. Oh, no, thank you, Janey said, as I hugged everyone goodbye. Can't wait to hear about this one, Jill whispered. When they'd all gone, I turned my attention back to the drunk Englishman on my couch. Coffee or tea? Gin and tonic sounds ab-fab, love. I'd fancy a little nightcap right about now. I put the tea kettle on and sat down on the chair opposite him, unable to get any closer because the stench of alcohol was overwhelming. It was emanating from his pores in that special way guys have when they've been drinking all night, enveloping everything within a 5-foot radius in that distinctive frat boy freshman year floor stench. He still managed to look adorable, though. His tan was so solid it wouldn't allow him to look as green as he probably should, and his spiky hair was mussed in the most perfect way. So, where were you tonight? I asked. Oh, here and there, love. Here and there. Bloody reporter following me around all night with a bloody cameraman. I told them to bugger off, but I think they followed me here, he mumbled, reaching out for Millington, who glanced at him, growled, and bolted. Come over, pup. Come on and say hello to Philip. What's wrong with your dog, love? Oh, she's always been particularly wary of tall, drunk Brits wearing Gucci loafers without socks. Honestly, it's nothing personal. For some reason, he thought this was hysterically funny and nearly rolled off the couch in fits of laughter. Well then, if not her, then why don't you come over here and give me a proper greeting? The kettle howled as I walked to the stove to pour our tea. I caught a glimpse of Millington cowering on the floor of the dark bathroom, shaking slightly. Love, you really shouldn't have gone to so much trouble, he called, sounding slightly more coherent. It's tea, Philip. It's just boiling water. No, love. I meant your clothing choice. Seriously, I'd shag you no matter what you were wearing. He collapsed into another laughing fit, and I wondered how it was possible for someone to be so clever. I placed a mug in front of him, and he pinched my ass in return. Philip, I sighed. He placed his hands around my hips with surprising strength and pulled me onto his lap. Everyone thinks you're my girlfriend, love. He was slurring again. Yeah, weird, isn't it? Especially since we've never actually been, intimate. You don't go banging on about that, do you? He asked, quickly, looking alert for the first time since he'd walked in. Banging on about what? Come closer, doll. Kiss me. I'm right here, Philip, I said, breathing through my mouth. He slid his hand under my t-shirt and started stroking my back. It felt so nice that I managed to forget for a split second that it was a drunk Philip doing it and not Sammy. Without thinking, I wrapped my arms around his neck and pressed my mouth to his. I didn't immediately realize that he'd opened his own mouth to protest, not to kiss me back. Whoa, love, try to keep your knickers on. He pulled back in shock and looked at me like I'd just torn off all my clothes and jumped on him. What's the problem? What? I asked. I refused to let him off the hook this time. I had to know once and for all that it wasn't my imagination or some half-assed excuse. I wanted confirmation that, for whatever reason, he would rather die than touch me. Of course I fancy you, love. Where's that G&T? Why don't I tuck into that for a moment and then we can talk? I climbed off him and retrieved a bottle of Stella Artois from the fridge. I bought it a year ago because I'd read in Glamour that you should always keep a cool beer in the fridge in case an actual guy ever materializes in your apartment, and I silently applauded the good folks on their editorial staff. By the time I'd returned, however, Philip appeared to be unconscious. Philip. Hey, look, I have a beer for you. He groaned, his eyes fluttering, a telltale sign that he was faking it. Come on, get up already. You may be drunk, but you're not asleep. Why don't I put you in a cab? I'm just going to have a little sleep, love. He swung his loafered feet onto my couch with surprising agility and hugged an accent pillow to his chest. It was just after 2 when I threw a blanket on the snoring Philip, retrieved Millington from the space between the bathtub and the sink, and tucked us both under the covers without bothering to undress or turn off the lights. Chapter 23. The day had finally arrived. We were set to leave that evening for Turkey. I'd arrived at the office to collect a few last-minute things, only to find a fax from Will. The cover sheet simply read, "Ugh," and attached was a clipping from New York Scoop. The headline read, "Is Manhattan's favorite party boy gay or just confused?" Byline, Ellie Insider, obviously. Knowing who she was made it even worse. The text laid it out in no uncertain terms. Philip Weston, heir to the Weston fortune and member of the British Brat Pack in New York, raised eyebrows last week when he was spotted at the Roxy, the notoriously flamboyant Chelsea nightclub. Weston, who has been linked in the press to various Vogue fashion editors, Brazilian models, and Hollywood starlets, was spotted snuggling up with an unidentified male in the club's VIP room, sources say. When Weston apparently realized he'd been sighted, he hastily Vespa'd to the home of his current fling, Bettina Robinson, an associate at Kelly & Company. See sidebar. Weston's publicist refused to comment. See sidebar? See sidebar? See sidebar? I read those 2 words nearly a dozen times before I could bring myself to glance to the right. Sure enough, there was a picture of me, snapped at Bungalow 8 the very first night I'd met Philip, pressed against him suggestively, my head thrown back in obvious ecstasy, while I appeared to be literally pouring champagne down my throat, seemingly unaware of either the camera or Philip's hands cupping my ass. If I'd needed any proof of how trashed I'd been that night, aside from the blackout, well, this was it. Headline, "Who is Bettina Robinson?" Byline, Ellie Insider. Inside the 1-column page-length box was a bulleted list of my biographical details, including the date and place of my birth, thankfully it merely read New Mexico, schools, degrees, position at UBS, and relationship to Will, who was described as the controversial national columnist whose readership catered exclusively to the white, rich, and over 50 crowd. It was a nightmare, naturally, but so far it was accurate. It wasn't until my eyes forced their way to the bottom paragraph that I thought I might vomit. Abby had found someone to go on record as saying that I'd certainly been well acquainted with many guys' beds as an undergraduate at Emory. And there had been accusations of academic integrity issues, but no one knew for sure. Someone else was quoted as describing how I had been plotting to take over Kelly and Company, even though I had no previous PR experience. When asked by Abby to elaborate, the source merely intimated that everyone knew she never actually wrote her own papers and was known for cozying up to her male TAs in the classes she found particularly challenging, which, if I must say, were probably most of them. The final sentence of the short paragraph implied that I'd aggressively pursued Philip from the moment I'd met him in order to become a bold-faced name myself and further my new career. My first reaction, of course, was to hunt Abby down and subject her to a creatively torturous death. But it was difficult to consider any particulars because I was having trouble breathing. I gasped quite dramatically for a few moments. In some weird way, I appreciated Abby's self-awareness. If she had just attributed all those things to herself instead of to me, I would have applauded her honesty. But this insight was brief, vanishing the moment Kelly appeared at the doorway of her office, clutching a copy of the paper, and grinning so maniacally that I instinctively backed away in my rolling chair. "Bet! You saw it, right? You read it, didn't you?" she asked frantically, rushing toward me with all the grace and enthusiasm of a linebacker. She interpreted my dulled reaction time as a denial and literally threw the paper on my desk. "Didn't you at least read the dirt alert?" she shrieked. "The girls called me at home this morning to tell me about this one." "Kelly, I'm just sick about this." "You minx! Here I was this whole time thinking you were this good little worker bee, slaving away at a bank, living a decidedly unfabulous life, and now I find out that you're a secret party girl? Bet, seriously, I can't tell you what a shock this is. We all had you pegged as, well, as a little reserved, shall we say. No offense, of course. I just didn't think you had it in you. God only knows where you've been hiding the last couple years. Do you realize you're a full sidebar? Here, read it." "I've read it," I said numbly, no longer shocked that Kelly was delighted instead of horrified at such coverage. "You know none of that stuff is true, don't you? You see, the girl who wrote that actually went to school with me, and she—" "Bet, you're a sidebar. Say it after me. Sidebar. In New York Scoop. There's a huge picture of you, and you look like a rock star. You are a star, Bet. Congratulations. This so calls for a celebration." Kelly scampered off, presumably to plan an early morning champagne toast, while I was left to consider the possibility of simply flying to Istanbul and staying there forever. Within minutes, my phone was ringing off the hook with all sorts of unsavory calls, each hideous in its own special way. My father called immediately to announce that even though they were home on winter break, one of his students had emailed the article to him. This was followed by my mother saying she'd overheard some volunteers at her crisis hotline wondering when I would ever own up to the fact that I was dating a Jew-hating slave driver, and did I want to talk to someone about what appeared to be my promiscuity self-worth issues. A woman left a message offering her services as my publicist, kindly mentioning that this would never have happened had I been on her watch, and a couple of gossip columnists from small local papers across the country wanted to know if I would submit to phone interviews to discuss such crucial issues as my opinions on Brad and Jen's breakup, my favorite party spot in New York, and my evaluation of Philip's sexual orientation. Megu called on Michael's behalf to say that if I wanted to talk about anything, they wanted me to know that they were both there for me. Eliza called from a cab on her way to the office to congratulate me on my sidebar status. So did Philip's assistant, Marta. Simon called while I was riding in a town car to the airport. He declared, rather endearingly in light of our earlier conversations, that not one respectable person read New York Scoop, and not to worry, because he was sure no one would ever even see it. I decided to ignore everyone. But then I remembered that I was leaving the country and couldn't really avoid calling my parents one last time to say goodbye. I opted for my father's cell phone, figuring that it wouldn't be on, and I could leave a message for both of them, wishing them a Happy New Year, and telling them I'd call them upon my return. No such luck. Well, look who it is. Anne, come here. Our famous daughter's on the phone. Bettina, your mother wants to talk to you. I heard some shuffling and a couple of beeps as they accidentally bumped numbers on the keypad before my mother's voice rang out loud and clear. Bettina? Why are they writing all those things about you? Is it true? Tell me what's what, because I don't even know what to tell people when they ask. I certainly never would have thought a single word of it was valid, but ever since I heard about that Weston boy... Mom, I can't really get into it now. I'm on my way to the airport. Of course it was all lies. How could you think otherwise? She sighed, and I couldn't tell if it was out of relief or frustration. Bettina, honey, you can understand how a mother might wonder, especially when she finds out her daughter suddenly lives a strange and mysterious life. It might be strange, Mom, but it's not mysterious. I promise. I'll explain it all when I get back, but right now I have to get a move on or I'll be late for the flight. Say goodbye to Dad for me. I'll call you guys when I'm back on Sunday, okay? I love you. There was a moment of hesitation while she decided whether or not to push the issue. Then another sigh. All right. We'll speak to you then. See as much as possible, dear, and be safe. And try to keep your private life out of the public eye, okay? All in all, it had been one solidly shitty morning, but thankfully, I had a new problem to take my mind off the sidebar. Louis Vuitton. Lots of it. Carts full of it, actually. More trunks and rolling suitcases and valet cases and garment bags and carry-on duffels and clutch purses sporting the interlocking LVs than could surely reside in the flagship store in Milan or the behemoth boutique on Fifth Avenue. Apparently, everyone on board had gotten the memo that Louis Vuitton was the luggage of choice. 3 porters in burgundy uniforms were struggling to move it from the subtly named Million Air Terminal to the belly of the Gulf Stream, but their progress was slow. Eliza, David, Leo, and I had taken a limo from the city to Teterboro a few hours early to make sure everything was ready for the arrival of the helicopter that was bringing Philip and his group from the Wall Street helipad to the airport. Meanwhile, since I was blessed with stimulating and challenging tasks like overseeing the loading of the Louis Vuittons and ensuring that there was a sufficient supply of Evian facial misters on board, I didn't have much time to stress about being portrayed as a lying, cheating prostitute in what was now the hippest, most coveted gossip sheet available, one that had found its way into the hands of every single one of my friends, co-workers, and family members. We were nearing our scheduled 5 o'clock departure time, with everyone on board except one of our last-minute invites, a socialite and her guest, who'd called to say they were stuck in traffic at the Lincoln Tunnel, when the first crisis arose. There were so many suitcases that the porters couldn't fit all the luggage on the plane. "We're at full capacity on the flight today," one of them told me. "You can figure that Gulfstream 5s can usually handle 6 average-sized or 4 oversized pieces per person, but this group has gone way over." "How far over?" "Well," he said, crinkling his forehead, "y'all average 4 oversized bags apiece. One gal has 7, including a trunk so big we need to bring a crane to the hangar to haul her on board." "What do you propose we do?" I asked. "Well, ma'am, the best-case scenario would be to eliminate some bags." Knowing full well that we'd be resorting to the worst-case scenario, I thought I'd try to be cooperative and see if anyone was willing to part with some possessions. I climbed aboard the jet, borrowed the intercom handset from the co-pilot, and explained our situation over the loudspeaker. Not surprisingly, it was met with jeers and catcalls. "You've, got to be kidding," Oliver said, laughing hysterically. "It's a fucking private plane, for Christ's sake. Tell them to figure it out." Oliver was accustomed to making such decrees. He was the founder of a hedge fund so hugely successful that Gotham magazine had named him Manhattan's most desirable bachelor of 2004. "If you think for one single second I'm going without my shoes, you're very mistaken," Camilla, a cosmetics heiress, called out between sips of Cristal. 4 days, 12 outfit combinations, and 2 possible shoe changes per outfit. No way I'm leaving anything behind. "I want every last one of those trunks put on this plane," announced Alessandra. "If I remembered to bring empty trunks for all the stuff I buy, then the least they can do is figure out how to get them there." Her mother was a notorious shopper, a woman infamous for spending millions a year on clothes and shoes and bags, Imelda Marcos style. Clearly, that apple didn't fall far from the tree. "Stop worrying so much, love. Come over here and have yourself a little drinky. Let the crew handle that. It's what we pay them for." This was from Philip, of course, who was sprawled on one of the cream-colored leather couches, his checkered Armani shirt open 1 button too far. Eliza appeared equally unconcerned as she perched on David's lap, concentrating intently on hooking her iPod to the speakers in the cabin's stereo system. Fair enough. If no one else cared, neither did I. Besides, as long as they didn't leave behind my single silver Samsonite, it really wasn't my problem. I accepted a glass of bubbly from a flight attendant, whose perfect figure was only accentuated by her Navy uniform, and listened to one of the pilots, who also looked like a movie star, complete with chiseled Brad-esque jaw and subtle highlights, give us the rundown on the flight. It was only slightly unnerving to survey both the passengers and crew and realize that all involved looked like they had stepped directly out of an episode of The Fabulous Life of, except for yours truly. "Flying time should be 10 hours, with minimal turbulence as we cross the Atlantic," the pilot said, with a heart-stopping grin and some sort of indeterminate European accent. No one that good-looking should be responsible for our lives, I thought. Someone slightly uglier and not as cool was likely to drink less and get more sleep. "Hey, Helmut, why don't we divert this baby to Mykonos and call it a day?" Philip called out to the pilot. Cheers went up all around. "Mykonos?" asked Camilla. "That's like so much more appealing than Beirut. It's at least civilized. There's a Nobu there." Helmut laughed again. "Just say the word, kids, and I'll take her wherever you want to go." A woman's voice rose above the others. It was coming up the stairs from the tarmac. "We're going to Mykonos?" we heard her ask someone, though we couldn't yet see who it was. "I thought we were going to Istanbul. Jesus Christ, my fucking publicist can't get anything right. I was all set to buy a Turkish carpet," she wailed. It occurred to me that this must be Isabel, our missing socialite, with no job and certainly no apparent need for a publicist. Just as I was mentally congratulating her for knowing that Istanbul was in Turkey, a couple strolled aboard and looked around. A couple that just so happened to consist, as couples often do, of 2 people. It took my brain a second to register that the male half of this particular couple was none other than Sammy. My Sammy. "Isabel, honey, of course we're going to Istanbul, just like you were told. The boys are only joking. You know how they get when you mention the Greek islands. Leave your stuff right there and come have a drink." Eliza rushed to comfort the woman I immediately recognized from the park. "And introduce us to your gorgeous friend." At this, Sammy appeared to freeze, looking so rigid and uncomfortable I thought he might collapse. He hadn't seen me yet, hadn't taken in the entire group, but he did manage to mutter something. "I'm Sammy, from Bungalow 8, he said, his voice strangely high-pitched. Eliza stared at him blankly, while Isabel struggled to haul aboard a massive Louis Vuitton duffel. She smacked him on the shoulder and nodded toward the bag, which he effortlessly lifted and placed under one of the leather banquettes. "Bungalow? Did we meet there one night?" Eliza asked with a confused expression. I flashed back to the half-dozen times I'd gone there with her and watched as she flirted with Sammy, hugged him, thanked him, and generally acted as though they were best friends. As far as I could tell, though, this wasn't an act. She really had no clue who he was. By that point, everyone's attention had been diverted to the unfolding awkwardness, and all must have been wondering why, exactly, this very attractive guy looked so damn familiar when they just couldn't place him. "I work there," he said quietly, looking her directly in the face. "At Bungalow 8? Eliza asked, appearing more baffled than ever. "Oh, I get it. You mean you spend so much time there that it's become like an office to you. Yeah, I totally know what you mean. It's like that for us, too, isn't it, Bet?" She giggled and sipped and appeared relieved to have solved the puzzle. A jolt went through Sammy at the sound of my name, but he kept his gaze on Eliza's face, as though he were physically unable to divert his eyes. A full 10 seconds passed before he turned his head slowly and looked at me. The smile that followed was sad, but not surprised. "Hey," he said, but it came out sounding more like a whisper. Isabel had settled in next to Eliza, and everyone else had resumed chatting, which only served to make the moment feel intensely intimate. "Hi," I said, trying to stay casual while my mind frantically tried to process this new development. When Kelly had given us the final list for the group, she'd mentioned that Isabel Vandemark had agreed to come only if she could bring her assistant. Naturally, Kelly had agreed. Did that mean that Isabel wasn't Sammy's girlfriend? I had to know. "There's a seat right here," I said, waving in the general direction to my left. "If you need one." He glanced at Isabel, who was talking to Eliza, and tentatively began stepping over legs and carry-ons to make his way toward me. He stood in stark contrast to the flamboyant Leo and the meticulously dressed Philip, somehow more masculine and more vulnerable at the same time. When he fell into the leather armchair next to mine, it felt like all the air had been sucked out of the plush cabin. "Bet," he started, talking so quietly I had to lean forward to hear him. "I had no idea you were going to be here. I'm sorry about this. I really didn't know this was your trip." "What? She just told you that you guys were going to Istanbul for a few days?" I asked, holding back tears. "Yes, if you can believe it, that's exactly what happened. She mentioned something last week about wanting me to go with her on some sort of press junket, but she didn't tell me we were definitely going until yesterday. I didn't really ask any questions. I just kind of packed my bag." "You just go wherever she tells you to go? What about work? What about school? I don't understand how you can just leave everything because she wants you to. No one else here has a job. It's not so weird that they just jet off to Istanbul when they feel like it. Does that mean you quit?" He looked sheepish at first, and then his face hardened. "No, they understand at work. Sometimes these things come up." "Oh, well, that makes sense," I said nastily. "Now you're being perfectly clear." "But I'm sorry, it's complicated. She's complicated." I softened a bit when I saw how miserable he was. "Look, Sammy, I'm sorry. It's none of my business. I'm just surprised, that's all." It occurred to me that, unfortunately, he owed me no explanation whatsoever. Since the kiss, I'd only seen him out at night. One of those times he was being hassled by a group of khaki-clad bankers who weren't pleased to be neglected on the sidewalk line. He'd merely glanced at me, smiled thinly, and lifted the rope so I could pass by. "Let's forget it for now, okay? I've had a hell of a day trying to get her here," he said, and closed his eyes. I thought about the horrifying dirt alert, but refrained from one-upping him on bad days. The crew worked out the luggage situation, and after a few frighteningly abridged safety instructions from the flight attendant, we lifted off into a moonless sky. Within minutes, Eliza began divvying up a small mountain of pills on the coffee table in front of her and auctioning them off, Sotheby's style. "Uppers, downers, what can I get everyone? Do we want to party or sleep?" she asked the already bored group. This is off the record, right? She turned to one of the reporters, who just nodded listlessly. Sleep, Isabel whined. I had the most hellish week ever, and I'm exhausted. Definitely sleep, Leo agreed, kicking off his Prada sneakers and cracking his powdered toes in the air. David nodded, and even Philip concurred that it might be wise to sleep on the flight, since their sole task for the next 4 days was to party. You guys are no fun, Eliza Baby talked, shaking her head in a show of mock disappointment. But if that's what everyone wants, how can I help? What do you have? Emmanuel the Argentinian billionaire asked with little interest. He appeared barely able to lift his face from the bowl-sized martini glass he was holding with both hands. You name it, I got it. Just tell me what you need. We have to get rid of all this before we land anyway. I saw Midnight Express, and I want no part of that, she announced. Yeah, you don't muck around with the Turks and drugs, Philip said agreeably. The concierge will take care of us when we get there, but I wouldn't advise bringing in anything yourself. I'll take a couple Valium, Leo announced. Xanax for me. Do you have any Ambien? If I take 2 and a drink, I should be good. How about Percocet? Can you hook that up? Everyone patiently waited their turn as Eliza went around the cabin, providing each person with a custom order, managing to produce every brand and dosage that had been requested. Only Sammy and I passed, but no one seemed to notice. I lit a cigarette in an effort not to appear too angelic, but that didn't exactly pass for imbibing with this crowd. Sammy excused himself, saying he had a headache, and asked Philip if it was okay for him to lie down in the bedroom. Not my plane, man, so help yourself. Just don't mind if I ask you to leave in a little, Philip said affably, while managing to leer lecherously in my direction. I cringed, but made myself raise my footrest and focus for a few minutes on Pulp Fiction, which had begun playing on a wall-sized plasma screen. Just as I was getting into it, managing to put Sammy out of my mind for solid 30-second increments, Eliza scampered over. Okay, so I'm, still pretty unclear, she said, ripping the foil off a new pack of Marlboro Lights. Who is that guy? What guy, Sammy? Isabel's guy. What does he mean he works at Bungalow? He's the bouncer there, Eliza. You've seen him probably 1,000 times. The bouncer? What's the bouncer doing on our trip? She hissed. Almost immediately, her expression changed from disgust to understanding. Oh, I get it. He's one of the downtown boys. Yes, that makes perfect sense. I don't think he lives downtown, I said, trying to remember if I even knew where Sammy lived. She stared at me disdainfully. Bet. You know downtown boys. They're the company that hires out gorgeous guys as bartenders or security or waitstaff at private parties and events. You ordered all those pretty boys to work the Blackberry party, right? Well, downtown is way more exclusive, and it's an open secret that they're available to their clientele for whatever needs they may have. I looked at her. What are you saying? Just that I wouldn't be surprised if Isabel keeps Sammy on some sort of retainer to escort her to events, work her parties, keep her company, things like that. Her husband isn't exactly interested in her social obligations. She's married? This was the best news I'd heard all day. Are you serious? Eliza asked, stunned. Do you think she's the most seen socialite in Manhattan because she's charming? Her husband is some sort of Austrian viscount. Not that Austrian royal titles are so hard to come by. One of the Forbes top 100 richest people every year since the early 80s. Hell, probably forever. What? Did you think that bouncer was her boyfriend? My silence said everything. Oh my God, you did. That's so cute, Bet. You honestly think someone like Isabel Vandermark dates bouncers? She was laughing so hard she almost choked. That is such a great visual. She may be fucking him, but she sure isn't dating him. I briefly considered burning her with my cigarette, but I was too elated by what I'd just learned to hate Eliza that much. She grew bored after a few minutes and went back to drape herself across David, who couldn't seem to divert his eyes from Isabel's chest. And she tried to flirt with Philip, who was deep in conversation with Leo about the merits and pitfalls of having the pedicurist razor your dead footskin instead of merely scrubbing it with a pumice stone. The photographers and reporters were mostly keeping to themselves, playing Texas Hold'em at the large dinner table and throwing back tumblers of bourbon. Everyone else was unconscious or close, and before I'd even gotten to the scene where Travolta plunges the needle into Uma Thurman's chest, I was fast asleep as well. Chapter 24. It wasn't until almost 2 o'clock the next afternoon that I had my first second alone. We flew through the night, landed at 11 o'clock Thursday morning, and immediately climbed from the cool leather plushness of the Gulf Stream to the cool leather plushness of a fleet of limousines sent courtesy of the Association of Nightclub Owners, or A&O, as Mr. Kamal Avigdor neatly abbreviated it. Mr. Avigdor had obviously received the memo regarding the appearance qualifications of our little group, and was beautiful in the most classic way. He waited with 2 strikingly pretty girls, his assistants, he claimed, but each had probably done a round or 2 in the role of girlfriend. On the red carpet that had been laid on the tarmac, a warm smile lighting up his welcoming face. His black suit was tight and fitted in the way only European guys can get away with, and his monochromatic green shirt and tie combo only illuminated his dark skin, dark hair, and green eyes. Naturally, he'd accessorized everything perfectly, with Ferragamo loafers, a Patek Philippe watch, and some sort of buttery soft man purse that would have made any normal man sob with humiliation, but somehow managed to make him look even more masculine. I estimated him to be somewhere in the 30 to 35 range, but I wouldn't have been the least bit surprised to learn he was 10 years older or younger. Most impressive of all, he'd greeted each person by name as we disembarked. Eliza, Leo, David, and I rode into town with Mr. Avigdor, who insisted quite adamantly that we call him Kamal, while the others ducked into the limos behind us. He gave us the whole rundown on the weekend, assuring us that our only collective responsibility was to show our guests a fantastic time. He would take care of everything else. We were to let him know if they wanted anything at all. And by anything, I most certainly mean anything. Boys, girls, leather goods, hard-to-find food or drink items, recreational substances, anything. And he would ensure that it found its way to the appropriate person. The itineraries he handed us looked more like lists of restaurants and clubs than any sort of schedule. The days were completely blank, leaving time for the beauty rests, spa treatments, shopping, and sunning that everyone will surely require. But the nights were jam-packed. For 3 nights, starting at 8 o'clock each evening, we'd be fed dinner at a fabulous restaurant, work our way through 2 fabulous lounges, and end up at a super-fabulous, ultra-exclusive nightclub, where we'd remain until close to dawn, just like the Young Turks and visiting Europeans. New Year's Eve differed from the other nights only in that we were to conduct a champagne toast, on national TV, at the stroke of midnight. Photographers would document every minute of the fabulous fun, and Kamal expected that the resulting publicity would help just as much in Turkey as in America. After all, who doesn't want to party at the very same place Philip Weston did? Check-in went smoothly, with only a half-dozen complaints about the rooms. Too close to where the maids keep their cleaning shit. Not nearly enough towels to dry this much hair. So not interested in having a view of a mosque. And everyone was in good spirits when we reconvened at the impressively elegant champagne brunch held in our honor on the hotel's rooftop overlooking the majestic Topkapi Palace. I managed to sneak away after an hour and walked the few blocks to the Grand Bazaar, where I planned to roam and gape at everyone and everything. I entered through the Nuru Osmania gate, to cries of, "Miss, I have what you look for," and wandered aimlessly through the cavernous building, weaving in and out of the overflowing stalls, taking in the limitless amounts of beads and silver and rugs and spices and hookahs, and merchants who sipped and smoked. I was in the process of haggling with a little man who couldn't have been a day younger than 90 for a powder blue pashmina when I felt a tap on my shoulder. "You realize you're fighting over approximately 40 cents, don't you?" Sammy asked, grinning like he'd just discovered a very big secret. "I know that," I said indignantly. Of course, I didn't. "So why are you doing it?" "You're obviously not very familiar with the culture around here. You're expected to haggle. They actually find it insulting if you don't." "Oh, really?" "Mister, what price are you asking for this scarf?" he asked, addressing the hunchback seller in the softest voice imaginable. $6 US, sir. It is of the finest quality, from the South, made by my own granddaughter just a week ago. It is beautiful." The man smiled to reveal a fine spread of toothless gums that somehow made him look even friendlier. "We'll take it," Sammy announced, pulling some Turkish lira from his wallet and placing them gently in the man's paper-thin hand. "Thank you, sir." "Thank you, sir. A beautiful pashmina for a beautiful girl. Have a nice day," he said merrily, clapping Sammy on the back before returning to his water pipe. "Yeah, you're right," Sammy grinned at me again. "He looked really insulted to me." He wrapped the scarf around my neck and gathered my hair into a bundle to lift it up, letting it fall on top of the silky soft material. "You didn't have to do that." "But I'm so glad you did," I thought. "I know. I wanted to apologize for crashing your trip. I really didn't know you'd be here, Bet. I'm sorry about that." "Sorry for what?" I said lightly. "Don't be ridiculous. You have nothing to apologize for." "Have coffee with me? I've been in the country for hours, and I still haven't had Turkish coffee. I'm excited at the idea that it won't be skim, or extra hot, or no whip, or sugar-free, or blended. What do you say?" "Sure. My book here says, the best place is a few hallways over." "Your book?" "Lonely Planet. How can you go anywhere without a lonely planet?" "You're such a dork," he said, pulling on the end of my pashmina. "We're staying at the Four Seasons, getting shuttled around by private drivers, and have unlimited spending accounts, and you're following your lonely planet. Amazing." "Why exactly is that so amazing? Maybe I want to see a few things that aren't on the spa oceanfront dinner members only club circuit." He shook his head, unzipped his backpack, and rooted around inside. "This is why it's amazing," he said, pulling out his own copy of the exact same book. "Come on, let's go find that stall." We claimed a couple of miniature stools around a tiny table and hand-motioned for 2 cups of coffee, which came accompanied by a small plate of sugar cookies. "Can I ask you something?" I said, slurping the thick liquid from the small cup. "Sure, ask away." "What is your relationship with Isabel?" I asked, trying to sound casual. His face tightened. He said nothing, just stared at the tabletop and ground his teeth. "Forget it. It's none of my business," I added quickly, desperate not to ruin the moment. "It's complicated," he said. "So you've said." I watched a tiny kitten leap from the ground to the top of a huge rug pile, where the teenage girl tending the stall fed it a dish of milk. "Well," I finally said, "it's your deal. Let's just enjoy our coffee, okay?" "She pays me to spend time with her," he said, softly, moving his eyes to meet mine as he took a sip. Well, I wasn't exactly sure what to do with that information. It wasn't a total shock, considering what Eliza had said, but the way he stated it, so calmly, with that matter-of-fact way that I was discovering was very, very Sammy, well, it just sounded so strange. "I'm not sure I understand. Does this have something to do with working for one of those agencies that hire out all the hot guys to bartend and stuff?" He laughed out loud. "No, I never went that route. But I do appreciate your thinking that I could meet their attractiveness quotient. Then I really don't understand. A lot of times, people meet us at Bungalow and then hire us to work their private parties, stuff like that. I was bartending there last summer, and Isabel was around a lot. I guess she took a liking to me. It started out that she'd pay me a few grand a night to tend bar at her dinner parties, or meet and greet guests at her charity benefits. When she was named co-chair of the New York Botanical Gardens annual benefit, she decided to take on a full-time assistant. I guess I was the natural choice because I could, do other stuff as well. Other stuff? She pays you to sleep with her? I blurted, before I could even consider what I was saying. No, he said sharply, glaring at me with a steely look. Sorry, it's hardly weird that you would wonder that. I'm a little sensitive about it. The short answer is no, I'm not sleeping with her. But the more truthful one is that I'm not sure how long I can get away with that. I certainly didn't think that was an aspect of this in the beginning, but it's becoming pretty clear that it's expected. What about her husband? I asked. What about him? Doesn't he care that his wife has hired a gorgeous young guy to hang out at her home, help her with assorted fundraising activities, accompany her on romantic weekend getaways to Istanbul? You'd think he wouldn't be thrilled. I got a little tingle from indirectly calling him gorgeous. Why wouldn't he be thrilled? As long as she's discreet and doesn't embarrass him and is available when he needs her for his work functions, I imagine he's psyched not to have to go to all her social shit and tell her how hot she is and discuss at length whether he prefers her in Stella McCartney or Alexander McQueen. He's the one who signs my checks, actually. He's a decent guy. I didn't quite know how to respond to any of this, so I sat, trying to think of something inoffensive to say. It's just a job that happens to pay really, really well. If I ever want to open my own place, I can't turn down a 6-figure salary for hanging out with a pretty woman a few hours a week. 6 figures? Are you kidding? Not in the least. Why else do you think I would do this? It's beyond humiliating. But I've got my eyes on the prize, which, incidentally, might be closer than I thought. He popped a cookie in his mouth and chewed. What do you mean? Well, there's nothing definite, but a few guys from the CIA approached me last week about going in with them and opening a place together. Really? I moved closer. Tell me about it. Well, it'd be more of a franchise situation, I guess you'd say, rather than a whole new place. It's by the people who own Houston's, and there are a few of them already on the West Coast. They say they do really well. It's a pretty basic American menu, not really any chance to do anything creative, since the concept and the menu are non-negotiable, but it would be all mine, or at least mine and theirs. He sounded about as excited as someone who'd just been told they had a sexually transmitted disease. Well, it sounds great, I said, trying to inject my voice with some level of enthusiasm. Are you excited about it? He appeared to think about this for a few seconds, and then sighed. I'm not sure excited is the right word, but I think it's a good opportunity. It's not quite what I had in mind, but it's a step in the right direction. It's crazy to think I'd be able to incorporate my own personal vision for a place at this point in my career. It's just not realistic. So, to answer your question, do I have some burning desire to own 1/3 of an Upper East Side Houston's restaurant? Not really. But if it'll allow me to stop working at Bungalow 8 and act as a decent stepping stone, then yes, I think it's worth it. Fair enough, I said. It sounds like a great opportunity. For now. He stood up, bought 2 more coffees, and placed one in front of me. Okay, your turn. My turn for what? I asked, although I obviously knew where this was going. What's your deal with Mr. Weston? It's complicated. He laughed again and rolled his eyes dramatically. Uh-huh, that's cute. Come on, I just gave you the whole sordid story. How on earth did you end up dating him? What do you mean by that? Nothing, other than the two of you seem really... Well, Really different. Different how? I knew exactly what he was saying, but it was fun to watch him squirm. Oh, come on, Bet, cut the bullshit. I know what it's like to come from Poughkeepsie and join the cool crowd in New York, okay? I get it. What I don't get is how you could actually like him. You might be able to hang with this crew, but that doesn't make you one of them, which, by the way, is a very good thing. I considered this for a moment before I said, I'm not really dating him. Every gossip column in Manhattan spots you together everywhere. Hell, I see you with him at Bungalow constantly. You might not call it dating, but I don't think he's quite figured that out yet. I honestly don't know how to explain it because I'm not sure I understand it myself. It's almost like Philip and I have this mutual unspoken understanding to pretend we're together, even though we've never even really hooked up. His head jerked up. You what? That's impossible. It's not impossible. I'd be lying if I said I didn't wonder why he doesn't seem interested, but I assure you, we haven't gone down that road. Sammy finished off his second little cup of coffee and appeared to contemplate this. So, what you're saying is that you've never had sex with him? I looked at him and was pleased to see that he cared. Not even close. And in the interest of full disclosure, I've actually tried to seduce him a few times. There's always an excuse. Too much to drink, a late night with another girl. It's beyond insulting when you think about it. But what can you do? The amount of time I spend with him has a direct effect on my responsibilities at work. Kelly's thrilled with the publicity he brings the company, and all I have to do is smile for a few pictures. I never thought I'd be doing this, but we have this fairly bizarre unspoken agreement. I act like his girlfriend, and he gives me a huge bump at work. It's creepy, but in a weird way, it's totally equal. We're both getting something we want from it. It was a relief to say aloud what I hadn't yet described to anyone. I didn't hear a word you just said. Great, thanks for listening. You're the one who asked, you know. I sort of tuned out after you said you've never slept with him. You're really not dating him? He asked, spinning his empty cup in little circles with his thumb. Sammy, you've seen the way Philip is. He's not capable of dating anyone. I have absolutely no idea why he's picked me, and frankly, it's okay for my ego. But I could never be with someone like that, even if he does have dynamite abs. Dynamite abs, huh? Better than these? And before I knew what was happening, he pulled up his shirt to reveal one tight stomach. Damn, I breathed, reaching out a hand to pat the ripples. I might have to concede this one to you. Might? He asked, letting his shirt drop, but taking my hand and pulling me closer. Come here. We kissed for real this time, getting as close to each other as the mini stools would allow, touching faces and hair and necks while we tried to move even closer. It is not done here, a small man said, knocking twice on the tabletop. It is not right. We pulled away, embarrassed by the reprimand, and straightened ourselves. Sammy apologized to the man, who merely nodded and moved on, and then turned to look at me. Did we just have our first public makeout? He asked. Sure did, I laughed, delighted. And I think that was more than a makeout. It might have even qualified for all-out necking, in the Grand Bazaar of Istanbul, no less. What better place is there? He said, stepping aside to let me stand. I started walking ahead of him out of the cafe, but he pulled on my hand. I'm not kidding around here, Bet. I'm not playing with you. He looked at me. I'm not either, Sammy. I thought I might choke on the words, but his smile allowed me to breathe again. I'd like to hug you right now, but I don't want to get flogged for public indecency. Instead, he draped his arm over my shoulders. Let's just get through the rest of this trip, okay? We'll sneak away when we can, but we shouldn't get caught. I nodded, although all I really wanted to do was slip a week's worth of Valium into Isabel's and Philip's respective beverages and watch them flail for a bit before settling into a nice, peaceful, permanent rest. But no, That wasn't quite fair. Neither was deserving of actual death. I silently conceded to spare both their lives if they boarded one-way flights for the sub-Saharan African village of their choosing. That would be acceptable. It took us over an hour to traverse the 5-block stretch of road back to the hotel. We made out, grabbed, touched, and groped in every hidden doorway we could find, utilizing every private or deserted alleyway, foyer, tree, or bench that would shield us from disapproving eyes for a few minutes. By the time the golden yellow exterior of the Four Seasons was visible from the street, I'd managed to establish beyond a reasonable doubt that Sammy wore Calvin Klein boxer briefs. You go in first. Do what you have to do to get through the next few days, except touch Philip Weston in any way, shape, or form. I loathe the idea of you sharing a room with him. He curled his mouth down in a show of disgust and shivered a bit. Oh, yeah, and I'm thrilled with the thought of you crawling into bed next to Isabel, all the while telling her how gorgeous she looks in her new La Perla. The mere thought made me nauseated. Go, he said, pressing his mouth to mine. I'll see you at dinner tonight, okay? Okay, I said, giving him a quick kiss back. And then, despite myself, I stammered, I'll miss you. I grinned at the hotel doorman and literally skipped through the lobby to the elevator, and then from the elevator to my room. I barely even noticed Philip sprawled on the bed, wearing only a towel and a silk eye mask. Where were you, love? I'm completely knackered. This hangover's killing me, and you left me here all alone, he whined. Why don't you put together a cold compress for me? That'd be brilliant. Why don't you get your own cold compress, Philip? I asked merrily. I'm just dropping off this stuff on my way to the spa. Take an Advil or two and be dressed and ready in the lobby by 7:45, okay? I slammed the door hard to make the loudest possible noise and skipped all the way to the slick marble of the hotel's Turkish bath. I told the spa receptionist to add a massage, pedicure, and a tall glass of mint tea to my scrub down, and slowly undressed in the eucalyptus-scented steam room, thinking of Sammy. Chapter 25. Since we were a dozen people with nothing to do but drink and hang out, we sat at dinner that first night and played pop culture trivia. It wasn't called that, of course, nor was there any mention of actually playing a game, never mind a trivia game, because that would be very uncool. But the way we shot questions back and forth indicated that it was undeniably just that. It reminded me of the way Michael and Penelope would fire off Beverly Hills 90210 questions to each other. Who was the original owner of the Peach Pit after dark? Michael would ask, leaning forward as though he couldn't be more serious. Like everyone doesn't know that? Rush Sanders, Steve's dad, given, Penelope would say with an exasperated eye roll. They'd continue for hours. What hotel did Dylan live in with his father, Jack? What is the name of the character in the inaugural season who accidentally shot himself at his own birthday party? True or false, Donna slept with Ray Pruitt. Each intent on proving they knew every scene, every character. I could hardly claim intellectual superiority over Eliza and Marlena just because they could name all the members of Madonna's Kabbalah group, especially when my own best friends could state when exactly Mel Silver cheated on Jackie, Kelly's mom. And I could recall the names of Trista and Ryan's wedding planner and Angelina Jolie's adopted Cambodian son on command. That said, I'd never seen a group who appeared so comprehensively bored, indifferent, and uninterested play something with such fervor. Oh, like everyone on Earth doesn't know that Mark Anthony had 2 kids before he married J-Lo. That is like the most elementary information possible. But can you tell me the location of the court where he filed for divorce? Alessandra practically shouted at Monica. She huffed, Please! You're joking. If you ever read anything in your life, you'd know that he filed in the Dominican Republic to speed things up. What you probably don't know, because it's hardly out there for the masses to read in those rags they publish every other day, is the name of the boat George keeps at his Lake Como house. George? Oliver asked as everyone leaned closer. Clooney, Marlena said. Who else? Oh my God, I can't even listen to this anymore, Leo whined. You're all so pathetic. I silently cheered Leo for his good sense, but I was premature. You all think any of this is relevant? Name 3 people Jade Jagger used to date and tell me which jewelry company she currently works for. Philip sighed, and then listlessly clapped Leo on the back. Leo, chap, challenge us. That was singularly the worst question I could ever think of, especially since every single person here was at the grand opening of the Garrod store. It went on like this through the entire meal, and it wasn't until dessert that we'd begun wondering what a Turkish nightclub would look like. Well, I'm sure not covering up any more than this. I know it's a Muslim country and all that, but I'm dressed as conservatively as my wardrobe will permit, Isabel announced, casting her eyes down to her outfit. Her halter dress looked as though it were made of metal. It left her entire back bare, and part of her ass, although anything truly obscene was covered, and it did actually reach to her knees. In front, it dipped down to her belly button, but the material still clung to her perfect breasts, just next to the nipples. Upon closer inspection, I decided she must have taped it there. Silver, open-toed stiletto sandals and an alligator clutch completed her look. "Do you think they even have Cristal there?" David asked with urgency. "They do have bottle service, don't they, Bet?" I was about to tell him that he would probably survive the night regardless of the presence or lack of magnums of Cristal, but Kamal, who'd been listening quietly with no expression whatsoever, leaned in conspiratorially. "Friends, I assure you that you will find everything to your satisfaction. Tonight's venue will surely please you, as we have arranged it all." "So, Kamal, let's talk girls. What's the deal with Turkish girls?" Philip asked. David laughed appreciatively, and Eliza made a big show of rolling her eyes in my direction. I caught on quickly that this is how girlfriends were supposed to act, and rolled mine right back. "Hypothetically speaking?" Kamal asked. He thought for a moment, and then said, "Mr. Weston, I think you will find Turkish girls the very same as American or British or anywhere else. Some are, shall we say, more willing, while others come from good families and want no part of that." "And which ones are we most likely to make the acquaintance of tonight, Kamal? The willing ones or the ice queens?" Philip had clearly won Kamal over, because he began to grin and play along. He took a giant swig from his tumbler before arranging his features in something approximating a serious expression and saying, "The former, Mr. Weston. I predict you will encounter more of the former category this evening." Philip grinned right back and held up his hand for a high five, which Kamal instantly accommodated. "That will be acceptable, Mr. Avigdor. Thank you." Not surprisingly, no bill ever appeared on the table, and by the time we piled onto the boat, a yacht, maybe, or perhaps a sailboat, that would transport us down the Bosphorus to Bella, I was slightly buzzed and somewhat enjoying the night. In an effort to distract myself from watching Isabel paw Sammy, I'd gone from person to person, persuading them to pose for the photographers for a half-hour upon arrival at the club, followed by another half-hour of on-the-record partying, where anything they said or did could be reported by the writers we'd brought along. However, after that, the work would be officially over, and everyone could party to any level of debauchery they desired, without worrying too much about those pesky coke and hookers headlines. There was still the Turkish media to be wary of, but I didn't predict they'd pose much of a problem, and Kamal promised to keep them out of the VIP areas. All in all, most everyone seemed satisfied with the arrangement, and the crew appeared almost excited as the boat docked at a red-carpeted pier. "Are all the men going to stare at us?" Eliza asked Kamal, her eyes wide with worry. "Stare at you? Why, of course. They will notice your beauty. But I don't think they will make you uncomfortable," he said. "Well, if they're only used to seeing women wearing burqas, I imagine we'll stand out," she said thoughtfully. Sammy shot me a look, one of the many that evening, since we'd sat across from each other at dinner, and I managed to stifle a laugh, although not without a snort. She whipped around and glared at me. "What? Do you feel like having a bunch of peasants staring at you all night? I didn't have to fly all this way for that. We could have just gone to New Jersey." Kamal kindly ignored her as he helped us off the boat and introduced us to another group of men, all of whom appeared to be good-looking and really, really successful. They were the rest of our clients, and each had between 2 and 4 knockout girls hanging on their every word. Much to Eliza's and Isabel's surprise, these girls were not wearing burqas. They weren't even really wearing bras, if we were going to be technical. The amount of naked female flesh on display was almost blinding, and we hadn't even made it inside yet. One of the new men introduced himself as Nedim and announced quite grandly that he owned Bella, the sprawling complex of entertainment that stretched before us. It had its own marina to allow celebrities and visiting VIPs to bypass the whole door situation. Guests could merely step off their boats and fall directly onto a banquette, where anything they could even think to desire would immediately be provided. Nedim managed to look like every other club owner I'd ever met. He was the classic chain-smoking, vintage t-shirt and retro sneaker-wearing, spiky-haired guy who no one would ever notice if he didn't drive the requisite red Porsche and comp bottles of champagne. "Ladies, gentlemen, welcome to Bella," he announced, sweeping his arms grandly. "The premier nighttime destination in Istanbul. Bella rests, as you can see, on the Bosphorus River, right at the dividing point between Europe and Asia, and our clientele certainly reflects that international feel. Come with me, please, and prepare yourself to enjoy all that Bella has to offer." He escorted us to a massive round table perched right on the water inside a roped-off section of the club that screamed VIP. Only the flimsiest teak gate separated us from the river, and even that reached only 2.5 feet high, a potential drunken disaster if I've ever seen one. The view was incredible. Both small and large boats cruised slowly across the murky water, passing in front of a beautifully lit mosque with minarets that appeared to reach the sky. The floors were a shiny dark wood, almost black, and the banquettes were satin brocade with strings of gold filigree woven throughout. It was entirely open air, except for a few white canvas sheets that billowed out on the wind, and lent the whole place an air of sexy exoticism. The only light came from Turkish-style glass lanterns and hundreds of tea lights in beaded votive holders. Roughly hewn bowls of mini apricots and pistachios rested on every available surface. It was undoubtedly the sexiest place I'd ever been, far more naturally chic than all the cool spots in New York or Los Angeles, but without that signature self-awareness that places seem to develop when they knew they were hot. A fleet of stylish waiters instantly surrounded the table and took our drink orders. Within a half hour, everyone was pleasantly buzzed, and by the time midnight rolled around, Eliza and Philip were dancing on the tables. They looked pretty comfortable with the grinding groove they had going. It suggested something romantic and recent. The photographers clicked away, but Nedim and crew kept them so plied with booze and girls and God knows what else that they missed a shot of Marlena straddling a famous Turkish soccer player who also belonged in the VIP area. I managed to separate them before anyone noticed and convince them that they'd be much happier in her room at the Four Seasons, and they didn't even protest when I escorted them to a waiting town car out front and instructed the driver to take them back to the hotel. I'd just hung up with the hotel's concierge, who assured me he'd whisk them to Marlena's room and keep out any photogs or reporters, when Sammy appeared at my side. "Hey, where have you been hiding?" he said, wrapping his arms around me from behind and kissing my neck. "I managed to keep track of you all night, and then you were just gone." "Hi there," I said. He glanced around to make sure he didn't see Isabel or Philip or anyone with a camera. "Let's get out of here," he said, gruffly. "They're all so drunk they'll never notice." Again he kissed my neck, this time more roughly, and for the first time I had an inkling that Sammy wasn't just a nice guy. Thankfully. I can't, Sammy. I want to, but I can't. I've got to keep my eye on everyone here. It's literally my only responsibility. It's almost 2. How much longer can they really keep this up? You, of all people, know the answer to that. Until daybreak, easily. Maybe we can figure something out later at the hotel. But right now, I've got to get back in there. He let his arms drop by his sides and sighed loudly. I know this is how it has to be. It just sucks. You go in first, and I'll come in a couple minutes. He started to run his fingers through my hair, but abruptly pulled them away at the sound of his name. Sammy, are you out here? Have you seen my boy? My assistant? Isabel's shrill voice echoed over the water. I turned to see her asking one of the uniformed security guards who'd been watching us carefully to make sure no one harassed us. Jesus Christ, Sammy muttered, moving away from me. What, she can't find the bathroom herself? I've got to run. Just wait. I'll handle this, I said, and squeezed his hand. Isabel, over here. He's over here. Isabel's head swiveled, and when she saw us, she looked at first relieved and then confused. She ignored me completely while addressing Sammy. I've been looking for you forever, she whined, obviously forgetting I was standing there, and then dropping the whine when she remembered. Sorry to steal him from you, Isabel. Marlena and the guy she was with were pretty trashed, and Sammy was kind enough to help me put them in a car. We were just on our way back in. This seemed to mollify her, although she still hadn't acknowledged my presence. She was staring at Sammy, and he was intently focused on his feet. Okay, well, I'm going to see how everyone's doing inside, I said cheerily. I made my way to the door, but not before I overheard Isabel's voice change from whiny to viciously cold. I don't pay you good money to neglect and abandon me, she hissed. Oh, save it, Isabel, Sammy said, sounding more exhausted than annoyed. I was helping her out for 5 minutes. I was hardly abandoning you. Well, how do you think it feels to be sitting all alone in there while my guy runs off to help someone else? Unfortunately, I had to walk through the door and couldn't hear Sammy's response. The VIP area was completely empty by the time I fought through the hordes of commoners. American rap and hip-hop had given way to some sort of Turkish trance music, and it seemed the entire space was pulsating with barely concealed bodies. Camilla, Alessandra, and Monica had all found men, a soccer player from Real Madrid, an anchorman for CNN International, and an English playboy who claimed to know Philip from their boarding school days, and were tucked away with them in various dark corners around Bella, under the watchful eye of Nadim and the other owners. I spotted Eliza and David standing next to the dance floor, gesturing wildly to each other. I figured they were fighting until I got close enough to hear. They weren't actually arguing, or having any kind of exchange at all. Both were so obviously high on coke that they were talking at the other one, each so caught up in the importance of their own ideas that they shouted enthusiastically over the other's voice. As usual, the photographers and reporters had claimed a little table for themselves, away from the rest of us, and seemed once again to be drowning themselves in hard alcohol. 6 empty packs of cigarettes were littered around them, and they barely glanced up when I asked if they needed anything. I didn't see Leo, but Philip wasn't hard to locate. I merely looked for the blondest girl in the room, with the biggest boobs, and then moved my eyes a few inches to the right. He had his arm around her waist as they both stood in front of the DJ stand. She looked vaguely familiar, but I couldn't place her from behind. As I waited for them to turn around, I watched as Philip removed a giant wad of cash from the back pocket of his AG jeans and thrust it toward the skinny DJ, who maintained the requisite DJ earphone-pressed-shoulder stance. Hey, mate, how much will it cost for you to play something with some bloody words? He asked, as the girl giggled and swigged from her drink. I can't listen to this Turkish shit anymore. The DJ palmed the cash and made it disappear under one of the machines on his table. He beckoned to another kid sitting in the booth and said a few words to him. The second guy turned to Philip and said, What do you want to hear? He will play you anything. Tell him we want a little Bon Jovi or Guns N' Roses." The helper translated, and the DJ nodded, appearing puzzled. Within 10 seconds, Paradise City was blaring from the speakers, and Philip was mock-smashing his head to the beat. When he spotted me, he leaned in to whisper something to the girl, and she nodded and scampered off. "Hey, love, how much better are these tunes?" he asked, checking his reflection in the glass of the DJ booth. "Was that Lizzie Grubman?" I asked, finally figuring out why she looked so familiar. He resumed hitting his head against an imaginary wall. "Apparently she and Tara Reid heard about our posh party here this weekend and wanted to have a look for themselves." She's pretty," I said, lamely, knowing I should be happy, professionally speaking, that Lizzie Grubman and Tara Reid had followed our group to Istanbul. "Face like a crocodile handbag," he said, grabbing me and pulling me onto the dance floor. "Come on, love, loosen up a little. Let's have a dance." I sneaked away after a few minutes and went back to Eliza, who seemed to have calmed a bit. She was sitting on David's lap, chattering quietly as he massaged her shoulders and took long drags off the joint that hung from his lips. "Hey, do you think you can handle things here? I think a bunch of people went back to the hotel, and I should probably make sure everything's in order there." "Sure, whatever. You worry too much, Bet. Everyone's having a great time. Where's Leo? Just tell him you're going back, and we'll see you at the hotel, okay?" She giggled as David exhaled the pot smoke in her face. "Excellent, will do. I'll see you tomorrow." "Yeah, whatever. I don't plan to see daylight tomorrow, but I'll find you when we wake up. Oh, where's Philip?" she asked, trying very hard to sound casual. "Philip? Last I saw he was dancing with Lizzie Grubman and Tara Reid." "What? They're here?" She leapt off David and plastered on a huge smile. "I'm totally going to say hi. See you later, Bet." I looked around for Leo, but when I couldn't find him anywhere, I figured he'd met a guy and had retired to his room for playtime. Nadim offered to escort me back to the hotel in his Porsche, and I was tempted to accept, until he let his hand brush against my lower back while smiling suggestively and saying he'd give me a tour of Istanbul's late-night hotspots. I declined politely and took a town car. A woman at the front desk greeted me by name and briefed me on who had returned so far and when. "Oh, wait, there is a message for you." She handed me a piece of folded paper, which I immediately opened, expecting some disaster. "Meet me in room 18 when you get back," was written in bold print, all caps. There was no signature, but a plastic room key was enclosed. I briefly considered my options. The note had to be from Sammy. He'd somehow arranged for a room away from Isabel so that we could spend some private time together. It was, if I dared to think about it, the most exciting romantic gesture of my lifetime. I was buffed and polished from the spa that morning, and now my secret boy had called. It didn't get better than this. The elevator ride seemed to last forever, and by the time I knocked on the door, I was shaking with excitement. It took almost a minute for it to open, a minute that felt like a month, and I had a fleeting, horrifying thought that it wasn't Sammy at all, or that maybe the note was intended for someone else. A dozen possible misunderstandings flashed through my mind in the 30 seconds I stood there, rooted to the carpet, quietly panicking and wondering how I could possibly be expected to function if it wasn't him. If he wasn't waiting inside, preparing to tear my clothes off and throw me on what would surely be a king-sized bed, tricked out in all its 4 seasons, down-filled, frette-covered glory. Oh, please, I prayed to some unknown entity. Oh, please let it be him, and let him want me as badly as I want him, and also make it so that he has... The door swung open, and Sammy pulled me inside immediately, pressing his mouth to mine even before kicking the door shut. "I want you so badly," he breathed, moving his mouth over my face, my neck, my shoulders, as he pushed aside the straps of my dress, before he got frustrated and pulled the entire thing over my head. Those were the last words either of us bothered with. We collapsed on the bed, which delivered every inch of fabulousness I'd imagined, and attacked each other with a ferocity that would have scared me if it hadn't delighted me so much. It was impossible to tell whose limbs belonged to whom, and I lost all awareness of time or place or where exactly I was being touched. It was a total sensation overload. The weight of his body, the smell of his deodorant, the way the hair on my arms and the back of my neck stood on end every time his fingers ran down my back. It was, I had to admit, a sex scene straight out of a Harlequin. Maybe better. It wasn't until someone knocked at the door that I even noticed the dozens of candles strewn about, or the 2 glasses of red wine that sat untouched, or the great Buddha Bar soundtrack playing from the bedside Bose CD player. "Who knows you're here?" I whispered, climbing off him and collapsing all in one motion. "No one but the front desk. I put it on my personal credit card." "Could Isabel have heard you?" "No way. She took a fistful of Ambien to get over the time difference. She won't be awake for another 2 days. We continued to debate this for another few minutes, until I realized that night had eased its way into morning, and I'd better be getting back to my rightful room if I didn't want to deal with lots and lots of questions. He pulled me on top of him again and began kissing my earlobe, earring and all. "Don't go. Not yet, at least." "I've got to. I'm sorry. You don't want this to be public yet, do you? Not like this." I know, you're right. Not like this. We'll have all the time in the world together once we're back in New York." "You aren't going to be able to get rid of me once we're home," I whispered. My short, beaded dress was bunched up in a tiny ball on top of the desk, but I managed to get it on with some semblance of dignity before falling back into the bed. The thought of putting on any sort of undergarments was unbearable. After freeing my strapless bra from its resting place on the headboard, I tossed it and my underwear into my purse. He yanked a sheet from the bed we'd destroyed and wrapped it around his waist as we walked to the door. "But thank you for an amazing night," he said, holding my face in both his hands, making it feel small and delicate and absolutely gorgeous. I stood on tiptoe to wrap my arms around his neck one last time. "It was perfect," I said. And it was perfect, everything I'd hoped it would be. Until the very second I opened the door and was greeted by the brightest, most aggressive flashbulb I'd ever experienced. It continued rapid fire as I stood frozen, too shocked to move. "Oh, hey, sorry about that, wrong room," said John, one of the photographers we'd toted along. "What the hell is going on?" Sammy asked. "Let me handle it," I said. "Stay here." I stepped into the hallway and pulled the door shut behind me. "What was that? What are you doing?" I practically shrieked. "Hey, honey, I'm sorry about that. No worries, really. I didn't see a thing," he said unconvincingly. He was the slickest of the group and had made me nervous from the very beginning. Most of his work consisted of paparazzi-style pictures that he sold to the tackiest tabloids for the highest bid. Kelly had insisted it would be good to have him along because the photo editors loved everything he submitted. "Why were you staking out my room? His room, I mean? I've spent all morning going around to everyone to discuss tonight's schedule, so you see, there's really nothing interesting there." "Look, I don't care who you're screwing," he chuckled loudly and with great gusto. "Of course, I imagine I could find someone who'd be interested to know that Philip's girl didn't spend the night with him. But you've been real good to us this trip, so we'll just forget that ever happened." Bastard. He was openly leering at my outfit and what I imagined to be a face full of smeared makeup and that general all-night sex look that simply could not be denied. "Besides," he continued, unsnapping the flash from his camera and tucking it into a black shoulder bag, "what I thought was going on in there would have been far hotter than you banging Isabel's guy." "Pardon me?" I wanted to strangle him for suggesting anything could be better than the night I'd just had, for the fact that he didn't believe my ridiculous story about scheduling, and because he had the nerve to state that Sammy belonged to Isabel. Naturally, I couldn't think of one remotely insulting or clever thing to say. Well, let's just say that sources indicated the possibility of a little private party between your boyfriend and some of his closest friends. He raised his bushy unibrow and pulled his lips taut against his teeth in an effort to smile. By boyfriend, I mean Philip Weston, he added with a grin. I swallowed my anger. While that all sounds really fascinating, I have to get back upstairs now to continue my rounds, so if you'll excuse me... I pushed past him in my bare feet, with my sandals in one hand and my purse in the other, and beelined for the elevator. The more I thought about it, the less nightmarish it seemed, especially since he didn't seem particularly fascinated by the scandal, or lack thereof, of Sammy and me. And why should he be? I reasoned. The man spends his life following insanely famous celebrities and documenting all the drama they manage to create. So why should he be the least bit interested in some insignificant publicist who appears to be doing some extracurricular bed-hopping? And not even with someone famous. Of course, there was the issue of Philip, and if Kelly found out that I'd been caught keeping Isabel's friend-for-hire company, she wouldn't be happy. Isabel might insist I be fired. But I was getting ahead of myself. It seemed unlikely that John would leak anything. Only Abby seemed interested in my whereabouts, and there was no way even she had tentacles that reached all the way to Istanbul. I realized that was part of why I'd gotten so upset when I saw the photographer. For a blissful 24 hours, I'd forgotten what it felt like to feel stalked and spied on and vulnerable. Since Abby was a solid 5,000 miles away, I didn't have that constant, creepy feeling that someone was trying to expose my private life to the general public. I took a deep breath and reminded myself that it could be far worse, and gave thanks that Abby was in an entirely different country. As I approached, I saw that the door to Philip's and my suite was slightly ajar, only noticeable if you actually stood right next to it and looked. I heard some muffled noises coming from inside. It was just after 8 in the morning, practically the middle of the night, considering I hadn't returned to the hotel till 3, and Philip was still at Bella when I left. And I immediately understood that the supposed threesome most likely was going on, only it was happening in my room. The idea of knocking briefly crossed my mind, but instead I pushed the door open. I rounded the corner from the sitting room and strolled through the French doors to the bedroom, only to see Leo sprawled on his back, naked on the bed. It took another second or two for me to realize that the mop of hair that was currently bobbing up and down in the general area of Leo's exposed pelvic region, his bare ass saluting me, belonged to Mr. Philip Weston. Before I could even react, Leo spotted me. "Hey, Bet, what's up?" Leo asked nonchalantly, making no attempt to cover himself or Philip. At the sound of my name, Philip's head snapped around, exposing the few inches of Leo's naked body that I hadn't yet seen. "Oh, hey, babe, how are you?" he asked, wiping his mouth delicately with a pillowcase. "Where were you all night?" Where was I all night? As usual, I could merely mimic. "I waited forever, love," he whined, bounding off the bed like a little boy on Christmas morning and shrugging on a robe. I realized that this was the first time I'd seen him completely naked. "Forever, huh?" I responded brilliantly. "Well, if you'd come home when you should have, I don't think Leo would have ended up in my bed. Do you, love?" I laughed out loud. Now that was funny. "Oh, Philip, please. You haven't wanted to sleep with me and..." "Relax, doll. Just calm down a bit. Leo here showed up a few minutes ago and just passed out. I must have had a sleep too. We were daft to drink so much, but at least we slept it off." I was laughing uncontrollably now. "Are you serious? Are you saying I didn't just see what I know I just saw?" Had either of them had the courtesy to appear the least bit embarrassed by what had just happened, I might have been able to deal with it. "Hey, guys, I'm going to order some coffee and orange juice, maybe a few croissants. I feel a wicked hangover coming on," Leo announced. He still made no attempt to cover himself, instead grabbing the remote and scrolling through the hotel's movie offerings. "Good call, mate. I fancy a double espresso, a few aspirin, and an extra tall Bloody Mary," Philip said. "Is this happening?" I asked, wondering at what point my night, my entire life, had veered into the twilight zone. It felt like I was living in some sort of alternate reality, but apparently I was living there alone. "Huh?" Philip asked, dropping his robe again in front of both of us as he stepped into the shower, leaving the bathroom door wide open. "Leo, tell your co-worker here that you and I are just mates." Leo managed to extract himself from the tangle of covers, which looked as though they'd been put through the paces for hours already, and pulled on his jeans, sans underwear. "Of course, Philip. Bet we're just friends, honey. You want something to eat?" No thanks. I think I'm going to get some breakfast downstairs, okay? I'll see you both later." I grabbed a clean pair of jeans, a t-shirt, and a pair of flip-flops, tossed them in a plastic hotel laundry bag, and sprinted out of the room, feeling slightly queasy as I left Philip and Leo to their domestic tranquility. I went to kill some time in the lobby restaurant and get a snack before I could safely go back to my room. But just as the waiter brought a full coffee service and a basket of the most amazing-looking pastries and muffins, Eliza stumbled in and collapsed into the seat across from me. "I can't fucking sleep, and I'm ready to kill myself," she announced. I panicked the moment I saw her, convinced that she already knew what had happened. I figured no one would be awake at that hour, but her knotty hair and black-circled eyes and jumpy hands indicated that she'd probably done way too many drugs to even entertain the idea of sleep, so she'd come down to wait it out. "Hey, sure, have a seat," I said, trying to sound nonchalant. The waiter brought her a cup and saucer, her glassy eyes fixated on them for a moment, as though she'd never before seen either, but she recovered and poured herself some coffee. Then she eyed me suspiciously. "You're up early. Where's Philip?" she asked, finishing off the entire cup in one gulp. "Philip?" I tried to laugh casually, but it sounded more like a choke. "Oh, he's sleeping, I think. I don't know why I'm up so early. Must be the time difference." "Time difference?" she snorted. "If that's your only problem, just take a Xanax. I feel like shit." "Here, have something to eat. You look like you could use some food." Another snort. "That muffin is equivalent in fat and carbs to at least 2 Big Macs. No, thank you." She poured another cup of black coffee and finished it off. "Is David upstairs?" I asked, not out of any genuine interest, but because I felt I had to say something. "I don't know where he is. Lost track of him around 3 a.m. Probably went home with some Turkish chick." She sounded neither upset nor surprised by this. I just stared at her. She just sighed. "Philip would probably never do that to you, right? He's such a great guy." I nearly spat out my orange juice, but somehow remained composed. I murmured. "Have you ever heard anything about Philip being... well, about him being interested in..." She gave me a glazed stare. "Interested in what?" "Oh, I don't know. Guys?" This elicited a gasp, and her mouth fell wide open. "Philip Weston? Gay? Are you joking?" "Bet, how can you be so naive? Just because he happens to have a fabulous sense of style and drive a Vespa and do yoga does not in any way mean he likes guys." No, I thought to myself, of course it doesn't. But what about the fact that I walked in on him a half hour ago while he was performing oral sex on our very gay and very out co-worker? "Right, no, I hear what you're saying. It's just that... But when are you going to appreciate that boy? Any girl in her right mind would do anything and everything she could to keep him. But you don't seem to understand that. So apparently there was some scandal around here this morning." She switched tacks so quickly I barely had time to process that what she was saying might concern me. "A scandal? With one of our group? Did anyone see it?" She looked me in the eye, and for a moment I was sure she knew the entire story. But then she just said, I'm not sure exactly. One of the photographers, that fat one was his name, mentioned that he might have snapped a few interesting shots of someone in a compromising position. Any idea who it was or what happened? I chewed my croissant deliberately and fixed my gaze on the front page of the International Herald Tribune. No, I haven't heard a thing. Should we be worried? I mean, we wouldn't want anything truly damaging to get out. Eliza poured a third cup of coffee and allowed herself a single packet of Equal this time. Her hands shook from the effort. I guess we'll just have to wait and see, won't we? I'm going to try to sleep. I've got to be back down here in a couple hours for my scrub in the Turkish bath. I hear it's even better for your skin than a laser peel. See you later. I watched her hobble out on stilt-skinny legs and tried to figure out what exactly had made that interaction so weird. But the mention of a scrub reminded me of my own appointment, so I finished breakfast and hit the spa for my pre-sightseeing massage, adding on a paraffin pedicure for good measure. This one I had earned. Chapter 26. I have to say, I think this one's my favorite, Will announced, passing me a computer printout across the table. He didn't sound particularly amused. He'd taken it upon himself to put together a little collection of all the newspaper clippings that had mentioned my name since I'd started at Kelly & Company, and we were reviewing them together over brunch. The week before, I'd returned from Turkey and what I thought was an incredibly successful trip. No one had seemed the least bit clued in as to what had really happened with either Philip or Sammy. It was becoming obvious that I'd relaxed too soon. Abby was apparently omniscient. Somehow, she must have gotten in touch with John, the fat photographer, because she'd managed to take a tiny, partial truth and weave it into a hideous lie. She'd published this particular gem on Friday, and this time I thought Kelly would have a heart attack. Publicist Bet Robinson is generating some publicity of her own, sources say, while running a press trip to Istanbul last month. Mostly known for her relationship with Philip Weston, Robinson was reported to be intimately involved with Rick Salomon, better known as the guy who brought us the Paris Hilton sex tape, in the same hotel where she also shared a room with Weston. Can readers look forward to a remake of this famous sex tape? This time featuring everyone's favorite party planner in place of everyone's favorite partier? Stay tuned. The photo accompanying the darling little write-up was the one taken of me as I opened the door of Sammy's room, holding my sandals in one hand and running the other through my ratty, bedhead hair. My mouth hung open unattractively, and my makeup was smeared under my eyes. I looked just as slutty as Paris, minus her fab body and clothes. A figure had been blurred out in the background. Upon closer inspection, it was clearly a male with a sheet tied around his waist, but identifying him beyond that was impossible. It was Sammy, of course. The bastard photographer had just spent 5 straight days with him, and knew that perfectly well, but he clearly hadn't bothered to provide that information when he sold the picture to Abby. I imagine she'd spent little time trying to figure out who the guy was before picking someone particularly damaging at random and assigning him the role of my illicit late-night paramour. For the first time since I'd begun working for her, I saw that Kelly was not pleased with the coverage. She'd asked me fairly if there was any truth to the claim, and then followed up with questions about why Abby had it out for me. I assured her that I'd never met the Hilton sex tape guy, and certainly hadn't had sex with him, either on camera or off, and she seemed to believe me. Oddly enough, it never occurred to her to ask who the guy was if it wasn't Mr. Paris Hilton, so I hadn't needed to lie. After this brief question-and-answer session, Kelly instructed me to settle any animosity with Abby, since this kind of publicity was no longer helpful. She reminded me that we were a mere 4 weeks from the Playboy party, and there was to be no negative publicity, true or not, surrounding my private life between now and then. I assured her that I completely understood, and vowed I'd put an end to it, although as of yet, I had no realistic plan for doing so. I knew I had to call Abby and confront her directly, but the thought of even hearing her voice made me sick with dread. Philip, of course, had kept his mouth shut. Only I knew he was relieved the photo was of my indiscretion, even if he did look like a loser whose girlfriend openly cheated on him, or, as Will had called him, a cuckold. At least it wasn't a shot of his little visit to the other team. Philip and I had yet to even mention anything that had happened that first night in Turkey. Not a word. Nada. Things had resumed their normal pattern for the rest of the trip. 2 days of spa treatments and late-night debauchery, eyeing but not touching Sammy. Isabel's Ambien didn't last long enough. And generally making sure all the guests remained satisfied and out of trouble. We finished out Turkey like we had started, pretending to be together, although, had anyone bothered to look closely, they would have noticed that I didn't so much as nap in Philip's room. In the week since we'd been home, Philip and I had seen each other out, and neither of us had denied it when people assumed we were together. After the chaos of the photo, the reconciliation gave me some wiggle room with Kelly, but I needed a low-drama way out of this relationship, not just because of the tabloid pressure, but because I really liked Sammy. The good news was that every daily and weekly that mattered had dedicated massive spreads to the group's carefully orchestrated debauchery, and a very happy association of nightclub owners was certain there would soon be an unprecedented number of American partiers. Only New York Scoop had printed the ugly photo of me. Kelly seemed okay once she heard Philip and I had made up. Sammy had been extremely apologetic, although Isabel kept such a tight leash on him that we'd had little contact since the trip. The only people who seemed truly devastated were my parents. My mother was so hysterical when she called that I had to hang up on her mid-conversation and have Will call her back to explain that you can't believe everything you read, especially when it comes to gossip columns. He managed to placate her slightly, but it didn't change the rather unsettling fact that even if I hadn't been sleeping with the Hilton sex tape guy, my parents had still seen a photo of me taken right after I had quite obviously slept with someone. They didn't understand what I was doing professionally or personally, or why. While there'd been absolutely nothing good about the situation, the worst of it seemed to be over, and the only one who still seemed obsessed with it was Will. It was Sunday, exactly 1 week after we'd returned from Turkey, and I was at my usual brunch with Will and Simon. I was bemoaning the lack of fact and truth in the piece when Will interrupted me. "Bet, darling, stop using the word truth when referencing gossip columns. It makes you sound naive." "Well, what am I supposed to do? Just be totally fine with the fact that that vengeful bitch can make up whatever she wants about me and they'll print it? It's a miracle and a blessing that I still have my job." "Is that so?" He raised his eyebrows and sipped from his Bloody Mary, his pinky extended. "You're the one who practically mandated I take this job, if I remember. Said I needed more friends, to go out, to have a life. Well, I've done just that." "This," he said, holding up the picture for emphasis, "was not what I meant, and you know it. Now, darling, I'm happy to support you in anything that makes you happy, but I don't think it's a stretch of an observation to say that this is not it." Well, that one silenced me momentarily. "So what do you propose I do?" I asked. "You thought banking was a bore, and now you're disapproving of the job you picked for me because some girl I knew in a previous life has it in for me. That seems unfair." He sighed. "Yes, well, darling, get over yourself. You're a big girl now, and I'm sure you'll find something a little more, how shall I put it, discreet than your current lifestyle. Planning parties and going out, having a drink or two, a little romp with a cute boy is one thing, and I'm fully supportive of that. But dating some spoiled brat to please your boss, getting your name and face plastered across every rag in this city, and, not least, forgetting your old uncle's birthday because you were too busy acting as an international babysitter for a group of B-list stars and socialites, is not quite what I had in mind when I recommended that you take this job." Will's birthday. January 2nd. I'd forgotten. Will motioned for the waiter to bring him another Bloody Mary. "Darling, please excuse me for a moment. I'm going to take this mobile phone outside and see where Simon is. It's unlike him to be this late." He placed his napkin on his chair and crossed the cavernous room in a few easy strides. looking every bit the distinguished gentleman. When he returned, he was smiling and composed. "How is your love life, my dear?" he asked, as if we'd not been talking about Philip at all. Haven't I said it enough? I have no interest in Philip. Darling, I wasn't talking about Philip. Whatever happened to that hulking boy with whom you drove to Poughkeepsie? I rather liked him. Sammy? How could you have liked him? You only met him for 30 seconds. Yes, but in those 30 seconds, he showed he was perfectly willing to lie on my behalf. Now, that's a quality person, if there ever was one. So tell me, is there no interest there at all? He peered at me with an intensity Will rarely displayed about anything. I weighed whether or not to tell him the entire Istanbul story, and then buckled. At least one person in my life should know I wasn't a complete tramp. Yeah, I guess you could say that, I mumbled. Say what? That you are interested in him, or you're not? He winked. I took a deep breath. He was the guy in the picture. You just couldn't see him. Will looked like he was trying to suppress a huge smile. He was in Turkey with you. How did you arrange that, my dear? It's sort of a long story, but suffice it to say that I didn't know he was going to be there. Will raised an eyebrow. Really? Well, I'm pleased to hear that. I'm sorry it had to end up in the gossip columns, but I'm glad the two of you have, cemented your relationship. I listened to Will prattle on for a bit about how he always envisioned me being with someone like Sammy, the strong, silent type, and how it was about time I found myself a proper boyfriend who understood what was really important. And oh, by the way, how does he lean politically? I happily answered all of his questions, content to talk about Sammy if I couldn't be with him. We'd just tucked into our omelets when Will brought up the single subject I wanted to forget. Well, at least now there's a good reason why I couldn't see my own niece until she'd been back in the country for a week. I'd be offended if you were simply out gallivanting for work every night. But now that there's a boyfriend in the picture, new relationships must be coddled, and the beginning is the best time. Oh, how I remember the beginning. You just cannot get enough of each other. Every moment you're apart feels like torture, which lasts about 2 years, of course, at which point things do a full 180, and you try to wrangle every possible moment alone. But you've got plenty of time before that happens, darling. So tell me, how has it been? I speared my eggs and pushed them around the plate before dropping my fork altogether. Actually, we haven't seen each other since we've been back, I said, realizing how awful that sounded. It's not like there's anything wrong, I added quickly. He's really busy, talking to some people about opening up a restaurant, which is not his ultimate goal, but seems to be a really good opportunity right now. And we've talked on the phone a few times, but I've also been crazed getting everything together for the Playboy party, and, well, you know how it is. I heard the words come out of my mouth, and knew I sounded like a delusional girl trying to convince herself and everyone else that some guy really was interested, even though all outward signs indicated otherwise. It was beyond upsetting that I hadn't seen Sammy since we'd gotten home, but it was true that both of us had been extraordinarily busy, and besides, it was hardly unusual not to see a new guy for a week in New York City. Plus, I reminded myself, he had called 3 times in 7 days. And he always said what a great time he'd had with me in Turkey, that he couldn't wait for things to calm down so we could go on a real date. I'd read enough romances to know that the worst possible thing I could do would be to push or demand. So far, everything had unfolded organically, and while it would have been nice to see him once or twice in the past week, this was not a major cause for concern. After all, I was quite sure we had a long and beautiful future together. So what would be the point of rushing things now? I see. Will looked troubled for a moment, but then uncrinkled his forehead. I'm sure you know what you're doing, darling. Any plans to see him again? Actually, yes. I have to stop by an in-style party tomorrow night, and he'll be working. He asked me to get coffee with him afterward. This seemed to satisfy Will. Excellent. Do send him my best. He folded his hands together and leaned forward like an eager girlfriend, waiting for the latest update. "I command you to invite him to brunch next Sunday," he said, as Simon finally arrived. "Sammy? Oh, great idea! It'll be just the four of us. Give us a chance to really meet this young man," Simon chimed in. Clearly, my big, secret relationship with Sammy was nothing of the sort. As great as that sounds, guys, Sammy cooks brunch on Sundays at Gramercy Tavern, so he can't come to ours. Maybe another time, I added, when they looked crestfallen. "Well, perhaps we'll make our way over there," Will said half-heartedly. "I hear it's a decent meal." Simon nodded unenthusiastically. "Yes, why don't we? That sounds quite nice, at some point." And finally, blessedly, the conversation shifted to their upcoming trip to the Caribbean, and I was left to sit silently, feigning interest, while I dreamed about my romantic, late-night coffee date with my new boyfriend. Chapter 27. Monday was a blur. I was so excited to see Sammy after work that I floated through the day in a dreamlike state. I recalled not one subject that we discussed during the morning meeting, and even though I sat through the entire thing, I had to ask one of the list girls to make me a copy of the notes she took so I could familiarize myself with what had been covered. The office was in full mobilization mode now that the Playboy party was rapidly approaching, and even though I was officially in charge, I couldn't concentrate. I ducked out at lunch to get a manicure. At 3, I announced I was grabbing coffee, but I actually bolted to the tailor to pick up the sexy cocktail dress I'd gotten over the weekend, which was now newly shortened. By the time 6 o'clock rolled around, I started mumbling lies and weaving unintelligible stories about my parents, Uncle Will, a sick friend, anything that would allow me to leave early and have a full couple of hours to get home, decompress, and groom myself to within an inch of sanity. I emailed Kelly and Eliza that I'd be able to check out the in-style party that night and report back the next day, and then I walked out of the office at exactly 6:30. The evening disappeared in a whirlwind of primping activity, including shaving, scrubbing, plucking, filing, brushing, painting, and moisturizing, and by the time the cab pulled up to Bungalow, I was nearly breathless with anticipation. Will had hustled me off to Bergdorf's after brunch the day before and insisted on buying me the gorgeous Chaikin dress. It had a magical empire waist that made my own midsection look non-existent, a skirt that flowed gracefully down to my knees. I'd never before owned a single item quite that gorgeous or expensive. From the moment I'd zipped it on an hour earlier, I just knew that the night was going to be special. Sammy's expression as I stepped out of the taxi didn't disappoint. I watched him as his eyes covered the distance from my sparkly silver heels to the super glam chandelier earrings Penelope had bought me for my last birthday. His smile grew wider until he finally finished looking and said, "Wow." It was followed by something that sounded like a low moan, and I thought I might die of happiness. "You like it?" I asked, resisting the urge to twirl around. By some miracle, we were alone on the sidewalk, the last of a group of smokers having just ducked back inside. "Bet, you look absolutely beautiful," he said, and it sounded like he actually meant it. "Thanks. You look pretty good yourself." "Breezy and light," I kept reminding myself. "Keep it breezy and light and leave him wanting more." "Are we still on for later?" he asked, giving a 1-second gesture to 2 girls who'd just approached the velvet rope. "Sure. I'm up for it if you are." My words were casual, but it took tremendous control for me not to choke with hopefulness. "Definitely. If you don't mind waiting, I can probably be out of here by 1:15 latest. I know a good place nearby." I breathed a sigh of relief that he wasn't going to cancel, no matter that 1 a.m. was still a solid 4 hours away, or that I'd be a zombie at work the next day. None of it mattered one tiny bit, because in a survivable period of time, I was going to be tucked into a corner booth with my head resting on Sammy's strong, solid shoulder, sipping my tiny espresso and laughing girlishly at the delicious things he'd be whispering in my ear. Things like, how it was time that each of us end whatever situations we had with Isabel and Philip, so we could be together, fully and with honesty. How he'd never met anyone who understood him as well as I did, and how it was so incredible that we'd known each other as kids back in Poughkeepsie. He'd tell me that it wouldn't be easy, us being together, what with the social and professional pressures we'd both face, but that we had something worth fighting for, and he was ready and willing. I would pretend to think this all over, nodding occasionally and cocking my head at certain words, as if to say, "Why, I can see what you mean." And when I finally looked up at him and agreed that yes, this was all sounding like a good idea, he would pull me toward him and kiss me, at first softly, and then with more urgency. From that moment on, we'd be together in every sense of the word, best friends and lovers and soulmates. And while there'd surely be challenges, we'd get through it all side by side. I'd read the same story play itself out so many times in my novels that I could barely believe I finally had my own real-life version. "Sure, that sounds great." And before he could change his mind or say another word, I gracefully, I hoped, sashayed past him, opened the door myself, and glided into the packed room. 1 o'clock rolled around with surprising swiftness. I capitalized on my good mood by circulating around the room, chatting first with Eliza, and then David, and then a few guys I knew peripherally through Avery. Nothing could ruin my night, not even catching a glimpse of Abby skulking in a darkened corner beside the bar. She caught me looking at her, and before I realized what was happening, she was standing next to me, hugging me in greeting. I pulled myself away and took a step back, examined her face as though I were trying to place it, and then simply turned around and walked away. For a split second, she called out my name and tried to follow me, but I stuck my right hand in the air as I walked in the opposite direction, and by the time I reached Kelly and Company's table, she had disappeared. I'd just calmly poured myself a glass of champagne when Sammy walked over and motioned that he could leave. We walked for nearly 10 blocks before reaching a tiny diner that still had Christmas candles in its windows. He held the door for me and then chose a small corner booth, just like I'd envisioned. I blew on my hands to warm them, and when I wrapped them around my mug of hot chocolate, Sammy placed his own over mine. "Bet, I have to ask you something," he said, his eyes meeting mine directly. I nearly gasped, but was able to control my breath. "Ask me something? Ask me what? Ask me if I am dating anyone else because you think now would be a good time to stop? Ask me if I can actually see myself being your lifelong partner? The answer is yes. Yes, of course, Sammy. But isn't it a tad early for that discussion?" I was considering all of these possibilities and more when he said, "I need to ask for your patience." That sort of brought things to a grinding halt. My patience? I didn't know for sure, but that didn't sound like the opening of a commitment conversation to me, at least not the way it happened in any self-respecting romance novel. As usual, any previous command I had of the English language had vanished. "My patience?" I repeated. "Bet, I want to make this work more than anything, but I need you to be patient with me. I got a phone call this morning that blew me away." "What kind of phone call?" I asked. This was definitely not good news. "From a lawyer, some partner at a huge firm in Midtown. He said he represented some investors who might be interested in backing a new restaurant. Apparently, they have a stake in a bunch of different businesses, but no restaurants right now. They're looking to get behind a hot new chef, his words, not mine, and they're considering a few different options. He asked if it sounded appealing to me." Well, I don't know what I was expecting, but this wasn't it. Luckily, I remembered that I was expected to react. "Congratulations," I said automatically. "That's just great news, don't you think?" He looked relieved. "I do, of course I do. It's just that if I want to pursue this, I'm going to be crazy busy. They want me to write up a pitch covering all my ideas on possible spaces, themes, decor. even preferred prep and sous and pastry chefs. I'd have to give them all that, and 3 entirely different menu proposals, in the next month. I finally understood the patient part. He continued, I barely have any time as it is with work and class, but this is going to take every possible free second I can find. The good news is that it'll allow me to put the brakes on the whole Isabel situation, which is a huge relief. But I'm going to be busier than ever. I wouldn't ever ask you to wait for me, but, well, if there's any way you could understand that... Don't say another word, I said, leaning in toward him across the table. I understand completely, and I couldn't be happier for you. I forced myself to say what I knew was right, and when I was rehashing the conversation later on, back in my own apartment with Millington on my lap, I congratulated myself on getting the words out. It wasn't what I'd hoped to hear, that much was sure, but like every single heroine I'd ever read about, I would fight for what I wanted. I managed to smile at Sammy, even though he looked genuinely distraught. You'll be great, I said. We held hands across the table, and I squeezed his as I said this. We finished our drinks, and I held back the tears until he put me in a cab. This was just another small obstacle to overcome, and I was willing to do it. Anything worth having was worth working for, and Sammy was worth having. If patience was what it took, then patience was what I had. Sammy and I were clearly meant to be together. Chapter 28. Okay, everyone, this is it. Quiet down now, and let's get started. Kelly had just inhaled her 4th Diet Coke and ordered her 5th as we settled in for our final meeting before the Playboy party. We were at a secluded, sectioned-off table at Balthazar, Kelly's favorite lunch place, and her preferred venue for working meetings before big events. The food had just arrived. Kelly pushed aside her niçoise salad and stood up from the table, shaking slightly with caffeine nerves. As you all know, tomorrow is D-Day. We'll run through the checklist together, but this is a mere formality. Why, you may ask, is this a mere formality? Because everything will be executed without a hitch. If there is ever a time for perfection, it is tomorrow night. And just in case there's any doubt in anyone's mind, it will be fucking perfect, because I won't have it any other way. We were all nodding, accustomed to Kelly's pre-event pep rallies, when there was a slight commotion at the door. Our table turned to look, along with everyone else in the restaurant. Leo spoke first. Ashley and Jessica Simpson with... He strained his neck to assess the accompanying group. That kid, what's his name? The one Ashley was dating on and off. Ryan something. And the girl's father. Who's on it? Kelly barked. Got it, Eliza snapped back. She pulled her cell phone from her massive peacock blue Marc Jacobs Stella bag and began scrolling through numbers. She found the one she was looking for and pressed send. 10 seconds later, she was talking rapidly as we all listened. Hi, this is Eliza from Kelly & Company. Yeah, exactly. Anyway, I just got word that the girls are in town, and we would love to host them at our Playboy party tomorrow. It was assumed that the person on the other line knew all about the party. After all, who didn't? Eliza smiled and gave Kelly a knowing look, while pointing at her phone. Yes, of course. No, I understand entirely. We'll be willing to provide a completely private 15-minute arrival window so they won't share the carpet with anyone else. And naturally, they'll be escorted to their own table in the VIP section. She paused to listen and then said, The girls will have a personal concierge all night, so anything they need can be arranged immediately. I can guarantee they'll be subjected to absolutely no interviews. However, if they'll be so kind as to pose for a few select photographers, it would be our pleasure to cover the cost of their hotel suites, hair and makeup, transportation, and, if required, wardrobe selection. Another pause, and then a frown. Yes, of course they'll both be there. I'd be happy to set that up for you. Her excitement had subsided, and she was now clearly faking it. Great. I'll be in touch first thing tomorrow morning so we can arrange all the details. I so look forward to seeing them tomorrow night. Fabulous. Ciao. Well done, Kelly said, as our group broke into light applause, reminding me again that Kelly was, as far as bosses go, pretty great. What was their final request that you said we could accommodate? Eliza gritted her teeth. Oh, the publicist mentioned how both girls have crushes on Philip Weston. She wanted to know if he would come over and meet them. Kelly screeched. Of course! Too easy. Bet you and Philip will greet those girls the moment they walk in and show them to their seats. Tell Philip to flirt, flirt, flirt. Eliza, have Bet call and follow up with the publicist tomorrow, okay? Speaking of which, Bet, how are we doing at your end? I could feel Eliza staring at me, and I sensed the look wasn't filled with love. Everything seems to be in order. My focus was the midnight surprise. I'd been working on it nonstop for the past month, ironing out every minute detail, and I was finally confident it was going to be spectacular. Kelly had approved my plan, but insisted it stay between us, since she didn't want to risk anything being leaked to the press. As a result, no one but the two of us and Hef himself had any idea what was happening at midnight. The midnight show is a go. I expect everything will run smoothly there. Eliza yawned loudly. I continued. I've credentialed all the press with passes that are impossible to copy, alter, or fake, and each will be sent by messenger to its recipient exactly 1 hour before start time. Here are copies of the press grid. I paused here to pull out a stack of papers and pass them around the table. With every reporter and photographer who will be in attendance. What, if anything specific, they're most interested in covering, who they tend to feature the most, the people and places each will or will not be able to access, and, of course, their drink preferences. Kelly nodded and studied the sheet. Are escorts listed on here? Certainly. Everyone from the office will take turns, according to my schedule, escorting various members of the press to ensure they're exposed to the people we like them to meet. I had a final meeting yesterday with the production company we're using, and I'm comfortable with how that side is shaping up, Eliza interjected. Their plans for bar layout, bartenders, lighting, risers, music, decorations, and catering all seem to mesh with our instructions and the client's preferences. Kelly pushed the lettuce around on her plate, and then changed her mind, choosing to sip her Chardonnay instead. Okay, that's good, she murmured. But back to this press situation for a minute. Bet, did you touch base with all the photo editors to let them know they have our full cooperation with anything they might need? I did. I had a couple of the interns call them at the beginning of the week, and they reached everyone by Wednesday. All in all, I think we're in great shape. The lunch meeting continued like this for another hour before Kelly gave us the rest of the afternoon off to go home, attend grooming appointments, try to relax, and mentally prepare ourselves for the following evening. I'd already planned to stay in that night with Millington and a huge bowl of extra buttered microwave popcorn and watch bad movie after bad movie on TNT, so I was ecstatic to hear that I had the afternoon off, too. Of course, the extra time would mean even more opportunity to think about Sammy. It hadn't been too much of a problem the past couple of weeks, because I'd been swamped with prep work. But I shuddered to think of how much I could obsess if given a little free time. Kelly paid the check, and everyone was saying goodbye when Eliza pulled me aside. Can I talk to you for a minute? She asked. Sure, what's going on? Look, I know that things have gotten a little weird between us, but I really think we should do our best to work together tomorrow night. Neither of us wants to spend the whole night working, so we need to figure out a system where only one of us is on and the other can relax, and then switch, you know? I was surprised to hear her acknowledge that there was tension between us, but I was glad she no longer seemed so annoyed. Sure, sounds good. I can't imagine there's going to be much time tomorrow to do anything besides deal, but we can try, you know. This was apparently all she needed to hear. Great. That sounds great. See you tomorrow, Bet. I watched as she tightened her fringed scarf around her emaciated neck and ducked into the cold street. Strange girl, I thought, watching her hail a cab. I waited until her taxi had pulled away before heading outside myself. I had all afternoon to myself for the first time in recent memory, and I didn't want to waste a single second of it. Chapter 29. I'd just finished You've Got Mail and was halfway through Can't Buy Me Love when the phone rang. I was surprised to see Penelope's number come up on the caller ID. Surprised and thrilled. I'd given her the bare-bones rundown on Sammy, but she had no idea how much I adored him. I managed to read between the lines of her upbeat soliloquies to determine that Avery wasn't around a whole lot, that she still hadn't found a job, and that the couples they were hanging out with weren't exactly her type, but she wouldn't admit any of this outright. Left with not much to say, we emailed each other silly forwards, and texted stupid things, and spoke very occasionally about safe subjects. But I couldn't remember the last time I'd received a good, old-fashioned, late-night call from my best friend. "Hey, Bea, how are you? Sorry to be calling so late, but the time difference really sucks, and I figured you might still be up. Avery's out of town again, and I don't really have anyone else out here to call and bother, so you're the lucky winner tonight." Her voice sounded hollow, and I wished we were closer. "Pen, I'm so glad you called. How are you?" "I didn't wake you, did I?" "Hardly. Just watching bad movies. What's going on with you? It's so good to hear from you." "Is your British trust fund boyfriend there?" she asked. Had everything been normal, Penelope would have already analyzed 100 times over with me what Sammy's being patient meant, and would have reassured me repeatedly that it was only a matter of time before he and I would be together. Now, despite knowing about Sammy, she didn't even seem to understand that I wasn't actually dating Philip. "Pen, he's not my boyfriend. You know that. Philip and I are expected to go to the Playboy party together, but only for the photos." "Right, of course. When is that? That's a big deal, right?" "It's tomorrow night. It's stressful because we've been working on it forever now, and I'm pretty much first in command, after Kelly. But so far, it seems like everything's in line. If the photographers behave themselves, and the bunnies all show up, we should be okay." We continued on like this for a few minutes, neither of us acknowledging that we had huge knowledge gaps about each other's lives. "So, what do you plan to do about Abby and the fact that she keeps printing those lies about you?" she asked, sounding like the old Penelope for the first time all night. I'd been trying not to think about it, but when I did, the anger, the feeling of being violated, was enough to drive me mad. I still can't figure out why she hates me so much. It's torture not being able to confront her. Do you think people really believed that I was having an affair with the Hilton sex tape guy? I don't even know his name." "No one does," she said, clucking quietly. "I have no idea what her problem is, although I guess it's not such a stretch to imagine her printing all this trash about you when she used to steal people's papers in college and pass them off as her own, right? Do you remember sophomore year when she skipped her grandmother's funeral because they were interviewing new columnists for the paper? The girl is seriously disturbed. Avery always said she's the type who would sell out her own parents to get ahead, and I think he's right. He slept with her, of course, so I guess he'd know." "What? Avery had sex with Abby? I didn't know that." "I'm not totally sure, but I'm assuming he has. All of his friends did. Hell, every guy we know did her in college. I think I'd rather not know for sure, but if I had to bet..." I swallowed a wave of nausea at the thought and mustered the energy to say, "So how is that fiancé of yours, anyway? You said he was out of town." Her sigh said more than any of the words that followed. "He's fine, I guess. I haven't seen a lot of him, that's for sure. I thought it would change once he was back in school and had to be on campus every day, but it's only given him more free time to stay out late. He's met a whole new crew of friends, so I guess that's good." "Do you like any of their girlfriends?" She snorted. "What girlfriends? They're all 22-year-old kids right out of school. He acts like the Godfather, and they're his acolytes. It's slightly disturbing, but how can I say anything?" Well, that made 2 of us. I tried to steer the conversation to something more neutral. "I'm sure it's just a period of adjustment. Are you guys at least exploring the city? I know LA's no New York, but there's got to be something to do there, right? I go to the beach occasionally, shop at Whole Foods, signed up for yoga, doing the whole Jamba Juice thing, interviewing a lot. I know something will come up, but so far there's been nothing interesting. Avery will be back the day after tomorrow, so maybe we'll take a little road trip to Laguna, or Mexico again. That was nice. If he doesn't have to study the entire time. She sounded so listless that I wanted to cry for her. Where is he, honey? How long has he been gone? Oh, he's just back in New York for a few days. Family business of some sort. A meeting with his trust administrator, an accountant, or something like that. I'm not sure what exactly, but I had an interview today, so he said he could handle it alone, and there was no reason for me to fly all the way across the country. Got it. Well, I wish you were here to come with me to the Playboy party. I'd put you on bunny patrol, have you scout the room and make sure all their tails stay attached. Sounds awesome, huh? Sure does. But I miss you a lot. I miss you too, Pen. And if you feel like it, get on a plane and come home for a visit. You didn't move to Guam. You're just on the left coast. If you're feeling a little homesick, we'd love to see you for a visit. Maybe you and me and Abby can go out for lunch and then read in the paper the next day that we were both seen having sex with the Giants' entire defensive line. Doesn't that sound fab? She laughed, and I wanted to hug her. To tell you the truth, I'm not necessarily opposed to having sex with the entire team. That's not bad, is it? It's sure not, honey. It's sure not. Listen, I've got to try and sleep a little because tomorrow's going to be brutally long. But can we talk when the party's finally over? Sure. It's just so good to hear your voice. Good luck getting through tomorrow night with no major scandals. I love you, Bea. I love you too, Pen. Things are going to get better from here, I promise. I miss you, and I'll talk to you soon. I placed the receiver back on its base and crawled into bed to finish the movie, happy just knowing that Penelope and I would somehow be okay. Chapter 30. Check. 1, 2, 3, check. Can everyone hear me? Count off. 1. I called into my earpiece, waiting for everyone else to call their numbers and let me know that the headphones were working. When Leo called out number 16, I knew we had everyone, and I took a deep breath. Guests were just beginning to show up, and I was frantically trying to stem the tide of problems that wouldn't seem to stop. All my cool confidence and perfect plans from the day before were starting to seep away, and it was getting harder to quell my panic. Sky, can you hear me? I hissed into the microphone that crawled stealthily out of my ear and stopped right above my top lip. Bet, honey, I'm right here. Calm down. Everything's just fine. I'll calm down when you tell me that the step and repeat is finally finished. It looked like shit 10 minutes ago. I'm standing outside, and it's all good. 30 feet of Playboy Bunny logos on cardboard, just waiting for celebs to step in front of it for pictures. They put the finishing touches on it just a minute ago, and it should be dry in another few minutes. No worries. Eliza, do we have the final schedule for the press setup? And with security? Sammy from Bungalow 8 is in charge of the VIP entrance, so he needs to know which photographers are allowed where. I was barking orders like a lunatic, and hating the sound of my own voice more with every passing minute. I hadn't hesitated when I said Sammy's name, though, and that was progress. He'd kissed me on the cheek when I'd arrived a few hours earlier, and whispered, "Good luck," and it was all I could do not to faint. The only thing getting me through the night was the knowledge that we would be in the same room for the next 6 hours. Check. E.T. and Access Hollywood have prime placement. E was still wavering on whether they were coming. They're pissy they didn't get the exclusive. But if they send someone, we're ready. All of those plus CNN, MTV, and a guy who's doing a party documentary for Fox and has clearance from some big-name studio head are being allowed inside. Regular tabloid paparazzi will remain outside. Everyone's been briefed on who's who and who's VIP enough to use this entrance. There's just one question. Who's Sammy? I couldn't very well point out over the mic that Sammy was hooked up to our system and listening to every word we were saying, nor that the mere sight of him set my nerves on fire. Eliza, very cute, Just give him the list, okay?" I prayed she would drop it at that, but in her hunger-induced perma-haze, she persevered. "No, seriously, Bet, who's Sammy?" she whined. "Oh, wait. He's the head of the production crew, right? Why does he need a finalized VIP list?" "Eliza, Sammy is in charge of security tonight. We weren't thrilled with the idea of using Sanctuary's Gestapo door people, so Sammy was kind enough to help us out. He should be out front, going over the last-minute details. Just get him a list." I thought that would be the end of it, but of course Eliza wasn't finished. "Oh, wait, Sammy! Isn't he the guy Isabel was keeping on commission? Totally, I remember now. He was in Istanbul with us, wasn't he? She had him racing around like a slave all weekend. You thought they were—" "What? Eliza, I can't hear you. I'm talking to Danny right now, so I'm muting my headphones. Back in a few." I tore the headphones off and collapsed on one of the banquettes, trying not to imagine what Sammy had just thought of that little exchange. "What up?" the ever-articulate Danny asked from his post at the bar. He was ogling the bunnies as they scampered from place to place, preparing themselves for the onslaught of grabby men and jealous women. Nothing. I think we're actually ready, don't you?" "Word." "Is there anything you can think of that I'm missing?" He downed his third beer in 5 minutes. "Nope," he belched. I looked around and was pleased with what I saw. The club had been transformed to the perfect space for celebrating 50 years of centerfolds. We had 2 entrances set up, one for VIPs and one for everyone else, each shrouded in a black tent with plenty of red carpet and logos. The security guys would all be wearing suits and subtle earpieces so as to remain as inconspicuous as possible. After entering an outside tent, each guest would be admitted to a long hallway shrouded in black, which culminated in a sweeping staircase adorned with filmy black curtains. Upon climbing the stairs and stepping through the curtains, they'd find themselves on a raised stage of sorts, a platform where everyone could watch as they descended the stairs into the main room. An 85-foot bar occupied the left side of the room, where 35 female bartenders in hot pants, bikini tops, and bunny ears would be mixing drinks all night long. The wall behind the bar was covered in a floor-to-ceiling collage of Playboy centerfolds from the last 50 years. Each was in full color and blown up to double poster size, and they were stuck together in no apparent pattern, save for the abundance of pre-bikini wax shots. We'd placed the VIP area on the far right side, a roped-off section of black velour banquettes, and reserved signs resting next to the bottle chillers on each glass table. Gleaming from the exact center of the room was a circular stage shaped like a massive, multi-tiered cake. The bottom 2 tiers would provide dancing space for the bunnies at the midnight performance, and the top level would be uncovered to reveal our surprise guest. A huge 360-degree dance floor wrapped around the cake-shaped stage and was adorned with low velour benches around its perimeter. "Hey, how is everything?" Kelly asked, twirling to show off her ultra-tight, ultra-short, barely opaque wrap dress. "You like it?" "You look amazing," I said, and meant it. "Bet, I'd like you to meet Henry. Henry, this is one of my brightest stars, Bet." A pleasant-looking but entirely nondescript man of about 40, medium height, average build, brown hair, reached out his hand and revealed one of the warmest smiles I'd ever seen. "So nice to meet you, Bet. Kelly's told me a lot about you." "All good, I hope," I said, without an ounce of creativity. "Having fun, I hope? Things should really get going soon." They both laughed and looked at each other with such enthusiastic affection that it was impossible not to hate them. By 10 o'clock, the party was fully underway. Hef took up the 2 most prominent VIP tables with his 6 girlfriends and drank jackrabbits, some combination of Jack Daniels and Diet Coke. Scattered at tables around him were assorted celebs and their entourages. James Gandolfini, Dr. Ruth, Pamela Anderson, Helen Gurley Brown, Kid Rock, Ivanka Trump, and Ja Rule all appeared content enough with the unlimited drinks and the platters of bunny-shaped chocolates and strawberries that we'd provided for them. The commoners were just starting to hit that point where they'd had a few drinks and were ready to dance, and the bunnies were in full circulation, brushing up against every guy and most of the girls in the room. They were captivating to watch. Nearly 200 of them in bunny ears, black satin bustiers, and thongs pulsated through the room, shaking their bottoms to emphasize their bunny tails and pushing their pelvises forward to show off the little horse race ribbons that announced their names and hometowns. What the men didn't realize was that the real party was in the downstairs ladies' room, where the bunnies gathered to smoke, chat, and make fun of the gaping men. They had to unzip their bustier outfits and completely climb out of them in order to pee, and they weren't able to get dressed again without help. I leaned against a wall, staring, waiting for a stall to open, as one blonde girl reached out and cupped another bunny's huge pillow-like breasts with 2 hands. She admired them for a few seconds before asking, boobs still in hand, "Real or created?" The fondled one giggled and gave a little shimmy. "Girlfriend, these are entirely store-bought." Then she squatted, leaned forward, and mashed her breasts as tight as they'd go against her chest, while motioning for the fondler to zip her up. When she straightened up again, the black satin barely covered her nipples, and she looked like she might just topple forward from the weight of imbalance. They finished their sneaked Cosmos, left the empty glasses on the sink, and half ran, half hopped back upstairs to rejoin the party. When I made it back myself, I did another cursory check over the headphones with everyone to see that all was progressing as planned. And there were blessedly few emergencies. A fallen disco ball that hadn't hit anyone, a couple of minor fights that Sammy and his crew had already dismantled, and a shortage of maraschino cherries due to hungry bunnies who were reportedly grabbing them from behind the bar by the fistful. Eliza seemed to be sober and in control of the VIP lounge, while Leo had managed to keep his pants on long enough to patrol the bar and dance floor. There was only an hour to go until the midnight surprise, and it was time for me to focus on that. The surprise midnight performance had been my baby, something I'd been working on especially hard since returning from Turkey, and I was desperate for it to go well. At that moment, only Kelly, the head PR person from Playboy, and Hef himself knew what to expect, and I couldn't wait to see everyone's reactions. I was just getting ready to triple-check with Sammy and his staff at the door that they knew to refuse admission to Abby if she tried to get in, when I heard his voice crackle on the headset. "Bet, Sammy here. Jessica and Ashley just pulled up." "Copy. I'll be there in a second." I grabbed a gin and tonic from the main bar to bribe Philip with, but I couldn't find him anywhere. Not wanting the sisters to go unescorted, I sent the announcement out over the headset for anyone who saw Philip to meet me at the front door, then dashed there just as they were stepping out of the Bentley we had sent to fetch them. "Hi, guys," I said rather ungracefully. "We're all so glad you could make it. Come on in, and I'll show you around." I guided them down the red carpet, squinting through the flashbulbs. They posed like pros for their required 15 minutes, jutting out their hips and putting their arms around each other and walking jauntily in their matching 5-inch silver heels before following me past Sammy, who winked, and straight to the VIP section. I beckoned to the gorgeous guy we'd hired to attend to their every need and bolted off to find Philip, who had, as of yet, remained elusive. Although I'd radioed out numerous SOS messages and patrolled the room myself a number of times, I couldn't seem to find him anywhere. I was just getting ready to send someone into the men's room to see if he was inside doing God knows what, when I glanced at my watch. It was 5 minutes to 12, and the show would be starting any minute. I raced upstairs and signaled the DJ, who cut off Dancing Queen halfway through and played an electronic drum roll. This was the signal. Hef extricated himself from his gaggle of girlfriends and climbed slowly to the second tier of the stage, tapping once on the microphone before booming, "Thank you all for coming." He was cut off by the frantic, screaming cheers of the crowd, who clapped and yelled and chanted, "Hef! Hef! Hef!" "Yes, thank you. Thank you all so much for coming to celebrate with me and my crew." He paused briefly to wink at the crowd, which invited all-out hooting. 50 years of important stories, celebrated writers, and, of course, beautiful girls." The crowd continued to holler throughout the speech, reaching an almost deafening level when he thanked everyone for a final time and made his way back to the front and center tables, where his women awaited. A few people thought it was over and started to head back to the bar or the dance floor, but they froze in place when the DJ began to play Happy Birthday to You. Before anyone realized what was happening, a tiny circular stage, just big enough for one person to stand on, began to rise from the center of the cake. It moved upward until the shadow of a woman could be seen behind the sheer curtain that covered it as everyone stood rooted to the floor, their necks craning toward the ceiling. When the mini platform stopped about 3 stories above the crowd, the gauzy white material simply melted away, and standing there in a tight, shimmering, beaded purple evening gown with a fur boa was Ashanti, looking ravishing. She proceeded to sing in a low, throaty voice the sexiest rendition of Happy Birthday to You I'd ever heard. It was an obvious tribute to Marilyn Monroe's famous performance for JFK, only Ashanti dedicated her performance to Hef, calling him the President of Pussyland. And when she finished, the room went wild. Gold glitter confetti rained down while the crowd cheered, and every bunny in the room, all 85 of them, kicked chorus line style around the lower level of the stage. The DJ immediately segued into Always on Time, and the dancing immediately escalated from excited to frenzied. I heard a guy behind me scream into his cell phone, "Dude, this is the party of the fucking century!" And more than a few newly formed couples began making out on the dance floor. Except for the Pussyland comment, everything had gone exactly as I'd planned. Probably even better. Eliza and Leo and Sammy had already reported in to the headsets that it was a huge hit. Even Kelly managed to grab a headset and shriek her approval into it. The euphoria lasted another whole 7 or 10 minutes, until everything started barreling downhill at warp speed, threatening to take me with it. I was roaming through the VIP lounge looking for Philip, when tucked away in the darkest corners of the roped-off section, I spotted a very familiar blonde head bobbing between a pair of bunny-like breasts. I looked around frantically for a camera, hoping, praying that one would snap a picture of Philip nibbling this girl's cleavage and plaster it across every paper in the city so I could finally, blessedly, be finished with him. It seemed strange to see him being this intimate with a girl, so soon after seeing him be that intimate with a guy, but it was an easy out for me, and one I wanted. I realized this was my chance. I would gladly play the part of betrayed girlfriend if it meant having a reason to be done with him once and for all. I leaned over to tap him on the shoulder, eager to put on an indignant public performance. But I physically recoiled when the boy turned around and snapped, "What the fuck do you want? Can't you see I'm busy here?" It wasn't Philip. No British accent, no chiseled jaw, no "I've been a very bad boy" grin. Much to my surprise, the face that stared back at me, the one contorted with anger and annoyance, belonged to someone else I knew well. Avery. His jaw went slack when he saw me. "Bet," he whispered. "Avery?" I couldn't move, couldn't think, couldn't come up with a single appropriate thing to say. I was vaguely aware that the girl was peering at us both with some sort of smug look, but it was hard to make her out in the dark. Besides, nearly her entire mouth was swollen from kissing, and lipstick was smeared across her chin and cheek. But after I studied her for 15 seconds, I realized I knew her, too. It was Abby. "Bet, this isn't what it... Bet, you know Abby, don't you?" He was noticeably perspiring and waving his hands in some sort of spastic counterclockwise pattern, motioning to the girl while simultaneously trying to pretend she wasn't there. "Bet, great to see you again. Saw that piece about you the other day," she trilled. Her hand worked its way quite deliberately over Avery's back, rubbing and kneading, while I watched every movement, and she watched me, watching her. I continued to stare, still at a loss for words, realizing that Abby still assumed I was clueless about her professional identity. It was all too horrible to process, and since I couldn't decide which one to confront first, I just stood there. Apparently, Avery took this as an indication that he should keep talking. Penelope knows I'm in New York, and of course she knows I like to go out a lot, but, I'm not sure it'd be the best thing for her to know about this. She's had a lot to adjust to with the move and everything, and I think it'd be most considerate to her if we didn't upset her anymore, you know? He slurred nearly every word. Abby chose this moment to lean over and begin licking his earlobe, closing her eyes in feigned passion after looking directly at me. Avery brushed her away like a gnat and stood up, placing an arm underneath my elbow and leading me away from the table. He was approaching blackout drunk, but he still managed to move rather deftly. I allowed myself to be led away for a second before I snapped back to reality and tore my arm from his grip. "You bastard!" I hissed. I had wanted to scream, but nothing came out. "Is there a problem here?" Abby asked as she sidled up next to Avery. I stared at her, nearly scared of my hatred. "Problem? No, why would you say that? No problem at all. It's funny, though. I have a sneaking feeling that you won't be writing tomorrow about how you threw yourself at someone else's fiancé, someone you've known for more than 8 years now. No, I imagine tomorrow's little column will have no mention of you or Avery at all. Rather, it'll be some charming little story about how I was stealing tips off the bar, or doing drugs with the dancers, or having group sex with the photographers, right?" They both stared at me. Abby spoke first. "What are you saying, Bet? You really are making no sense." "Oh, is that so? Interesting. It's rather unfortunate for you that I know you're Ellie Insider. You want to know why that sucks for you so much, besides the fact that it's a really stupid fucking name? Because I won't rest until everyone else knows it too. I'll call every reporter, editor, blogger, and assistant in this entire city and tell them who you are and how you lie. But I'll have the most fun telling your editor the whole story. Throw the words libel and lawsuit around, just for fun. Maybe she'd be interested to hear how you nearly got kicked out of school for stealing other people's papers. Or perhaps she'd find the story of the night you slept with not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 guys from the lacrosse team amusing. Abby, what do you think?" "But listen, Avery appeared not to have heard a word of what I'd said, clearly concerned only with how this would affect his own life. "No, Avery, you listen," I hissed, with more venom in my voice than I'd ever heard, as I turned away from Abby and toward him. "You have 1 week from today's date to tell Penelope. Do you hear me? 1 week, or she hears it from me." "Jesus Christ, Bet! Come on, you have no idea what you're saying. Hell, you have no idea what really happened. Nothing was going on." "Avery, listen to me. Can you hear me? 1 week." I turned to walk away, silently praying he wouldn't call my bluff and make me tell her. It'd be hard enough to tell my best friend that her dirtbag fiancé had abandoned her in a new city to come home for a weekend of drinking and cheating. But it would especially suck having to do so when our own relationship was still a little rocky. I'd made it a few feet when I felt Avery's arm wrap around my elbow and tighten. He yanked so hard I tripped and would have hit the ground face first had he not yanked me upward and pushed me onto a banquette. His face was 2 inches from mine, his hot, boozy breath heating my skin, and he sounded quite coherent when he whispered, "Bet, I will deny every fucking word you say. Who's she gonna believe? Me, the guy she's worshipped for the last decade, or you, the friend who ditches her going-away party to hang out with some guy? Huh?" He leaned in even closer, hovering over me with his entire body, and his face contorted in a pained, threatening expression, and I briefly wondered if kneeing him in the balls would be appropriate. I wasn't really concerned for my safety so much as disgusted by his closeness. But I didn't have to make the decision. Before I could work my knee into strike position, Avery's entire body seemed to float backward. "Can I help you with something?" Sammy asked Avery as he held him upright by the back of his shirt. "Dude, get the fuck off me! Who the hell are you?" Avery spat, looking drunker and meaner than I'd ever seen him before. "This is none of your fucking business, you hear?" "I'm security, and it is my fucking business." "Well, this is my friend here, and we were having a conversation, so back the fuck off." Avery straightened up in a failed attempt to recoup a shred of dignity. "Oh, really? That's funny, because your friend looked pretty fucking unthrilled to be part of your conversation. Now get out." I watched the two of them go back and forth as I rubbed my arm, wondering who would be the first to use the word fuck 3 times in a single sentence. "Dude, chill out. No one asked for your assistance, okay? I've known Bet for a long fucking time now, so step aside and let us finish. Don't you, have drinks to serve or something?" For the briefest moment, I thought Sammy would hit Avery, but he pulled himself together, took a deep breath, and turned to me. "Are you okay here?" he asked. I wanted to tell him everything, explain that Avery was Penelope's future husband, and tell him how I'd seen him with another girl, and that other girl happened to be Abby, who happened to be Ellie Insider. And even though I always knew he was a cheating bastard, I'd never seen him be so belligerent before. I wanted to throw my arms around Sammy's neck and thank him over and over again for watching out for me and stepping in when he thought I was in trouble, and ask him his advice on what to tell Penelope and how to deal with Avery. For just a moment, I thought about doing just that, screwing the party, the job, what Abby would surely write the following day, just grabbing Sammy and walking away from all of it. But of course, he knew what I was thinking, could see it on my face, and he leaned over and discreetly whispered, "Stay cool. We'll talk about it later, Bet." I was attempting to calm down when Eliza and Philip came ambling over, their arms linked. "What's going on here?" Philip asked, appearing wholly disinterested with the entire scene. "Philip, stay out of this. It's nothing," I said, willing them both to disappear. "Why don't you call your fucking goon off me, Eliza?" Avery whined after pouring himself another drink. "This big meathead got himself involved where it's none of his business. I was having a little chat with an old friend, and all of a sudden he went ballistic. Does he work for you?" Having already lost interest in the whole situation, Philip drunkenly flopped onto the couch and immersed himself in mixing a gin and tonic. Eliza, however, did not like to hear that the hired help was bothering one of her favorite party boys. "Who are you?" she asked Sammy. He looked at her and smiled as if to say, "Are you kidding? You idiot. We recently traveled to a foreign country together for 5 full days, and now you have no idea who I am?" When he was met with a blank gaze, he merely said, "I'm Sammy, Eliza. We met a few dozen times at Bungalow 8, and we were in Istanbul together. I'm in charge of security tonight." His voice was strong and even, without a hint of condescension or sarcasm. That's really interesting. So what you're telling me is that because you work the door at Bungalow a few nights a week and serve as a boy toy to Isabel Vandermark, you all of a sudden think you're justified in treating one of our friends, a VIP at that, this rudely. It was obvious that she was tipsy and enjoying her demonstration of power in front of the whole group. Sammy peered at her, expressionless. "With all due respect, your friend was was physically assaulting your co-worker here. She didn't seem pleased with his attentions, so I encouraged him to focus them elsewhere." "Sammy, is that your name?" she said nastily. "Avery Wainwright is one of our closest friends, and I know for a fact that Bet would never be uncomfortable around him. Shouldn't you be, breaking up fights in the bathroom, or telling all those bridge and tunnel kids lined up outside that they are not welcome here?" Eliza, I said quietly, unsure of what to say next. He was just doing his job. He thought I needed help. Why are you defending him, Bet? I'll see to it that his superiors know he initiated an incident with one of our VIPs. She turned to Sammy and held up an empty bottle of Grey Goose. In the meantime, make yourself useful and get us another bottle. Eliza, honey, she's defending him because she's fucking him, piped up a girl's voice from behind us. Abby. At least that's my guess. Philip, you can't be too psyched about that now, can you? Your girlfriend's fucking the bungalow bouncer. Hot stuff. She laughed. Philip chuckled, none too eager to engage me in a who's sleeping with whom tell-all. She's not, he chuckled, stretching his legs out on the glass table. She may not be faithful to me, but I don't think we have to accuse her of shagging the staff. Bet you're not shagging the staff, are you, love? Sure she is, Abby giggled. Hey, Eliza, why'd you never clue me in on that one? It's so obvious, you must have known. I can't believe I never saw it before. It was like getting hit over the head with a shovel. Why'd you never clue me in on that one? Everything became suddenly and horribly clear. Abby knew where I was and who I was with at all times because Eliza told her. It was that simple. End of story. The only part I didn't quite understand was why Eliza would do that in the first place. Abby wasn't so confusing. She was an all-around nasty, vengeful, mean-spirited girl who would sell out her own dying mother or sleep with a friend's fiancé if it meant furthering her career or her reputation by an inch. But why Eliza? Eliza, having no idea what else to do, started to giggle and sip her champagne. She glanced at me only once, long enough for me to know it was true, and then looked away before I could say a word about it. Avery had begun pleading again, and Sammy had turned to walk back to the door with a disgusted look on his face. Only Philip was either too drunk or too indifferent to really understand what was happening. He persevered. Are you, babe? Are you having a romp with the bouncer? Philip prodded, absently playing with Abby's hair as she watched me intently, a look of distinct pleasure on her face. It was only then I wondered if he too had known about Eliza and Abby's little alliance all along. Or worse, had he been involved with them? Looking for some public heterosexual confirmation himself? It was too horrific to even imagine. An interesting question, Philip, I said as loudly as I dared. Avery, Eliza, Philip, Abby, and Sammy all turned to look at me. I think it's interesting that you're so fascinated with whether or not I've had sex with the bouncer, as you put it. It can't be because you're jealous. After all, you and I have never progressed beyond a wet and rather sloppy makeout. Philip looked as though he might die. Everyone else looked confused. What? Oh, come on now, people, please. You all know everything about everyone, and you never even suspected that this self-proclaimed God's gift to New York women actually prefers men? Well, believe it. Everyone started speaking at once. Yeah, right, Eliza said. Bet, love, why are you talking such rubbish? Philip asked, with a calmness in his voice that didn't match his expression. A shout from an unidentified floater came out over my headphones that P. Diddy had just arrived unannounced, having come from an earlier party somewhere nearby. Normally, this arrival would have been a cause for celebration. However, considering that tonight an entourage of 100 people joined him, it was a disaster. Apparently, he was extremely unhappy that he'd been kept waiting so long at the door, but since Sammy had been inside, the second-in-command security guy hadn't wanted to make any decisions. Did we tell him he couldn't come in because we were already too crowded? Tell him he could choose 10 friends and have the VIP table of his choice, but the rest of his group had to leave? Figure out how to toss out 100 current partiers to accommodate his crew. And who exactly was going to be the lucky chosen conveyor of this news? No one was exactly jumping at the chance. Before we could get squared away on the Diddy disaster, one of the interns called me with the news that high-profile boy band guests were in the process of being arrested for buying drugs in the bathroom. The very same bathroom where one of New York's finest had briefly stopped at the end of his shift doing crowd control outside. The disturbing part of this information was obviously not the incident itself, but the fact that, according to the intern, it was currently being captured by no fewer than 5 paparazzi. Pictures that would, of course, overshadow in the tabs all the good stuff we'd hoped to promote. The third call came from Leo. He informed me that somehow, and no one knew how, the production company had miscalculated during their ordering and had just run out of champagne. It's impossible. They knew how many people would be here. They knew our main concern over liquor and beer was champagne. Bunnies drink it, girls drink it, bankers drink it. The only way to keep girls somewhere late is to give them champagne. It's only 12:30. What are we going to do? I was screaming over the decibel-crushing sound of an Ashley Simpson song. I know, Bet. I'm on it. I sent a few of the bartenders out in search of as many cases as they can find, but it's not going to be easy at this time of night. They can buy a few bottles at liquor stores, but I don't know where they're going to find mass quantities now, Leo said. Bet, I need to know what you want me to do with our waiting VIP, the panicked floater at the door called over the headphones. He's getting restless. Bet, are you there? My earpiece crackled and Kelly's voice came booming through. She grabbed someone's headset again and was beginning to piece together what was happening. The usual nice boss lady was gone, and she'd been replaced by a demonic monster. Are you aware that we have kids here getting arrested on drug charges? People do not get arrested at our parties. Do you hear me? She cut out for a moment, but then came through loud and clear. Bet, can you hear me? I need you at this door pronto. Everything's falling apart and you're nowhere. Where the hell are you? I watched as Eliza removed her headpiece, out of some deliberate sabotage, or just plain wastedness, I couldn't tell, and flopped down next to Philip, where she began to vie with Abby for his attention. Why fight when you can drink? I was just working up the energy to deal with all the problems I cared so little about, when I heard one final comment. Hey, mate. Yeah, you right there. Philip, who was now cradling Abby under one arm and Eliza under the other, was calling out to Sammy. Avery sat babbling incoherently at his side. Yeah, man? Sammy asked, still not quite sure Philip was addressing him. Be a good chap and bring us a bottle of something. Girls, what'll we have? Bubbly? Would you prefer some vodka drinks? Sammy looked like he'd been slapped. I'm not your waiter. Apparently, Philip found this hysterical because he convulsed with laughter. Just get us a drink, will you, mate? I'm less interested in the details of how it happens. I didn't wait to see if Sammy would hit him or ignore him or retrieve the bottle of vodka. I wasn't thinking about much besides how comfortable a bed would be right then, and how little I cared if P. Diddy brought 1 guest or 100 or even showed up at all. It occurred to me that I'd been spending nearly every minute of every day and night with some of the worst people I'd ever met, and I had nothing to show for it but a shoebox full of clippings that humiliated not only me, but also everyone I loved. As I stood there watching a photographer snap away at a mugging Philip and listened to even more problems ring out over the earpiece as though they were huge international crises, I thought of Will and Penelope and the book club girls and my parents and, of course, Sammy. And again, with a sense of calm I hadn't felt in many months, I simply removed my headset, placed it on the table, and said quietly to Eliza, I'm finished. I turned to Sammy and, not caring who heard what, said, I'm going home. If you want to stop by later, I would love to see you. I'm at 145 East 28th Street, apartment 1313. I'll wait for you. And before anyone could say anything, I turned away. I walked across the dance floor, past a couple who appeared to be having actual intercourse near the DJ, and straight on to the door, where a horde of people seemed to be swaying with the music. I saw Kelly out of the corner of my eye, and a few list girls who were flirting with some of P. Diddy's group, but I managed to slip quietly past them and onto the sidewalk. The crowd there threatened to overtake the street, and no one was paying any attention to me. I made it halfway down the block without talking to anyone, and was just opening the door to the cab I'd hailed when I heard Sammy call my name. He ran toward me and slammed the cab door shut before I could get inside. "Bet, don't do this. I can handle myself in there. Go on, head back inside and we can talk about this later." I stood on tiptoe to kiss his cheek and raised my arm to hail another cab. "I don't want to go back inside, Sammy. I want to go home. I hope I'll see you later, but I've got to get out of here." He opened his mouth to protest, but I got in the cab. "I can handle myself too," I said with a smile as I sat down, and I pulled away from the entire surging nightmare. Chapter 31. By 2:30 in the morning, there was still no sign of Sammy. My phone was ringing off the hook with calls from Kelly and Philip and Avery, but I ignored them all. I'd calmed down long enough to draft a letter of apology to Kelly, and by 3 I'd come to the conclusion that Eliza, unlike Abby, was not necessarily evil and malicious, just very, very hungry. When 4 rolled around, and I still hadn't heard from Sammy, I began to fear the worst. I fell asleep sometime around 5 and almost cried when I woke a couple of hours later to no messages and no Sammy. He finally called at 11 the next morning. I thought about not answering the phone. I decided that I wouldn't, actually, but just seeing his name on the little screen was enough to demolish my willpower. "Hello?" I said. I was aiming for breeziness, but the noise that came out sounded like it resulted from a lack of oxygen. "Bet, it's Sammy. Is this a bad time?" "Well, that depends," I wanted to say. "Are you calling to apologize for last night? Or, at the very least, to offer some explanation of why you never came by? Because if that's the case, then this is the best time imaginable. Come on in so I can whip you up a fluffy omelet and rub your sore shoulders and kiss you all over. However, if you're calling with even the slightest implication that something might be wrong, with you, with me, or worst of all, with us, then perhaps you should know that I'm very, very busy right now." "No, of course not. What's up?" That sounded laid back and unconcerned, right? "I wanted to see how it all worked out last night. I was so worried about you. You just left in the middle of everything." He made no mention of my invitation for him to come over, but the concern in his voice more than made up for it. Just knowing he was interested started me talking, and once I started, I couldn't seem to stop. "It was a shitty thing for me to just walk out of there in the middle of everything. Really immature and so unprofessional. I should have stayed and seen the night through no matter how bad it was, but it was like I wasn't even in my own body. I just left, and I'm glad I did. Do you have any idea what happened last night?" I asked. "Not really, but I do know that I seriously dislike those people, Bet. Why did that kid Avery have his hands all over you? What was going on?" And so I explained everything. I told him how I'd found Philip and Leo together in Istanbul. I described the situation with Abby Ellie and how she'd gotten all her information from Eliza. I said that Eliza had seemed particularly competitive lately, and that I knew she wanted Philip, but I was shocked that she would do that to me. I told him all about Penelope and Avery, from their first meeting until the day they got engaged, and then I told him I'd found Avery making out with Abby. I confessed that I'd been skipping dinners at Will and Simon's and canceling a fair number of Sunday brunches, because there always seemed to be something more pressing to do. I told him that I hadn't returned even one of Michael's phone calls asking me to meet for a drink because I'd been too busy and didn't really know what to say. I admitted that my parents were so disappointed they could barely talk to me anymore, and that I had virtually no idea what was going on in my best friend's life. And I apologized to him for trying to hide or deny that we had been together, because I was thrilled about it, not ashamed. He listened and asked a few questions, but when I mentioned him, he sighed. Bad sign. Bet, I know you're not ashamed. I know it has nothing to do with that. We both agreed it would be best to keep this quiet considering our current situations. Don't be so hard on yourself. You did the right thing last night. I'm the one who should be apologizing. I untied a bag of Red Hots and poured some into my hand. What are you talking about? You were great last night. I should have punched that kid's face in, he said. Plain and simple. Which one? Avery? Avery, Philip, what does it matter? It took every ounce of willpower not to kill him. This was the right thing for him to say, so why did my stomach still feel like it was on the floor? Was it because I wondered how worried he could have been that he didn't call for 10 hours, or that I still hadn't heard him mention a word about us getting together? Or maybe it was simpler, and I was just stressed about my unexpected unemployment. The reality of looking for yet another job was beginning to set in. I'd always known that banking wasn't for me. But it was disconcerting to try an entirely different industry, one that was undeniably more fun, and realize that I wasn't cut out for that either. As if on cue, Sammy asked what I might do next, and I told him that Kelly had graciously offered me a few freelance projects when I called to apologize that morning. But she'd accepted my resignation without argument. I added that maybe it was time to suck up my pride and join Will. As my mind wandered, I realized I hadn't even asked what was happening with his restaurant. When I pointed this out, he was quiet for a moment before he said, I have some good news. You got it, I shouted without thinking. Then I prayed for a second before adding, much more tentatively, Did you get it? Yeah, I got it, he said, and I could hear his smile. I turned in the pitch and the menu proposals in under 2 weeks. The lawyer said his clients were impressed. They chose me as their head chef, and they bought a little space in the East Village. I could barely speak from excitement, but he didn't seem to notice. Yeah, it's all going to happen very quickly. Apparently some restaurant was all set to open, but the investors pulled out at the last second. Some sort of corporate scandal that trickled down, I think. Anyway, these silent investors stepped in and bought the place on the cheap. They began looking for a chef immediately, and they want to open as soon as possible. Can you believe it? Congratulations, I said with genuine enthusiasm. That is so amazing. I knew you could do it. I meant it, of course, but the moment the words were out of my mouth, my gut switched tracks entirely. I hated myself for even thinking it, but this didn't sound like good news for us. Thanks, Bet. That means a lot to me. I couldn't wait to tell you. Before I could even consider editing my words, I blurted, But what does this mean for us? There was a moment of awful, hideous, all-pervasive silence, and yet I still didn't get it entirely. I knew we were meant to be together. The obstacles were not insurmountable, just stepping stones to a stronger relationship. When he finally did speak, Sammy sounded defeated, and not a little sad. I'm going to be married to this project, was all he managed to say, and the moment he uttered those words, I knew it wasn't happening. It, meaning us. Of course, I said automatically. This is the opportunity of a lifetime. It was at that point that a romance hero would say, and so are you, which is why I'm going to do everything in my power to make this work. But Sammy didn't say that. Instead, he spoke quietly. So much is timing, Bet. I have too much respect for you to ask you to wait for me, although of course part of me hopes you will. Damn you, I thought. Just ask me to wait and I will. Ask me to understand that things will be difficult, but that when this period is over, we'll be happy and in love and together. Please stop with the dreaded respect line. I don't want you to respect me. I want you to want me. But I said none of this. Instead, I wiped away the tears that dropped to my chin and concentrated on keeping my voice steady. When I finally did speak, I was proud of my composure and my articulateness. Sammy, I understand what an amazing chance this is for you, and I couldn't be any more excited for you than I am right now. You need to concentrate all your time and energy on making this restaurant fantastic. I promise that I'm not mad or upset or anything, just so incredibly happy for you. Go. Do what you need to do. I just hope you'll invite me to dinner when your place is inevitably the hottest restaurant in New York. Keep in touch, okay? I'll miss you. I placed the phone quietly on the receiver and stared at it for nearly 5 full minutes before I really started to cry. He didn't call back. Chapter 32. Tell me again how my life will improve one day, I said to Penelope as we sat in my living room. I was stretched out on my couch in full sweatpant mode, as I had been for nearly 3.5 months, with no genuine desire to ever again put on street clothes. Oh, Bet, honey, of course it will. Just look how fabulously my own life is shaping up, she sang sarcastically. What's on tonight? Did you remember to TiVo last week's Desperate Housewives? I asked listlessly. She threw down her copy of Marie Claire and glared at me. Bet, we watched it when it was on the actual television last Sunday. Why would we need to TiVo it? I want to watch it again, I whined. Come on, there's got to be something decent to watch. What about Going Down in the Valley, that porn documentary on HBO? Do we have that saved? Penelope just sighed. What about Real World? I pulled myself upright and began punching keys on the TiVo remote. We've got to have at least one shitty episode, even an old one. How can we not have any Real Worlds? I was nearly in tears by that point. Christ, Bet, you've got to get a hold of yourself. This is just not okay anymore. She was right, of course. I'd been wallowing for so long that it had become standard. This period of unemployment didn't much resemble my first one. There were no blissful mornings spent sleeping in, or exhilarating trips to the candy store, or long walks exploring new neighborhoods. I wasn't trying to find a job, either enthusiastically or half-heartedly. I was currently supporting myself, barely, by taking on some sympathy freelance fact-checking work from Will and a few of his associates. I tore through it in my flannel bathrobe on my couch each morning, and then felt perfectly justified in rotting the rest of the day. The fact that Penelope, who had every reason to be in far worse shape than I, was becoming more functional every day, had begun to alarm me. I hadn't heard from Sammy since our last conversation, the morning after the Playboy party, which had been 3 months, 2 weeks, and 4 days ago. Penelope had called minutes after I'd hung up with Sammy to tell me that she'd just spoken to Avery and knew everything. Avery had called her during the party to admit that he'd been really, really drunk and had accidentally kissed a random girl. That morning she was upset, but still making excuses for him. Finally, I'd worked up my nerve and told her the full story. When she confronted him, Avery admitted he'd been sleeping with Abby for some time, and that there'd been others as well. Penelope had then very calmly instructed the housekeeper, who just so happened to be Avery's parents' engagement gift to the happy couple, to pack all of her possessions and ship everything back to New York. She booked 2 last-minute first-class plane tickets on Avery's credit card, called for the largest and most luxurious stretch limo she could find, and proceeded to drink herself into champagne oblivion in the first-class cabin while she stretched out across both seats. I'd met her at JFK and dragged her directly to the Black Door, where I joined her in getting blind drunk. For the first few weeks, she stayed with her parents, who, to their credit, did not once tell her to forgive him or take him back. And when she couldn't take living at home anymore, she moved on to my couch. Finally, together, we had been miserable, heartbroken, and unemployed. And so, were the perfect pair. We shared a bathroom, multiple bottles of wine, and the rent, and we watched a horrifying amount of exceptionally bad TV. Everything had been perfect until Penelope had gotten a job. She'd announced last week that she'd be reverse commuting to a boutique hedge fund in Westchester, and that she'd be moving to her own place in 2 weeks. I'd known our extended pajama party couldn't last forever, but I couldn't help feeling a teeny bit betrayed. She was doing so well that she even mentioned that the guy who'd interviewed her had been really, really cute. It was now stunningly obvious. Penelope was moving on, and I was destined to be a wretch forever. "How long do you think I have to wait before I can go check out the restaurant?" I asked, for what must have been the 1,000th time. "I've already told you I'm happy to put on a disguise and sneak in there with you. Very discreet. He doesn't even know me. Healthy? Maybe not, but definitely a good time." "Did you see the piece in the Wall Street Journal? They worship the place. It calls Sammy one of the best new chefs of the last 5 years. "I know, honey, I know. That certainly seems to be the consensus, doesn't it? Aren't you happy for him?" "You have no idea," I whispered. "What?" Nothing. Yes, of course I'm happy for him. I just wish I was happy with him." Sammy had opened his restaurant, a charming little Middle Eastern fusion place that in no way resembled a franchise, 2 months earlier, to little fanfare. I wouldn't have even known if Will hadn't casually mentioned it at one of our Thursday night dinners, but from that moment on, I tracked every new development. At first, there hadn't been much information. A biography of the chef, and some details on the quick opening. Apparently, the adorable 12-table Italian joint on the Lower East Side had been the pet project of a prominent former investment banker who'd been targeted by Elliot Spitzer and ultimately sentenced to 2 to 3 years in a federal prison. The guy had to liquidate his assets to pay the massive fine to the SEC. Since the entire place had just been gutted and renovated, the entire kitchen fitted to perfection, Sammy could open for business almost immediately. At first, there were some scattered customer reviews on various websites, and a small mention of the restaurant in a piece about neighborhood gentrification. But then something happened. Sammy's restaurant went from neighborhood solid to citywide spectacular in a matter of weeks. According to the most recent WSJ Lifestyle article, people in the neighborhood went early and often. And Sammy was able to keep the doors open while his menu came into its own. By the time Frank Bruni went to review it for the New York Times, Sammy had hit his stride. Bruni gave him 3 stars, virtually unheard of for an unknown chef, and his very first venture. The other New York papers and magazines immediately followed with ecstatic reviews of their own. New York Magazine published a typically understated article proclaiming Sevi the only restaurant that matters. He'd gone from being a total unknown to New York's must-get-reservations-or-die-a-horrible-death in C-list purgatory restaurant. The only catch with that was that Sammy didn't take reservations. For anyone, under any circumstances. According to every interview I read of him, and trust me, I read them all, Sammy insisted that everyone was welcome, but no one was getting any sort of priority treatment. "I've spent so many years determining who's allowed in and who's not, and I'm just not interested anymore. If they want to eat here, whoever they are, they can come on down like everyone else," he was quoted as saying. It was his one and only requirement. "But no one will go if they can't make a reservation," I'd shrieked to Penelope when I'd first read about it. "What do you mean no one will go?" she'd asked. "You have to have some horribly bitchy reservationist who insists that there's nothing available for the next 6 months if they want to eat after 5 or before midnight." She laughed. "I'm serious. I know these people. The only way anyone will ever eat there is if he makes them believe they're not welcome. The fastest way to fill those tables is to tell anyone who calls that they're fully booked and then promptly raise all entrees by $8 and all drinks by $4. Hire waiters who think they're above waiting tables and a hostess who looks all the guests up and down disapprovingly as they arrive. And then he'll have a chance." I was only half kidding, but it didn't much matter. His policy clearly worked. The review in the Wall Street Journal had gone on to describe how the New York restaurant scene had lately been dominated by a slew of high-profile restaurant openings and superstar chefs, how there were 5 such restaurants in the glittering new Time Warner building alone. Somewhere along the way, people had grown weary of all the pomp and circumstance. They longed for a wonderful meal in a simple restaurant, and that was precisely what Sammy's place offered. I was so proud of him. I nearly cried every time I read a new write-up or heard someone mention it, which was pretty damn frequently. I was dying to see it for myself, but I couldn't deny that Sammy had most definitely not picked up the phone to invite me. "Here," she said, handing me my folder of delivery menus. "Dinner's on me. Let's order something, and then maybe go get a drink." I stared at her as though she'd suggested spontaneously hopping a flight to Bangladesh. "A drink? Outside? You're joking." I flipped through the menus disinterestedly. "There's nothing to eat." She snatched the folder out of my hands and pulled out a few menus at random. "Nothing to eat. There's Chinese, burgers, sushi, Thai, pizza, Indian, Vietnamese, deli, salad bar, Italian. That's just these. Pick something, Bet. Pick it now." "Seriously, Pen, whatever's good for you works for me." I watched as she dialed some place called Nawab and ordered 2 chicken tikka masalas with basmati rice and 2 baskets of chapati. She put the phone down and turned to me. "Bet, I'm only going to ask you one last time. What do you want to do this weekend?" I sighed meaningfully and resumed my position on the couch. "Pen, I don't care. It's not a big birthday. I already have to do the book club ritual, which is more than enough. I don't know why you're so insistent that we need to do something. I'd much rather just forget it's happening." She snorted. "Yeah, right. Everyone says they don't care, and everyone cares a lot. Why don't I put together a little dinner on Saturday night? You, me, Michael, maybe a few people from UBS, some of the girls from your book club." "That sounds nice, Pen. It really does, but Will said something about dinner on Saturday. We're going somewhere good. I can't remember where. Want to come?" We chatted until the food came, and I managed to haul my larger-by-the-minute butt off the couch to the little kitchen table for chow time. As we spooned the thick, spicy chicken chunks onto plates of rice, I thought about how I was going to miss Penelope. It was a great distraction having her around, and more to the point, things between us were finally back to normal. I watched her as she waved her fork around to punctuate a funny story she was telling, and then I stood up and hugged her. "What was that for?" she asked. "I'm just going to miss you, Pen. I'm going to miss you a whole lot." Chapter 33. "Thanks, everyone. You guys really are the best," I said as I hugged each person standing in the circle around me. During our special birthday book club sessions, we met to eat cake and do a couple of group shots. My birthday cake was white chocolate mousse, and the accompanying shot was an old-school lemon drop, complete with sugar packets and sliced lemons. I was slightly buzzed and feeling good after our mini-celebration, one that had concluded with the presentation of a $100 Barnes & Noble gift card. "Enjoy dinner tonight," Vika called after me. "Give us a ring if you want to meet up after you leave your uncle's." I nodded and waved and made my way downstairs. I was thinking about how I'd have to start taking people up on offers to go out again. It was only 1 in the afternoon, and I didn't have to be at Will's until 8, so I settled in at a little table on the patio at the Astor Place Starbucks with a vanilla latte and a copy of the Post. Some habits die hard, so, as usual, I flipped to page 6 and was stunned by what I saw. A large piece on Abby, complete with a picture. It said that New York Scoop had just canceled her Ellie Insider column and dismissed her for falsifying her resume. Details were sketchy, but according to an unnamed source, she'd listed herself as a graduate of Emory University when she was, in fact, 3 credits shy of graduation. She did not actually possess a BA. I'd dialed Penelope before I'd finished reading the piece. "Oh my God, have you read page 6 today? You must see it now." While I hadn't exactly forgotten about Abby, I hadn't made good on my vow to ruin her life, either. She hadn't written another word about me since the night of the Playboy party, but I didn't know if that was because my threats had worried her, or because now that I no longer worked at Kelly & Company or dated Philip, I didn't warrant any mention at all. There was also the possibility that her affair with Avery had ended. Either way, I hadn't stopped praying for her demise. Happy birthday, Bet. Huh? Oh, yeah, thanks. But listen, have you seen the post yet? She laughed for a full minute, and I got the distinct feeling I was missing something. My gift to you, Bet. Happy 28th. What are you saying? I don't understand what's going on. Did you have something to do with this? I asked with such hopefulness it was almost humiliating. You might say that, she said coyly. Pen, tell me this instant what happened. This might just be the best day of my life. Explain. Okay, calm down. It was all very innocent, actually. It just sort of fell into my lap. What did? The information that our dear friend Abby is not a college graduate. And how exactly did that happen? Well, after my ex-fiancé told me he was screwing her. Correction, Pen. He told you he was screwing someone. I told you he was screwing her, I added helpfully. Right. So, anyway, after I found out they were screwing, I had the inclination to write her a little letter and tell her what I thought. What does this have to do with her not graduating? I was too eager for the dirt to endure the extraneous details. Bet, I'm getting there. I didn't want to email her because there's always the potential that it'll get forwarded to 1 million people. But her address in New York is unlisted. She must think she's some kind of celebrity, and people would just beat down her door to get a glimpse of the star herself. I called New York Scoop, but they wouldn't give it out. That's when it occurred to me to call Emory. Okay, I'm following so far. I figured that as a fellow graduate, I'd have no trouble getting her address from them. I called the Alumni Center and told them that I was looking for a classmate, that we'd lost touch, but I wanted to invite her to my wedding. Nice touch, I said. Thanks, I thought so. Anyway, they checked their records and told me they had no one under that name. I'll save you all the gory details, but basically a few more minutes of digging revealed that while darling Abby matriculated with us, she didn't manage to graduate with our class. Or ever. Jesus, I think I see where this is going, and I could not be more proud right now. Well, it gets better. I was on the phone with a girl at the registrar's office. She swore me to secrecy, and then told me that the reason Abby withdrew 3 credits short was because the Dean of Arts and Sciences found out Abby was sleeping with her husband and suggested that she withdraw immediately. We never knew because Abby never told anyone. She just stuck around campus until the rest of us graduated. Amazing, I breathed, and yet not at all surprising. Yeah, well, it only took a few minutes from there to set up an anonymous Hotmail account. Let the good folks at New York Scoop know that their star columnist wasn't a college graduate, and give them a little clue as to why she'd departed without a degree. I called their offices every day asking for her, until I was told yesterday that she was no longer with the paper, at which time I sent a helpful little anonymous tip to page 6 as well. Oh my God, Penelope, you evil bitch! I didn't think you had it in you. So, as I said before, happy birthday. I found out about it months ago, when I wrote the letter, but I thought if I waited, it would make a fine birthday present. Consider it my gift to you and myself, she added. We hung up, and I was unabashedly elated, imagining Abby walking the streets, panhandling, or better yet, wearing a McDonald's apron. When the phone rang again within seconds, I snapped it open without looking first. What else? I said, assuming it was Penelope calling back with some forgotten juicy tidbit. Hello? I heard a male voice say. Bet? Oh my God, it was Sammy. Sammy. I wanted to sing and dance and scream his name to the entire coffee shop. Hi, I breathed, barely able to believe that the call I'd waited nearly 4 months for, the call I'd willed to arrive, was finally happening. He laughed at my obvious joy. "It's good to hear your voice." "Yours too," I said, much too quickly. "How have you been?" "Good, good. I opened up a place finally, and I know I've been reading all about it. Congratulations. It's a huge success, and I think that's just incredible." I was dying to know how he'd managed to put it together so quickly, but I wasn't going to risk anything by asking 1,000 annoying questions. "Yeah, thanks. So look, I'm kind of racing around, but I just wanted to call and..." Oh. He had the tone of someone who'd moved on. Most likely had a new girlfriend who had a fulfilling job helping other people. Someone who didn't own a pair of tattered, stained sweatpants, but who always lounged around the apartment in the cutest silk pajama sets. Someone who... "And see if you'll have dinner with me tonight." I waited to make sure I'd heard him right, but neither of us ended up saying anything. "Dinner?" I tentatively ventured. "Tonight?" "You probably have plans, don't you? I'm sorry to call at the last minute. I just..." "No! No plans!" I shouted before he could change his mind. No chance of playing it cool, either. But suddenly that didn't seem to matter. I hadn't missed a brunch or a Thursday dinner since I'd quit Kelly and Company, so Will would just have to understand about tonight. "I can totally have dinner." I could hear him smiling through the phone. "Great. Why don't I swing by your place around 7? We can have a drink in your neighborhood, and then I'd like to bring you by the restaurant, if that sounds okay." "Okay? That sounds just perfect. Just perfect," I gushed. "7? I'll see you then." And I snapped my phone shut before I could say one word to fuck it up. Fate. It was absolutely, positively, undeniably fate that had inspired Sammy to call on my birthday, a sign that we were most definitely destined to be together forever. I was debating whether or not to tell him that I turned 28 that day, when it occurred to me that I was going to see him that night. My preparations were frenzied. I called Will from the cab on my way home, begging his forgiveness. But he merely laughed and told me that he'd happily take a rain check if it meant I was finally going out with a boy. I raced into the corner nail place for a quickie manicure and pedicure, and then threw in a $10 10-minute chair massage to try to relax. Penelope took charge of stylist duties and assembled multiple outfit pieces, including 3 dresses and an intricately beaded tank top, 2 pairs of shoes, 4 bags, and her entire stash of jewelry, which had recently been supplemented by her parents in an attempt to cajole her out of mourning. She dropped them off and left, planning to spend the night with Michael and Megu and wait for an update from me. I tried things on and discarded them, frantically straightened the apartment, danced to Pat Benatar's We Belong with Millington in my arms, and finally sat demurely on the couch and waited for Sammy's arrival exactly 1 hour before he was due. When Seamus rang my buzzer, I thought I might cease breathing. Sammy arrived at my door a moment later. He had never looked so good. He was wearing some sort of shirt-jacket, no-tie combo that came across as stylish and sophisticated without trying too hard, and I noticed that he'd let his hair grow to that perfect length that wasn't really short or long. Hugh Grantish, if I had to explain it. He smelled both soapy and minty when he leaned forward to kiss my cheek. And had I not been death-gripping the doorframe, I would have surely collapsed. "It's really great to see you, Bet," he said, taking my hand and leading me toward the elevator. I walked effortlessly in my borrowed D&G sandals and felt pretty and feminine in a skirt that skimmed my knees and a summer-weight cashmere cardigan that revealed just the right amount of cleavage. It was just like all the Harlequins always said it was. Even though it had been months since we'd last seen each other, it felt like not a single day had passed. "You too," I managed, content to just gaze at his profile all night. He led me to a charming neighborhood wine bar 3 blocks west, where we settled into a back table and immediately began talking. I was delighted to see that he hadn't really changed at all. "Tell me how you've been," he said, sipping from the glass of Syrah he'd expertly ordered. "What have you been up to?" No way. I'm not the one with the hugely exciting news," I said. Well, isn't that the understatement of the century, I thought. "I think I've read pretty much every word they've written about you, and it all sounds so fantastic." "Yeah, well, I got lucky. Really lucky." He coughed and looked slightly uncomfortable. "Bet, I've got something to tell you." Oh, Christ. There was no possible way that was a good sign. None whatsoever. I chided myself for my premature enthusiasm for thinking that the fact that Sammy had called, and on my birthday no less, meant anything more than he was just being friendly and making good on a promise between old friends. It was those goddamn harlequins. They were the problem. I vowed to quit those miserable things, because they just made it too easy to maintain totally unreasonable expectations. I mean, Dominic or Enrique never said, "I've got something to tell you," before asking the woman of their dreams to marry them. Those were clearly the words of a man about to announce that he was in love, just not with me. I didn't think I could handle even a whiff of bad news. "Oh, really?" I managed to say, folding my arms across my chest in an unconscious attempt to brace myself for the news. "What's that?" Another strange look crossed his face, and then we were interrupted by the waiter placing the check in front of Sammy. "Sorry to rush you out, guys, but we're closing now for a private party. I'll take this as soon as you're ready." I wanted to scream. Hearing that Sammy was in love with a swimsuit model come Mother Teresa was going to be hard enough. Did I really have to wait to hear the news? Apparently, yes. I waited as Sammy rooted around in his wallet for the exact amount, and then waited again while he went to the men's room. More waiting for a cab outside, and then another wait while Sammy and the cabbie discussed the best route to Sevi. We were finally on our way to his restaurant, but there was another wait when Sammy apologized profusely but proceeded to answer his cell phone. He murmured a bit and made some uh-huh noises, and at one point he said yes, but otherwise he was vague, and I knew in the pit of my stomach that he was talking to her. When he finally clicked off his phone, I turned to him, stared him right in the eye, and said, "What did you have to tell me before?" I know this is going to sound weird, and I swear I only found out myself a couple days ago, but remember how I told you about those silent investors? This wasn't sounding like a declaration of love for another woman. Positive development, to be sure. Yeah? They were looking to back the next hot young chef or something, right? You had to pitch some ideas and menus. Exactly, he nodded. Well, the thing is, I sort of have you to thank for this. I looked at him adoringly, waiting for him to tell me that I was his inspiration, his encouragement, his muse. But what he said next didn't really have anything to do with me. I feel weird being the one to tell you, but they insisted it happen this way. The investors who backed me are Will and Simon. What? I whipped around to look at him. My Will and Simon? He nodded and took my hand. You really didn't know, did you? I thought you may have convinced them somehow, but they insisted you had no idea. I only recently found out, too. I hadn't even seen them since they came to brunch at Gramercy Tavern months ago. I was so stunned I could barely speak. And yet the only information that seemed to process was what I hadn't heard. So far, Sammy wasn't telling me he was hopelessly, passionately in love with someone else. I don't know what to say. Say you're not mad, he said, leaning closer to me. Mad? Why would I be mad? I'm so happy for you. I don't know why Will didn't tell me. I guess I'll get the entire story at brunch on Sunday. Right. He said that too, actually. There wasn't time for me to process this new development, since the cab reached the Lower East Side in record time. As soon as we pulled up, I recognized the tiny awning from the pictures in the paper. Just as Sammy slammed the car door, I noticed a well-dressed couple examining the sign posted outside. They turned to us, and with great disappointment said, "Looks like they're closed tonight for some reason," before turning to find somewhere else to eat. I looked at him quizzically, but he just smiled. "I have a surprise for you," he murmured. "A private tour?" I asked with such hope in my voice that it was almost embarrassing. He nodded. "Yes. I wanted tonight to be extra special. I closed down so we could be alone. I hope you don't mind that I have to be in the kitchen for a few minutes," he said. "I've planned a special Sevi menu just for tonight." "You have? I can't wait. What does Sevi mean, by the way? I don't think I've read that anywhere." He took my hand and smiled at me before looking at his feet. "It means love in Turkish," he said. I thought I might pass out from happiness. Instead, I concentrated on putting one foot squarely in front of the other. I followed him into the darkened dining room and tried to adjust my eyes, but a moment later he'd found the lights, and I could see everything. Or rather, everyone. "Surprise!" came the shouts. There was a cacophonous call of happy birthday, and I realized I knew every single face that stared back at me. "Oh my God!" was all I uttered. The small tables had been pushed together to form a single long one in the middle of the room. All my friends and family had been installed around it and were waving and calling out to me. "Oh my God!" "Come here, sit down," Sammy said, taking my hand once again and leading me to the head of the table. I hugged and kissed everyone on the way to my seat, and then flopped into my designated chair, at which point Penelope placed a cardboard tiara on my head and said something embarrassing along the lines of, "You're our heroine tonight." "Happy birthday, honey," my mom said, leaning over to kiss me on the cheek. "Your father and I wouldn't have missed this for the world." She smelled faintly of incense and was wearing a beautiful hand-knit poncho that had surely been made from dye-free wool. My father sat next to her, his hair carefully arranged in a neat ponytail, his best pair of naots proudly on display. I looked down the table and saw everyone assembled. Penelope and her mom, who was delighted Penelope was in the know enough to get them into the new hot place. Michael and Megu, both of whom had specially requested the night off to come celebrate with me. Kelly and Henry, the guy she'd been with at the Playboy party. All the book club girls, each clutching what appeared to be wrapped copies of new paperbacks. And, of course, Simon, who'd swathed himself in what seemed like a surplus of linen. And Will, who was throwing back his namesake martini — I learned later that Sammy had named the house drink the Will — at the foot of the table directly across from me. After repeated shouts of "Speech, speech," I managed to pull myself out of my seat and say a few awkward words. Almost immediately, a waiter brought out bottles of champagne, and we all toasted my birthday and Sammy's success. And then dinner began in earnest. Heaping platters of food emerged from the kitchen on the shoulders of waiters, all steaming and deliciously aromatic, and placed in front of us with great flourish. I watched as Sammy sat across the table, looked up at me, and winked. He began talking to Alex, pointing to her nose piercing and saying something that made her laugh. I watched them for a moment in between bites of a delicious cumin and dill-spiced lamb dish, and then let my eyes wander around the table. Everyone was chattering happily while they passed the dishes around and refilled one another's champagne glasses. I heard my parents introducing themselves to Kelly, while Courtney told Penelope's mom about our book club, and Simon told jokes to Michael and Megu. I was just sitting there, drinking it all in, when Will pulled a chair up next to mine. "Pretty special night, no?" he asked the moment he sat. "Were you surprised?" "Totally surprised. Will, how could you not have told me that you and Simon were the ones behind this whole project? I'm not sure I know how to thank you." "You don't have to thank me, darling. We didn't do it for you, or even really for Sammy, although I'm quite fond of him." You'd mentioned that he cooked brunch every Sunday at Gramercy Tavern, and it piqued our curiosity. Simon and I paid him a visit there months ago, and I have to say we were absolutely blown away. The boy is a genius. Not only that, but he must listen when you talk, because the entire meal was utter perfection. The Bloody Mary was served exactly how I like it, with an extra dash of Tabasco and 2 limes. A copy of the New York Times was on the table and already open to the Sunday Styles section, and there were no potatoes to be seen. None. I've been brunching at the Essex House for decades now, and they still can't get it quite right. We couldn't stop talking about it, and we decided we'd better snap him up before someone else did. Looks like we were right, doesn't it? You went to brunch at Gramercy Tavern just to see Sammy? Will folded his hands and raised his eyebrows at me. Darling, you were clearly smitten with this boy in a very substantial manner. That much was obvious. Simon and I were curious. We certainly weren't expecting to be so impressed with his skills. That was a bonus. When I asked him that day about his future plans, and he began rambling on about something called a Houston's, I knew we had to step in and save him from himself. Yeah. He'd mentioned in Turkey that he and a few guys from culinary school were thinking about opening something like it on the Upper East Side, I said. Will gasped audibly and nodded. I know. How dreadful. That boy is not meant for franchise work. I told the lawyer I'd put up all the money, but Sammy would do all the work. Except for a standing table, I wanted to be consulted not at all. Better than the goddamn government getting it, don't you agree? Besides, I was looking for something different to throw myself into. I've decided to retire the column. Well, that one shook me. In a night of surprises, this might have been the most shocking of them all. You're what? Are you serious? Why now? How many years has it been? 100? The entire world reads your column, Will. What will happen to it? He sipped his martini and looked thoughtful. So many questions, darling. So many questions. It's not that fascinating a story, really. It's simply time. I don't need New York Scoop to tell me that my column is a relic at this point. I had a great run for many, many years, but it's time to try something new. I can understand that, I said finally. Somehow, I knew it was the right decision. But Will had been writing that column since before I was born, and it was disconcerting to think that it would simply cease to exist. However, I'll have you know that I've spoken with my editor, mere child that he is, and have received assurances that there will always be a place for you there, should you choose to pursue it. Now, I don't want to harp on this bet, but I think it's something you should consider. You're a wonderful writer, and I don't know why you haven't done anything with it. Just say the word, and we can have you in there, first as a researcher, and then, hopefully, in a sort of apprentice reporting position. I've actually thought about that, too, I said, saying what I'd sworn to keep to myself until I had a chance to think it through a bit longer. I do want to try some writing. Excellent. I was hoping you'd say that. Frankly, I think it's long overdue, but certainly better late than never. I'll call him tonight and... No, not like that, Will. You're going to hate this. Oh, dear God. Please don't tell me you want to cover weddings for the Sunday Styles section or some such nonsense. Please. Worse, I said, more for effect than because I believed it. I want to write a romance novel. In fact, I've already got an outline, and I don't think it's half bad. I braced myself for the verbal barrage, but surprisingly it never came. Instead, he peered at me as though he were searching my face for some answer, and just nodded. Maybe it's all these Will martinis, but I think that makes perfect sense, darling. He leaned in and kissed my cheek. Romance novels. It was true. Since Turkey and the Lux World Kelly and Company had introduced me to, I'd been imagining a star-crossed pair of characters and the events that would bring them together. One could say I was drawing from experience or from fantasy, but it felt good either way. And it was the first thing I'd felt good about in a long time. Until tonight. I was preparing to tell my parents my plans when my cell phone rang. How odd, I thought. Every single person I know is sitting in this room. I reached into my bag to switch it off, but I couldn't help noticing that it was Eliza calling from her cell phone. Eliza, who I hadn't seen or spoken to since the Playboy party. The very same person who, for whatever reason, a malnourished brain, some weird obsession with Philip, or perhaps just for sport, had spoon-fed information about me to Abby for months. I was simply too curious. I walked into the kitchen. "Hello, Eliza?" I said into the phone. "Bet, are you there? Listen, I've got the greatest news." "Really? What's that?" I asked, pleased to hear that I sounded cool and aloof and supremely disinterested, exactly as I intended. "Well, I remember you had some connection to that bungalow bouncer who opened Savvy, right?" She was pretending not to remember Sammy's name, as usual. But I was no longer interested in correcting her. "Yeah, that's right. I'm actually at Savvy right now," I said. "You're there? You're at the restaurant now? Oh my God, that's just too perfect. Listen, I just got word that Lindsay Lohan has a layover in New York for one night on her way from LA to London. You know we're repping Von Dutch now, and she's their new spokeswoman, right? And guess what? She wants to eat at Sevi tonight. Insisted on it, actually. I'm picking her up from the Mandarin Oriental now. I'm not sure how many she has with her, but it shouldn't be more than a half dozen. We'll be there in 30 minutes, maybe an hour. Tell your chef friend to go VIP all the way with tonight's menu, okay? Bet this will be such great press for him." She was breathless with excitement. I'd be lying if I said I didn't consider telling Sammy. It would be great press, the fastest way to guarantee mentions in the few remaining national magazines that hadn't yet discovered him. But I peeked through the window in the kitchen door and saw Sammy placing a cake in the center of the table. It was a huge rectangular thing with giant gobs of whipped cream and colored icing. And when I leaned in to get a better look, I saw that the cover of Tall, Dark, and Cajun had been airbrushed on in perfect detail. Everyone was laughing and pointing and asking Will where I'd gone. The split-second window of Lindsay Lohan potential slammed shut, and I said, "Thanks, but no thanks, Eliza. He's closed for a private event tonight." I hung up before she could protest and rejoined the table. It wasn't even a lie, I thought to myself as I looked around. This just had to be the party of the season.
The end. You've been listening